flawlessly. And I will say, their previous matchup versus Mississippi State, it was pretty one-sided. Not allowing double digits to take place with that matchup right there. A 16-6, a 16-9 victory over this roster here. So it definitely leaves you wondering, what position Mississippi State are heading into this matchup. The one upside I will say is that they were able to, despite coming in as the 3rd seed, take a victory over the Fighting Texas. So Texas A&M dropping out 2-0 to them, and definitely proving that Mississippi State, no laughing matter. And I mean, we can see why. A lot of the heavy hitters' names, Archer is going to be a familiar face with this roster that we've seen quite a bit, and is definitely one to keep an eye out for in the future. But for UT Austin, I actually got to cover these guys yesterday, and they were looking pretty good. They have seen a little bit of interesting vetoes in play, where we were wondering, what sort of position are we going to be looking at them in, and overall, I think that they should be feeling comfortable in this matchup. I think they're kind of assuring to make it through. It'd be a bit disappointing if they weren't able to close out this match, given their record and this season. And so I imagine that these players should be able to take this matchup. But it does come down to a little bit of the veto here, which we will be talking about. And yeah, I mean, just bringing that up, I know a couple of details here about UT Austin, just because I have covered them quite frequently, and I got some insider information. Pretty comfortable with maps like Dust 2, pretty comfortable with banning Overpass as a permaban, and so I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing that here for this roster on UT Austin. I imagine that'll be the case. A lot of times, if either Dust 2 is banned out by Mississippi State, or it's either Dust 2 or it's going to be Inferno that's banned out, prioritized from Mississippi State. I'd have to imagine one of the two once those vetoes do take place. But definitely their strong suit maps here. Yesterday we did see actually UW-Madison take on the UT Austin roster, and it did swing their way. 2-0 victory for UT Austin. You couple that with the fact that Ancient was in the map pick, and I was wondering if we were going to see some discomfort. I know that a couple of those players aren't very comfortable on that, so I imagine that we are going to be seeing that in play, a potential punish pick. We don't have the graphics, so I do see the vetoes here, so I'll just go ahead and relay those to you. UT Austin going to be taking the ban on Overpass, so I think that is pretty standard, right? That's perma ban for them. And then we see Mississippi State get that counter ban of D2, which is, again, pretty solid for them to try and get that punish pick or punish ban in, as that is a very strong map for like UT Austin. Then we head into Inferno, no surprises there. And yes, we do see that Ancient punish pick. So I'm going to wonder how that's going to look at the end of the days here for UT Austin. How are they going to play out on Ancient? Yesterday they looked pretty good, but they had a real flaw in their CT side in the early stages. I think in their match yesterday, they also struggled to get that early start. So, if we see Mississippi kick things off with a little bit of a good start, and they're able to carry that forward and deny UT Austin any sort of momentum, then you could see a little bit of a collapse, right? Because I know that UT Austin is one team to really spiral off of good momentum, and then when things don't go their way, I think that's their vulnerability. So Mississippi State, all they need to do is really gather some of that steam, try and take that forward into the matchup, and they should be looking relatively good, to be honest with you. I'm wondering if that is going to be the case, if they are going to be able to take things early on and exploit that vulnerability that UT Austin have. But given their history, given their record on this map, that's going to be their one-win condition. Are they going to be able to get those early leads and kind of try and take a different version of the prior matchup? Because as I've said, not being able to get double digits versus the UT Austin fellas is not a good sign for heading into this matchup. But I will say, credit to Mississippi State. They were able to make it into playoffs again. They came in as that 3rd seed and were able to take on the likes of a very deadly bit of competition there. So the fact that they were able to do that is a very strong suit for them. And I wonder if they're going to be able to carry some of that forward into this matchup individually as well. So we'll just have to wait and see on that one, as we should be hopping into the game here very shortly. I'm just waiting on a few things to shape up and get into the action. We are getting into the knife run. I do want to reiterate as well, we are going to have Vincent joining us very shortly later down the line. he will be back. He's just finishing up the his Valorant matchup over on the Collegiate CSL Valorant stream. So if you are interested in that, feel free to double stream, turn on both NACE and Lexus CSL, and you can catch some Valorant as well. You can get your daily dose of Vincent if you haven't had enough of us already this weekend. So he will be back, of course, and we'll have our reunion. Quite nice. But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. We'll see if UT Austin is going to keep up that same level, if they're going to continue to prove themselves as a roster overall, as we do hop into it, into the action, into the game. It's round underway. So UT Austin going to be starting off on that T side here, and this is their map pick, and the pistol rounds. Seen this quite often here. They try and take this early banana coat control. If they're met with any resistance, they do fall off, but options are a little bit limited. Jumping with the Glock here. Pucer's going to find that first. Quick headshot. That's actually site compromise, believe it or not. Here, you do have a player close by in coffins, but spamming through the smoke. Mega's able to find one. A lovely little duo kills right there. Answered back, though. And that can make things interesting here. A 3v3 situation. Oh, Pucer. Over ambitious. Going to dive straight to the smoke. Poi caught off guard as well, but his B250 is deadly. Now you finally see Mega, last man standing, looking to pull things back right now in the 1v1. Bob's been tapped, not fully stuck in upon, and now he knows. It is also a full 10-second defuse, so that's going to be a lot of time here. As you can see the chase down, he's off of it though, and oh my god, it doesn't matter. Mega swinging for the fences to open up the pistols the right way in favor of UT Austin. A fiery little start right there. So they're able to make quick work on the pistol. I feel like there was a lot of aggressive plays, you know, maybe even just disrespectful plays straight up from UT Austin, trying to dive through the CT smoke. A lot of wildness taking place right there, but they don't get punished for it. Mega's able to pull them out of the hole. See the respect to bite them. So utility being thrown down banana as they look to grab some aggressive control here. Jumping around Poi. Has his HE ready, but it's not going to be enough to do too much damage. Really thrown in towards the top of banana as well. They slowly start to take their controls. Voltic. Oh, that's a really quick headshot with the 5.7 right there delivered. That's a rifle well retrieved. They want to head in towards this A site. Basically, prime opportunity right now. You can see they're starting to stack more and more presence towards this B site, but eventually they look at this utility and the smokes on in. And they do find the entries. A little bit too late to the party here. It's going to be the 3 remaining players on that CT side, and be relatively comfy. Voltic just going to hold on to this Galil, which isn't a bad idea. They should be able to get good guns in the next, but I will say, Galil is my favorite. By far better than the FAMAS. We take the Galils any day of the week, my opinion. Oh, but not in this round. Actually, it will be the Mac 10. Boys able to drop it with a fast reaction. And they clean it up. They figure it out right there, UT Austin. Able to dispose of the USPs. They do go for a buy. They get that 3rd round buy, and Archer is onto the FAMAS, prioritizing that utility. So I imagine he's going to be starting his round over in banana. I'd be surprised to see anything different. Definitely need that utility if you're going to be on that side of the map here. And they do start with a triple B. A lot of early presence here. Utility going to rain down banana as well. Need to gather that early control. Really not too much taken in terms of map control. No deep banana smoke thrown in just yet. They're kind of deterred by the half-wall smoke. You finally do see that deep banana smoke. It actually missed. It lands into his logs instead. And they're forced to expend another smoke as well. Bit problematic here potentially if they're not able to capitalize off of this map control. But they still have 3 players here standing steady. They're going to look to aggress with the numbers that they have. He's a bit vulnerable. Ray's arriving onto the scene here, going for some pre-fires, making sure to flash himself in. Spots one on top of the balcony there. That's a bit interesting there. Now the B players being spotted out, but they all try and peek in. One by one. Same case for Voltic, as he's able to light things up on the A side, so everyone moves it out from the rules here. It's all up to Poi. to find some exit damage. And do some econ work. There's the bomb, but there's no real gaps to be exploited just yet. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm mistaken. Boy? Oh. Not quite. Not able to close that one out. Now we will see. Try and work with a little bit of the AKs here in the hands. Voltic, Archer, both wielding some very strong rifles on the CT side, so they should be able to work well with it. Ray and Mega onto Deagle, so this could be the chance that Mississippi State are really hoping for here. Getting that early start. Weren't able to close out the pistol in the following, but now that they got the rifles in their hand, maybe they can start to do some damage. Especially if we see UT Austin kind of take those 1v1 duels without the utility to back it up. The utility, really important. Molly being thrown out towards the top of car. That's going to separate the defense here. And it does well to do so. Puster going to knock him down here. One moves up on the porch. There is a nice trade found out. They're going to regress. Oh, but running out of ammo is Ray. He will drop. And it's a very even territory given the HP bars. Both players having a player on 1 HP. Both teams, I should say. B-bomb site very, very compromised at the moment. You're actually going to see some aggression come through on that CT side. Looking to try and exploit that vulnerability here. They do make their move in towards B. Things could be a bit interesting. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to start to move in towards B. Leaves it all in the Archer. Maybe you can catch a timing, but this position can be risky here. A lot of angles to clear. I'll spot it out. All these footsteps, he will get hard clear though. Puster, so wise to check the angle. There's a fast flank though. The number's already punched in. Puster's the one on low HP. He can be the alarm bell, and he certainly is. That gives up the position. And now it's about even territory, but Poison a very good angle. Flash won't blind him up either. Gonna get caught with his nades up against him. He's not able to adjust in time. Poi just pushing it forward and giving UT Austin easy comfort back to winning ways. This time able to capitalize on the clutch. Fantastic work right there. UT Austin on 3 rounds. See what else they can figure out. Totally being bombed out towards mid. It's just a fast movement. Don't spot anything towards apartments here. And Whiskey actually is able to find a first. Making interesting. Spam through the smoke. The answer back and actually in a second. They have been giving it back though. While they have found 2 incredible kills towards B. Pushing through the smoke. Made that A-bomb site compromised here. Archer's making such a great move. Thank you very much. He's going to drop. Iris able to stand with 1 HP. There's a player in that mid pit. Actually, he's made his way in towards second mid. Could be blindsided though. Things are getting all sorts of interesting. Everyone kind of making some movements. Archer through apartments again. I mean, these sort of positions. Both players gambling this A-bomb site here. Hearing all of these footsteps. Archer's going to have a massive flank in apartments here. Does drop his teammates. That's going to send that last player towards the B-bomb site very quickly. You can see Ray's making the moves. Will he be able to beat this mid-aggression coming through from Archer just in time to turn the corner? Safe and sound for now. Archer's going to activate on a relatively quick flank, but he continues to hit that shift key. Now that he hears that smoke, potentially going to start to make a move, and that's exactly what he goes for. Now Banana, Ray. Oh, he's making a lot of noise as well. Aim punch, I think, got the better right there of Archer. But nonetheless, great damage. You got to be pretty happy with the results of that round. You would have liked to close things down, but with what they really had, not expected whatsoever. So, They've applied a lot of economic pressure coming into this. A couple of 1v1 successes for UT Austin, but it doesn't leave you very happy in terms of the economic game. You can see a MAC-10 still in play here. Puster might be going for some aggressive movements. Gonna head up quickly towards Banana. Carmolly thrown out. They're gonna roll past it. No, thank you very much. They did not expect him to be that far forward. No head armor as well. That's an early pickup. One player tucked on the flower pots here, but you can see that causing real panic in the rotations. Virus is covering the flank, and so another will drop. The execution in towards B is swift as well. One to be dropped down. Haven't spotted this player boosted up, and he'll another Whiskey able to make the movement back down. He's taking a lot of spam damage, but has dropped the bomb, delayed things out even further with the molly as well. Recycled smoke towards CT spawn, but they were doing great work to keep this in good contention. This was a 3v5. How's it going? Now they're pushing in towards the east site. Gonna try and pressure. Making the retake happen there. One kill in there. Ray is last alive. Let's see if he can pull things back. There's been a bomb tapped right there. He's gonna just stick it though. This is a wise decision. Teammate has cover. Find the first kill, not quite. Ray will drop. And that'll be the round. Closing things out, 2-4. There we are. That's what I'm talking about right there for Mississippi State. They're able to get that economic damage done. A big goal right there for T side. Anything else they can gather? Rather CT side, I should say. So they're being dropped in towards the pit. Throw that one down here. They're looking to pressure this apartment side of things, and they're able to do a good bit of damage there. Voltic chipping things off, keeping them at bay. A little bit of a half-season play here for UT Austin. They're going to get some damage done. A little bit of sauce on in this business. Whoa. Virus, you can't be shooting inside the smoke. What are you doing? Oh, no. Voltic able to clear out Ray, and yeah, I don't know what that was all about. What was he shooting at? I think he got lost in the smoke. I don't know what went wrong there, but nonetheless, they're able to drop one. Done and dusted. There's the remaining players drop here. And a half by, it turns into an interesting scenario in this one for UT Austin. Definitely leaves them kind of curious as to what they're going to invest in, but of course we're talking about UT Austin, so we're going to see a force buy, no doubt about it.
Hello.
Hello. Good news.
Yeah. I'm in. I'm ready. Apologies for my being late.
Oh no, you were just at the grocery store. You were getting some food there, right?
Wow. No, you know, casting some Valorant. We're all good.
Oh.
UT Austin, Mississippi.
Car troubles. Surely. You got stuck.
You just don't want to hear the Valorant, you know?
Copium. Yes, we got a good game on our hands, though. It's a little bit of a rematch from a couple weeks back, but so far it's been a little more competitive.
That's good to hear. Yeah, Mississippi, if I recall, they're pretty darn good here on Inferno.
Yeah. I mean, it was 16-6, so it was a little bit blurry here on Inferno in the last matchup. But I think it was another team, the second seed, that actually walked in with a pretty good result. But they were able to best that second seed, right? So Texas A&M, they were the ones that fell to Mississippi State, and now they've look pretty comfortable. But it's been with wavering success right now. We've seen a couple of gun rounds that Mississippi has been able to pick up so far in this match, and since then UT Austin has won a lot of the gun rounds.
Okay, yeah. So some nice pistol work is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and they've done a lot of damage in many of the rounds. This is actually one of the cleaner rounds we've seen from UT Austin, where they're actually able to convert with more than one player living.
Nice to see. Well, I'm excited to see these guys again. I mean, especially UT Austin. I mean, Puster and Mega, Virus, Poi, all players that I think are very enjoyable. And, well, looks like we're getting back into one of those gun rounds. We'll see if UT Austin can continue that success that you were just talking about.
Yeah, it's still a decent buy that we got going on here for Mississippi State, so see if they can maybe answer back. Again, these rounds have been less than clean here for UT Austin, so that could be a problem. But look at this, doubling down. That's a big problem. Making a triple kill to start things off. This is a fiery way to kick off this this round right now, because I feel like it nearly is over. I mean, I guess we could see a multi-kill potentially, but they're closing in on these last 2 players remaining. And yeah, a 1-for-1 trade, just not what you need there.
Not ideal, and well, that certainly is ideal if you're UT Austin. 6 on the board as they take it over. The T side of Inferno for UT Austin, I feel like, is kind of ridiculously good. Whenever we've seen them play, whether it be against TAMU or whether it be Mississippi, because I think we saw both of them on stream.
Yeah, it was a 12-3 half last time I casted them on Inferno for their T side, which is wild.
Yeah, and it kind of looked like they were playing just aggressive, and they didn't care. They just were hitting every shot. Now, granted, I don't think that happens every time, but UT Austin, when that's their peak, that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is I've actually seen a couple of these gun rounds go wrong because of the individual duels that they take. They don't even flash themselves, and in some cases, they will literally just peak one by one. And ideally, you know, we in good rounds for UT Austin, when things go right, you see them win out on those aim duels. They just simply get entrances into each bomb site, you know, and that's why a lot of times they start off 3-5. But in some gun rounds, you also see them lose those duels, and then you can see like you know, an immediate 3v5 and, you know, the disadvantage. So it's a bit hit or miss for UT Austin, but so far they're hitting all the strides.
You know, that takes me back to, I don't know if it was last week or a couple weeks ago, where we were seeing teams, one team just kind of take both sites at the same time on this map. I don't recall who it was, but yeah, very much UT Austin, especially in that round, as a good example of what you're talking about, just kind of going for all the duels. They win the duels, and they win the round. Now we come to a pistol round, but
night.
Whiskey, that's a nice one. Tango down.
I want to be Virus right now, and just got sent to another world.
Nice follow-up.
Yeah, they're finding all of the responses, so his death will not go in vain, as they have 2 to get back right there.
Did he just come through? Did Archer just come through the volley there, or was there room?
Yeah, I think he did. He just kind of, I think he got stuck, kind of, but he did definitely dive through that one.
You know, sometimes you just kind of come through the fire and the flames, I guess, but a missed shot there by Whiskey on the secondary allows Puster to find the final frag. A little bit of damage done. Like you were kind of saying, the pistol's not bad, but in Mississippi State, they're just not connecting all of these consistently, at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing UT Austin start to actually win some of their opening duels more often than not, and that's a big problem here for Mississippi State. I actually got to talk to Mega yesterday and talk a little bit about some of his matches and just kind of the theme in general for UT Austin, and he's talked about the issues with slow starts, and I think they figured that out quite nicely.
Yeah. And, I mean, especially a team like this that can often just be playing with confidence, you know? If their confidence gets knocked down early, then it can be troublesome, but there's certainly no trouble here. Mega with a nice shot going forward. And, well, I don't think that falchion knife's going to be in your hands for much longer as Ray takes everything and puts them out of their misery. That's going to be Veltic going down as well.
Yeah, we're getting that UT Austin that's finding entries on both bomb sites quite frequently right now, aren't we? I mean, we can see the way they work Banana. They're able to find that opening duel very quickly. I mean, Mega just turns 180 to pick off one towards him as well to make things even better. And they are quickly moving on this hunt here. They're not going to allow these players to save with all, you know, near 5 members, 4 of them, chasing things down, going through their own mollies.
Ridiculous stuff.
Oh,
Okay, it was just a leg there for Mega. but it does allow Top to find one. But only 2 players going down in a gun round, like, at this point, doing damage to the economy is sort of not a thing, you know?
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. I mean, you can find a couple exits or two, but we're entering into the closing stages of this matchup, and you just need to convert some rounds. You definitely need to save some rifles to give yourself extra chances here, because Mississippi State kind of losing a bit of a grip on things. I think we've seen UT Austin win 6 in a row now, so looking rock solid.
I mean, here's the thing, though, right? And it's maybe a small victory, if anything. Well, that is too. Nice little nade stack to get a kill towards Ploy, but this is UT Austin's pick, you know? So there's at least that. Oh, man. Archer, that is aggressive to even peek that, knowing that the AWP is right there and your teammate just died, but he's lucky to get away with his life, only getting a tag.
Oh. Oh my god, what?
No, what?
No, okay. Dude, I thought he was about to hit the B-hop kill right there. That would have been wild. Ray's just going to dispose of the rest of them, though.
I think you and I were both ready for the B-hop no-scope right there.
Dude, oh man, that would have been a highlight reel.
It sure would have. Gosh. I think last time we saw UT Austin as well, I think I saw CSL put out a highlight reel of the top plays of the week, and it was Puster just kind of walking into B, getting like 4 one-taps with the AK.
Yeah, I mean, just talking a little about the vetoes, you mentioned Mississippi State. They have a bit of a comfort in the fact that this is the map pick of UT Austin. At least you have that going for you. You know that they're very good at this map. You know that they've been using this map all season as their pick. So maybe you can head into the second map. But that second map's going to be Ancient. And Puster was dropping 30 kills on that yesterday, looking very good. So it's not going to be easy.
Was that in a pug, though?
It was not. It was
okay.
versus UW-Madison, so.
And I mean, UW-Madison, not a terrible team either, so, you know, they're not as strong as they used to be, if I'm remembering correctly. About a year and a half ago is when I last saw them play, but they're definitely no slouches.
Yeah, they're a very solid team right there. And that was kind of a win condition for them, and Ancient, it didn't look great for UT Austin, I will say, but Puster, he did look great, and that could be a concerning factor. He's the guy with a lot of the comfortability. But this is some nice re-aggression coming through towards apartments. Whiskey able to catch one off guard, sneaks his way towards balcony. Is going to cause some serious complications. A big shadow advantage. Well done for Whiskey to find that second.
Yeah, Whiskey, I mean, just in the short time I've been watching here, has been one of those players that stood out the most to me. Has had some fantastic shots. A nice find there, over the top of the smoke. Good for it. Now 2v4. The push comes through, and Archer going to deny it off to the left from Mega, and he's down as well. So a huge round to find. You're already in a really good spot if you're UT Austin. Mississippi State need every round they can have.
Yeah, I think you got to be feeling nice and confident with that one. At least you can give a little bit of extra wiggle room, but you're right, UT Austin just kind of maintaining the pace of this one. We've seen some early starts. Mississippi State were able to maybe break a little bit of that economy, force a half buy from UT Austin. But we've really seen some dominance in the gun rounds here once they've been able to get a little momentum going.
Yeah. Oh.
A rare roof flash.
Yeah. Oh man, not as rare as you would hope. Seen that a couple times. We have, but. Nonetheless, last round of the half, and Veltic finding a wild Ray sitting available. And Voltic continuing to find some success. I say Voltic, it's Veltic, excuse me. Apologies. Archer continuing that. Working well.
No doubt. Whiskey. Ooh, looking for that kill right down to Puster, but couldn't quite finish the job. Now, opposite CT missing that opportunity, and that could cause some complications. You are seeing a third player rotate over and a flank down banana, so that maybe should solidify things here. Bogdan's Law. Took a while.
Nonetheless, yeah, Veltic should be able to stop these players. Oh, definitely. Ooh, really nice adjustment from Mega, though.
That is a post plant potentially. You aren't gonna see it and beat him to the site here. It's actually gonna be a fake tap rather. 1v3 is workable. He's gonna look to isolate one of these duels. He's tried to take the head off of one. He has a molly to allow for safe passage and for a bomb plant. Can he get into any sort of effective positioning? Is there a gap?
I mean, if there's anybody to do it, it's Mega, to be honest. I mean, I say that, but, I mean, close your eyes, pick anybody here for UT Austin. They could have a chance, but not this time. Top with a very nice read and a very nice shot with the deagle as well. That's going to be 10-5, but UT Austin still doubling up the score line there for Mississippi State. And in addition to that, you can see it on the scoreboard. I mean, Puster 16-9.
Yeah, if he's going to continue to have a good game, then it's not going to be easy for Mississippi State. But they have made a little run of things towards the tail end, so it's something to work with. This map. We have seen, you know, if I remember correctly, we saw a 13-2 half for UT Austin on their T side. Then we walked into their second half, and they did struggle to close.
Yeah, they did.
So
the more you're talking about it, the more I'm remembering it. You're absolutely right.
We'll see that same sort of UT Austin here in the struggle for the CT side. Maybe those 2 rounds that they found towards the tail end can be a little bit of wiggle room here, but a peek down middle. Mega is solo on a peeking down middle as the only man here. Look at this apartments play as well.
What a gamer. What a gamer, dude. UT Austin, they don't take any prisoners, I tell you what.
This is the patented UT Austin gamble stack towards B, and I think that teams really read onto this because
you think? Look at the map. Oh my goodness. It's ridiculous. Finally somebody's rotated over. It's Poi.
And he's disposed of quickly. Not able to find him. 3-on-5 retake, and the pistol round is just, I don't think it's happening here. The sure Rays found that kill, but already trading things 1 for 1. Less than ideal. 2v4. And the post plant positioning is too good. Recycling that motor smoke to make matters worse, and at this point I consider a save. There's a smoke and a kit, but they've just thrown that down. The kit's been dropped. Swift work right there from Mississippi State, kicking off that second half right.
I don't think you're going to be able to convince UT Austin to go save on the pistol round like that, just to be honest with you, Cole.
That's true.
I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed. You could be in the call with them right now, and they would laugh in your face, probably. I mean, they're up big. Though you don't make a bad point about the save. It's just when you're up like this, you get a little bit confident. And, well, we're going to see if that confidence can pay off. We've got 5-7, 3 deagles, and a scout. And I'll be honest, earlier today, Cole, I saw the best scout play in my, I think, ever that I've seen in Counter-Strike.
Who did it? Well, I know you're casting some big matches over in Europe.
Yeah, I'll have to remember who it was. But it was a 1v4. I don't know if that's going to be what Puster does, but I'm ready.
You've seen it once today, so you don't believe in anything, but in this case, not happening.
Very nice job, though, on the anti-force buy there. Mississippi State doing a good job keeping their distance, not allowing UT Austin to really get into their comfort zone. And so now UT Austin, they're in a position where they're going to be able to get the buy only in the 4th round because of that force, and that really allows Mississippi to get right back into this game.
Yeah, that's very solid stuff right there, making quick work of that conversion, the pistol, and the following. Like you said, it could be some promising signs that they can continue this level of success. I've seen Mega try and pull out the AWP as a possible response and, you know, a way to stabilize their CT sides. But if that doesn't work in the mid round, if that doesn't work, you know, come this first gun run, which they actually won't even actually have it up, then things get problematic, and they're making quick work of this USP round again, so they'll have a little bit of extra cushion as well.
It was Savannah on Isuba, by the way, I've recalled.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've casted a lot of these, actually.
Yeah, quite a good player. Speaking of good players, got quite a few good players in this one, and that was a nice turn right there. Oh, my goodness. The MAC-10's farming some cash in this one. That's some nice stuff. And Mississippi State, like I said, right back within spitting distance here, just 2 rounds away taking UT Austin to a tied game.
This is good stuff. AWP does get brought out though, so Mega has just enough. Actually, it's been tossed over to him. Hooray. Very generous to drop that over, but knows the value of it. I feel like UT Austin, they can kind of live or die off the AWP presence again. A lot of times it can be slow starts and
actually, I think last time we saw them, it was actually a double op is what allowed them to get back into things, but it's a B rush. We're looking to pick up the pace.
Walked up in the mollies. It seems like now Puster, the what is that? That cannot be real. No way he finds two through the smoke. Immediately dispatching of this B-side execution. At least they are able to get the post plant down, but it's a 3v4 off the back of that.
The best part is that the range at which Puster was living. Such a great spray control there from Puster. Now 4v3. The Shadow's going to give away top to Virus, and Virus is even doubled down. There's just a single player alive, and, well, that's only for just a moment. A full house between Puster and Virus. 3 and 2. And that is the gun round that you were talking about. Once the gun round started, UT Austin in a good position. Well, that's sure what it looked like here.
I mean, can they really replicate that sort of success right there? I mean, Puster spamming 2 straight through the smoke. Otherwise, it would have been a very effective post-plant situation where you only had 1 on that bomb site to really trade out. The fact that he was able to find that was everything to deny that level of success for Mississippi State.
That's true. I mean, replicable, maybe not so much, but still, we've been seeing a whole lot of that sort of thing, though, from UT Austin. You know, over-aggression, coming up with big plays like this. Virus aggressing very far forward. Whiskey there, good for the trade, and okay. Poig taken out through smoke as well. UT Austin down a man.
Ooh, but the nade stacks equalize. Puster's able to find Archer, trace him down. And for now, he's going to be left as that solo player at the moment. They've committed quite a lot of presence here towards the A-bomb site with control of arches and lane, given the library and pit positions. And while Puster, he does have a smoke to deter, there's not much else. So he's going to continue to jiggle in CT spawn, make sure that there's no presence being shown. And if he can do that, then this kind of stack that's being played out here from UT Austin is just going to work out quite well. He's just now used his smoke, maybe a little bit early, but he's going to try and push forward off the back of that, which is absolutely bold. But it's more information gathered here from the CT side.
UT Austin, they've made the right read here. Look at the aggression pushing down Banana. They know what's going on. So these two players on the site, they have it, but top going to win towards Ray. Now it's all on to the final player here. It's not going to be committed early on. Mega stands tall for one, looking for another. He's actually going to go wide, but what? Oh my goodness! Top giving it away. The no-scope not connecting, as now it's a 1v1, but Puster loses it out. A huge clutch coming in for Mississippi.
Oh boy, it's not often that you can best Puster either. On 1 HP as well, able to nail that second headshot, pulling around the headshot box right there. Perfection coming through from Mississippi State in the 3v3. And in those sort of positions, I mean, I understand maybe you're playing a little bit far forward if you're Ray right there, but you got to be playing on top of the balcony. That position right there I feel like is so detrimental, especially with an A1S. Your barrel's going to be sticking out.
UT Austin really should have had that one, especially after Mega made such a big play. Virus,
okay.
I guess if you don't, succeed the first time, go for it once more, and this time he gets 2 for the price of 1, even swapping up to the FAMAS in order to give his teammate something better. Poor Archer. Poor Art. I mean, sometimes you just have a target painted on your face, and there's magnetic devices that bring in the HEs. That's the way Archer's got to be feeling right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just eat those HEs. 5 on 3. They're going to move back in towards this A-bomb site, though. It's a little bit less than ideal, though. I mean, you have that classic pit site crossfire without control of arches completely. And they're running out of utility as well. 2 smokes and a molly. That's all that they have left.
Yeah, that's a big problem, especially with the low health player. Archer. Well, spots the player, spots the legs there as the smoke fades. Give him another. He's definitely going for the repeat, but he misses the shot, the flash to allow them to re-swing. But they've already run away. 2v5 now.
I can just repeat here, reaggressing. Gotta actually deny that utility usage coming on forward. And that's really crucial right there. Able to deny that little bit. Poi even grabs himself an AK. I believe he was on only a PT-50. And so the answer back is pretty quick there from UT Austin. They're able to recover some lost ground by closing out that round and having just good setup at the early stages. The aggression very much warranted if you're going to be throwing utility like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? I was sort of giving Virus a hard time because he did the same sort of play, but he had backup. That's the difference. It's that there was a logic, a rhyme to the reason, and now Mississippi State, they're kind of the last vestiges of their buy, right? They've had a couple buys in a row, they've lost a couple rounds, and now they have some rifles, but they're also working with a MAC-10 and a Deagle, and unfortunately Archer and co. They've put on those magnetic helmets once again.
I don't know if you saw that flash, but that's completely bounced out of apartment. It's not that it's too much of a big detail, it's just a bit unfortunate. Like you said, there's already a lot of chunking damage being done, so it's going to make this round extremely difficult. Maybe some Deagle damage. He has been very good with the pistols, and that will continue. A lovely little adjustment. That one B player, Puster, isolated completely. He's going to need some backup. You're actually going to see that start to cause some rotations in UT Austin. But there's no game plan solidified just yet for Mississippi State. I wonder what they're going to go for here.
Yeah, that's something that you see as a difference between a team that really is ready to step up and a team that's struggling maybe a little bit. And I'm putting Mississippi State in that bucket because they don't have a plan off that pick, right? That would be the preference, is to have some way to very quickly adjust and take advantage. And, well, they're going to get away with it. Top, the only guy going out here today, it's a fake, and that's kept only a singular player here to defend B as we get down.
No way. Okay, Puster, he has what seemingly feels like every single lineup in the smoke nailed down to perfection as he nearly dropped the bomb planter, but Archer wisely had his teammates back and now would double up. You're going to see Jim pushed in towards construction and Mega quickly delivering a trade onto the low HP bar, but there's still one more right around the corner.
Dodge on the flashbang, and oh, it's a crazy hit there, like a 180 from Mega. Archer, though, putting down one. It's Virus to clutch up. Has plenty of time with the kit in hand, and going to recover the AWP as well.
Go. Oh no, it went missing. I don't know where it went. Oh, did he get it?
Oh, he got it. He did get it. That was... I couldn't see it at all. I don't know about you.
It was blending in.
It was a fish.
I mean, it is blue, right? I can kind of see shades of blue over there on his op, so maybe that's why he had some camouflage going on.
I mean, hey, fair enough. That's it was the play, and unfortunately, it worked against his own team there for a moment.
Yeah, that was some
desperately tapping the E key.
Very cool flicks hit by Mega, though. I mean, so those 180s were pretty nasty.
Yeah, they were. Mississippi State now sort of in that desperation buy mode. Mega gonna see if he can hit some more flicks. Here we go. He's got help, and Virus is helping out big time as Mega puts down 3 of them. Looking for a 4th, and he should get it here. He does.
I mean, in our last interview, he was talking about how they don't have a dedicated opper too often. We've seen Poi try and pick up the mantle here, but now with the op in his hands, it feels like the CT sides just get locked down. The amount of multi-kills he's found alone are enough to make a decent CT side on in the second half. So, I mean, even if you don't have that level of T-side presence, if he can just continue to op like that, find, 2 around, and continue to repeat, because he's not shying away from any duels. That's really hard to deal with if you're Mississippi State. You can see why they're struggling.
Yeah, and to add on to that, right, you have to get into a position where you're actually able to do that, and Mega is competent enough with the op to do that. It's not everybody who is, but pretty much everybody on this roster could try to pick up that go for something like that.
Finally missing a bit of a tripwire right there, but the good news is he doesn't drop because of it. He's able to stay alive, so it's not the end of the world. They're still standing pretty healthy. They're pushing through the mid-smoke here as well. I mean, every avenue of approach is getting aggressed upon.
Mississippi State with not a whole lot to work with, and I don't know what Poi was actually looking at there because we swapped to him a little late, but he hits the turnaround, so... And it's 15. UT Austin have not looked back for a singular moment after they picked up that gun round.
Yeah, that's just it, right? They've been looking incredibly clean since that gun round's taken place, so, I mean, if that trend continues here, we should be quick to close. It's only MAC-10s and a Deagle from Whiskey, which, granted, he's been very good with the Deagle, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Aggressive towards B, though. Might be the right read. No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not the right return around escape because all the utility damage on Poi with the ace. No, it's denied from Buster. But yeah, B-Rush wasn't quite it. That utility was far too strong.
That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Man, UT Austin sure dominated that one. I love what I was seeing. Inferno, though, that's kind of a... I don't want to call it set in stone, but every time we've seen UT Austin there, that's been what they've been doing, dominating.
Yeah, and this time it looked a little bit cleaner on the CT side as well. Again, Mega with the op was able to find a lot of multi-kills, so that's an extra little tool in their disposal to kind of wield into future matches. So, I mean, if they keep up that level, you could see an easy cruising, but I will note, we are heading into Ancient, right? And they looked a little bit shaky on those CT sides. They mentioned they haven't played it too much in CSLs, so... I mean, the fact that that's a little bit of a vulnerability that's attempted to be exposed, and, if Mississippi have a trick up their sleeve, we could see them do some damage here in the upcoming map.
I really like that Mississippi are willing to pick into their opponent's weaknesses. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't look back. I didn't have the time. I don't know if Mississippi have a ton of experience here, but I don't know that it matters necessarily. It's about finding a groove, putting yourself, as long as you have some of the basics down, then I think Mississippi State going to have a really decent chance to overcome. But it is going to be an uphill battle. They are down by a map, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it, right? We have a little bit of the momentum shifting in the way of UT Austin. They've already gotten a good start into this series, a great map on their map pick. And so you're right, but I'm with you. If you're the underdog, you're heading into this matchup knowing that you've kind of been bested in the last series, a pretty swift 2, I believe 16-6, 16-9 in the 2 maps that they played. You have to try and switch things up, maybe stir the pot a little bit.
Yeah.
And the Ancient pick, I think, is perfect. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table.
You're exactly right. Well, we'll be able to see exactly what they're bringing to the table on Ancient. But first, we're going to head to a short break. We'll see you right after this. with our first map done and dusted, we're looking to head towards Ancient. Mississippi State gonna need to win that map if they want to come back here in this series. UT Austin putting on a clinic over on Inferno. Before we get started, before we even discuss what is going on Ancient, I wanted to discuss how Corsair is leading the global development and manufacturing of high-performance gear and technology for gamers and content creators, as well as PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers all the way to committed professionals to perform at their very best. And well, we're going to have to hope and pray that Mississippi State is performing at their very best here, Cole, because they certainly were struggling in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough time, right? But it's to be expected up against UT Austin. They're not only walking into this map as the underdogs, right? But you couple that with the fact that they've picked into, or well, they've allowed the map pick, one of the best maps of UT Austin to go through the vetoes, right? So they have to deal with that Inferno match. Sure, you can get that out of the way, and now you have to really set your game plan. You're focused in towards this Ancient pick, and you got to come in with a really good game plan. Be concise, because this needs to be the turnaround point, given that they're already standing down a map, and you know there's no second chances from here on forward.
Yeah, you know the bad news, Cole. When you have a map that is your opponent's best pick that you're also very good at, it makes it really hard to ban that out in the ban phase. And I think that's what happened for Mississippi State, because they're like, well, we're good at Inferno, but the problem is UT Austin is just a really good team as well, and sometimes a team can come out and be a little bit better than another team, for example. So that is, I think, where Mississippi State kind of found themselves, and I think you made a perfect read of the situation with regard to Ancient. Can you go back to that and explain it to me? Why would a team that it doesn't maybe necessarily play Ancient, but come into this and pick it?
Yeah, I mean, they have to shake it up a little bit after that last series where they got dominated and struggled to get double digits up against UT Austin. They have to come in with a little bit of a difference in the game plan here, looking to exploit the vulnerability on UT Austin's bit uncomfortable CT sides of Ancient. Individually, I feel like they can really shine, and if they are shitting all their shots, then sure, they can offer up some great defense. But as a very CT-sided map in nature, and the fact that you're a little bit uncomfortable in that sense and on that side of the map, if you can get the ball moving on your T side and you know, give yourself a nice comforting like 6 or 7 rounds, you will set yourself up for success even if you are the underdogs.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that I'm right there with you. I think it makes a lot of sense. You have to throw a wrench into whatever the plan is for UT Austin, because your plan clearly didn't work last time. And if there's no significant change in the player's skill level, or if you think it was skill related, then you have to try to do something from a tactical standpoint, and that is maybe swap up the maps, change what you're doing. I was seeing that earlier in a couple of the series I was casting, and we're seeing that now. But we're just about ready to get started with our second map of this evening in Counter-Strike. And Mississippi State, the good news is they are starting on. Wait, hold on. No, they're not. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. UT Austin on the CT side, we just have the overlay flip-flopped a little bit. Well, I'm sure we'll be getting that swapped over in a moment.
Yeah, that would have been a bit of a wild ride right there. But UT Austin did actually have a better T side yesterday than CT, so it wouldn't be the craziest thing. Maybe they've escaped, but oh my god, the crossfire gets just dismantled. 2 quick entries, and the A bomb site is very much so compromised. Rather B, I should say.
That's exactly what you want to see, but 3v4 is technically like a retakeable, especially when Puster and Poi, as well as Virus, all still alive in the kit in the hands of Virus. Here we go.
Oh, this is really well played. They allow for Poi to strike, then Puster goes in for the trade, and now it's a 3-on-1 all of a sudden as they've been able to find big multi-kills. Poi continues to be an absolute demon on every last pistol known to man. He's good with the P250, he's good with the Deagle, and now proving it with the USP right there as a big 3K from him to pull off the retake.
Alrighty, UT Austin. I mean, that was ridiculous. Yes, Poi with the initial opener there on the retake, and then followed it up with Puster coming in big. Virus didn't even need the kit that he bought up. And now, with a massive start, and denying Mississippi State the opening round. I was talking earlier when I was casting Ancient in this morning about how it's really important oftentimes for the T side to pick up the pistol, because it's so difficult to get started on the T side here, and without that, you're in a bit of a tough spot. The fortunate position is that they got the bomb plant, so the force buy is in and the trades are out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great potential to bounce back right here and now. Interesting position that they've just put themselves in, though. They've got themselves smoke off towards Jonah that I don't think they really intentionally threw. So now they're kind of left battling in these positions with a couple low HP bars that they have to deal with, which can be a bit comforting. But if they do elect to head in towards that A bomb site, you can see some real concerns, because Pucer has some forward positioning. Lovely pickoff, though. That's everything right there. That's going to allow for such a different approach towards this A bomb site.
Very nice indeed. Veltic doing well. Okay, Pucer, how is he not found out earlier? I have no idea, but meanwhile, I think the save should be coming in for Virus. He should be able to get this kill, but it's so hard to go for this with 5 health.
Yeah, definitely a save call right there. So at least if you don't win pistol, you're able to bounce back pretty swiftly right there with a lovely kind of force buy situation. What's going on, Virus? As he's out of this one.
Nice save too to hang on to that rifle and a kit. So, I mean, there's at least that small victory.
Yeah, it's definitely important to bring that forward here. Just, it can't be enough to do the damage. They definitely go for a force buy. I'm almost guaranteeing it. Double save territory on Mega. I mean, Ray and Pucer in the same territory as well. So you're going to see force buys.
There. Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing for UT Austin. Mississippi State, though, look at how strong this purchase is, man. They have 5 rifles in their pocket very early into this game. And, yeah, there's the Deagle Bite. 4 of them. And full set of util there for Virus as well. That's nice. Fortunately, it's only met with 2 additional smokes. And, oh my goodness, that's a nasty little spray there by Ray. Or Ray going down at the top to follow. And, well, Landon doing a good job there to clean things up.
This one's pretty much done dusted. You do have Mega with a nice 1 dig, but to think that they could close out this round in a 2-on-4, very unlikely. They even have top position nicely. They'll want some timing right there. It's a 1-for-1 trade, which, I mean, that's about all you can expect. And Virus is going to continue to save. He's playing what seemingly is save simulator, sometimes called retake simulator, but
True story.
Call it Jame time.
Jame time, yeah. There's many names. Though this time Mississippi State might at least send a player to go hunt him down. You can see there's a lurk. It's kind of hanging out in towards the middle, so. But again, we're doing okay. Nothing too bad. But as I'm saying that, Virus, I don't know
Practicing
about
the smoke.
Yeah, might be his undoing though, and it is.
Did the smoke land at least? No, it did not. It is.
Well, listen, at least he knows not to throw that one.
Does he? I mean, does he even know that it's missed?
Oh, that's a good point. He can't see through walls like we can. You know, I think I'm supposed to know that as a caster.
You know, can't blame you. It's a bit confusing, right?
Yeah, you know, I'm just watching the game.
Sometimes it feels like they can see through walls with the spam.
I mean, that beginning of that round, man, top.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
This is a cool boost, but it's only good for a couple kills. They make quick work of that one then.
Kind of reminds me of the Astralis boost over at B.
Yeah.
Or not boost, but the stack over at B on Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they stack up on Grill. Sort of in the same vein. And yeah, like you said, a good idea.
Imagine if they had HEs right there. I mean, that would have been pretty deadly if they were able to throw that one down and get some damage done.
Up. Yeah. Little wrinkle there. UT Austin, when you're watching this back, don't need to thank us. They have the guns, though. UT Austin, now they can work with it. And, oh my goodness, look at the aggression here. In cave, into Jaguar. And, Ducade was calling that archaeology earlier.
Okay. Come on now. What?
Oh, man. I'll go back to that in a second because it is quite entertaining. But right now, the entertainment's on the server is Mississippi State finds both of those frags in towards Jaguar and makes it look quite easy as, okay, Ray, I'm not quite sure what the plan there was other than the fact that there was just players all over the site pulling out to work the magic. If he finds another, that's an equalizer, surprisingly enough.
Ooh, trying to trace the spam right there, but can't quite find it. Has a teammate close by with Puster, a smoke and a molly, but there's a kill on neither of these players, and one found out already. And the second one soon afterwards. Mississippi State, this is exactly how the T-side needs to go at the start, right? They need to have this early momentum.
No doubt about it. No doubt whatsoever. But yeah, archaeology because of all of the digging utensils in the corner there.
Yeah,
looks like there's a dig.
That is literally only Ducade. He's the only person in Counter-Strike out of all of the people.
All 1 million players concurrent or whatever.
Yeah, I think it just recently broke that. He's so low in that.
Okay. I'll be sure to let him know.
Call it, I mean, I would rather prefer Cheetah.
Cheetah?
It's not even a Cheetah.
No, it's not. But
It's Jaguar.
These are the conversations I look for. I hope everyone's entertained. Whiskey certainly entertaining me with those shots downfield. It's okay. Landon kind of mulling off his teammate there. Mega gonna deny the plant? How's he gotten through here? What's going on, Mega? He's been finding multiple frags here, and it's already a big moment. Virus even connecting 1v1. Archer clutches up, but Cole, that was terrifying.
Cool, man. Yeah, that was very, very scary right there. You would have liked to clean that one up a lot better. But the fact that UT Austin did a lot of economic damage is nice, sure, but they need to convert some rounds off the back of those good, economical damage rounds, those close ones right there, because UT Austin have struggled to do so. You're already seeing Mississippi hit 5 on the T side of Ancient. That's a bit of a terrifying prospect. UT Austin, they need to find their footing now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The timing, if they lose this gun round, I mean, it's starting to look like, Mississippi State, which is insane. Oh, nice adjustment there. Virus is going 2 for 2, though, and that's really not favoring the CT side, really.
Not at all. They'll take a 2 for 2 any day of the league. That's definitely going to leave some gaps in the defense. Makes matters worse. Archer, like an absolute smoke criminal right there, is going to find the man advantage. Able to slip out of dodge. 2 on 3 now to work with. And again, it's 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. So you imagine that timer, as it continues to tick, either one of two things is going to happen. You're going to see some re-aggression come through from these UT Austin members, or they're going to sit back and allow for these gaps to be exploited right now. And you can see Mega forced to cover 2 different angles, in Jaguar and that B ramp.
It's almost better, in my opinion, to group up here. Play together, right? I mean, you could get lucky. Mega could make a massive play. That's possible, I guess. And he is going to get away with that 1 kill. So, despite Archer's heroics, playing or channeling his inner young Stu, Mega might be bringing this one back. And he's even tucked himself in on the site. This is big.
It's going to get cleared, though, definitely. No doubt about it. That's an easy one. I mean, one little note is that they've heard that molly be thrown very close by. Once you kind of pull the pin on that, you can really not be in many different positions. I love the angle of that flash, though.
Does that flash hit anything?
I mean, I feel like it has to have kind of exposed him towards mid. Nonetheless, you're seeing a very effective 2-on-1 situation with both players grouped up, and the molly's going to be perfect.
Yeah, whenever Poi starts running there, he gives it away.
Ooh,
and even missing that molly, too.
Wait. Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, I've never seen that one before. Spam's good, though.
Archer's like, hey, can you shoot through that? Or can you throw through that, rather? Oh, man, that'd be pretty cool if there's a lineup there. Maybe there is. I haven't been watching all my NART videos, so
to get on the nard out here, but I mean, I haven't either. But I also haven't been watching too much. I think he's got another channel, Nades, out here as well. Maybe that's the one we got to keep an eye out for.
True, yeah. Definitely a good idea if you're looking to learn some CS grenades. Highly recommended by pros and casters alike.
Yeah. So many useful trips and oh my goodness. Tricks and tips.
There we go.
There you go. What was that? 4th time's the charm? 4 HP though as well for Puser.
He's lucky to get away with his life, to be honest.
Oh. And I mean, this is from the rifles. This is a half that is absolutely terrifying. We've seen the pistol and then nothing from UT Austin. It looks like it's going to continue to be that way.
Yeah, it does. Down, he sure only had 4 kills, but Mega even caught mid-rotation there by Whiskey. Belting on the trade frags, and it's Archer to clean up a few. UT Austin not looking like themselves at the moment. It's looking like they're very lost on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, this is the vulnerabilities I was talking about. I mean, last time, casted them on Ancient, they were able to win an eco. And that kind of got the ball moving for a CT side. They closed it out 8-7, and I think they won pretty confidently. But right now, we're not seeing anything really work for them. And that is troublesome. You're kind of heading into a territory where even if you don't win another T-side round, and surely, with the way Mississippi State's playing, they will. But even if you don't, you'll be happy with what you're walking away with.
I mean, you're happy already. Like, you could lose every round from here on out, and Mississippi State would be loving it. Loving it on the T side of this map. That's the way it goes. Well, probably not going to happen that way. UT Austin will have to pull some ridiculous things off to make that go forward. And, you know, the other thing, I hate to hit them when they're down, but UT Austin's money management ain't been great.
Not at all. I think they're getting stuck into quite a bit of force buys right now, and
looking like old school envious at times.
Yeah, they're just going for it all of the time, and even in situations where, you know, if you just call in the eco, maybe you have a couple rifles to bring in, it might be nice, but they're having none of that utility, they're having none of that map control. It's a nice one-for-one trade, but as they continue to try and equalize here, Fusers probably will continue in winning ways.
Just realized that envious roster I'm referring to is 7 years old, and nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I mean, I got you with the CSGO and such.
Yeah, but you're the only one, I'm sure. There's like 3 people in chat like, yeah, Zach, I got that.
Yeah, definitely a small portion.
Well, let me know in chat if that's you, and I'll appreciate it, but this has definitely been clawed back. This was a buy round. It's a 1v2. Top. He's hit the first, though. Created the 1v1 situations, and he's gone down low. But that's a big win from Ray. Top, maybe a little bit overzealous in that swing. Could have maybe played the time, because it certainly was ticking down.
That's a necessary one for the Longhorns right there. You have to get, at the very best, at 8-7.5. You have to get a winning half here, surely, on Ancient on the CT side. You can't give up 8 to Mississippi State, walking in a deficit to the second. I mean, they do have a lot of firepower to work with, right? So maybe they have something to look forward to in the second half. Maybe they're not too worried right now, because we know that they can really just show their full force. But again, I mean, this was a win condition that I put for Mississippi State. You know, if they come in with a good game plan on the T side and exploit the vulnerabilities of UT Austin on this half, then they'll be golden. Holy damage that's been done on this B rush. It has already come crashing down as Ray finds 2. Looking for more, though.
Some real bad decision making right there from Mississippi State, I think. You know, they were committed. Listen, I got respect for the fact that Mississippi State clearly had a plan and they were sticking to it no matter what. Like, that's fully fair, but I think sometimes you have to be willing to put aside the ego and just cancel the rush. You know what I mean? And that's not to say that, you know, Mississippi State were having an ego there, but it's just that sometimes you get too caught up in sticking to the plan without stopping to realize that the plan is no longer a good one.
I can pick up what you're putting down right there, right? I mean, once you eat that first, you know, what was it, 150 damage nade at the very least,
Yeah.
maybe you call that one off, especially if you're kind of heading in through a smoked molly that you've thrown in. More utility damage. Finally, we see what is kind of protocol that is standard throughout all CT sides. You see utility thrown over towards Catwalk to deny that early control and allow for good map control to be taken here. But the Yop is going to pick one off with the smoke, so it doesn't get any better. And Poi drops as well. Puster's going to come for the trade and has found it, sure, but it's a lot of information gathered here in a 3v4.
Well, and let me kind of counterpoint you there. There hasn't been the utility for UT Austin. They haven't had the chance to use it because they haven't had it. And that kind of goes back to my point about them really getting into a bad force buy scenario where they just keep buying. It's so important to have that utility on this map, and you can't have it when you're forcing. But that's a good way to come through with smoke with a flash. Unfortunately, it's only 1-for-1. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be Mega and Virus to find one back 2v2.
Hop has a flash that he's setting up for his teammate around the smoke. There it is. That one blinds him up, though. Oh, wow. That's a bit unfortunate right there. Molly for the ramp as well, so Top is forced to play behind it. Flashman goes in. There's also a smoke thrown out. But yeah, he's stuck in front of the angle. I mean, I appreciate that Top tried to play that sort of aggressiveness. He had to try and pull that one back, but the fact that that flash kind of blinded up his teammate right there, which I think is more so his teammate's fault, is a bit problematic.
I was about to say, I you know, not to assign blame too much here, but it definitely was just an error in turning the correct direction, you know. So either way, this is I mean, kind of you basically hit the nail on the head perfectly with this whole game from an analytical perspective. You talked about how Mississippi State needed to get started early. They've done just that. And now you've just got done talking about how UT Austin basically have to win a couple of these rounds, and they have been doing that. But now Ray going down early. It's going to be a recovered rifle there for the Tech-9s and one AK. But meanwhile, Virus will dispatch with one, and Puster and Co. coming from the backside, meaning that this is starting to look a lot more difficult to deny. That being said, Puster there for a trade. It's Landon versus 2, but Poise off recovers an expensive but very strong round from UT Austin.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're able to close that one out. It's really important that you're doing that. So again, we can't be talking about, you know, close calls or economic damage done. It has to be rounds on the board right here for UT Austin. And towards the later stages, they're figuring that out quite nicely. It's 4 now in a row. That was a, you know, bomb plant, 3 kills. I think you call that somewhat of a victory for Mississippi State. You're definitely applying a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, I mean, look at the money, right? Poi's the only one who's got any extra cash, and he had a lot of extra cash, but he's had to throw over a gun as well. So, you know, that's less so at this point. Flashbangs over middle, couple of them, and oh my goodness, so much HE damage showing through, and Puster actually going to find the molly kill. That was 2 nades that was caught by Archer, and then the molly to follow it up and finish the frag. Some great utility usage, and like you said, that's something that's been missing from the Longhorns.
Just haven't seen it for, you know, what is such a utility-heavy map in the early stages. You know, just gather this sort of deep cave control alone, you have to have extra mollies thrown out. That was an incredibly unfortunate bounce. I don't even know what to say about that. I mean,
Oh, man.
it wasn't even like he missed his nade. He threw it right on target, but what sort of triangle did it bounce back? Like it was a square.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah, I mean, some sort of trapezoid or octagon or some such.
Yeah. Unfortunate right there, that's for sure. And that's a lot of map control that's going to be denied off the back of that. They haven't really gathered much Jaguar control, and they're going to walk into Poise up as well. This is deadly.
Episode 3, Revenge of the Polygons. That's the wrong episode, I know. Don't worry. Puster.
That's some very bad news.
Nice shot. This is looking like it's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, getting out of this position play, but stick out with the op, and nicely done right there. Closing things down, and it has been tidied up here towards the tail end. Sure, UT Austin could be walking into the second half with all the momentum in the world. My bad news is that if that was a Star Wars reference, it has gone over my head.
Oh no, that's so sad.
Yeah, don't know
It was
that.
so well played too.
I know.
We're gonna have
I'm
to
sure it
have a
was very
Star
good.
Wars night, Cole.
Just a marathon.
Marathon all night long.
All right.
That's the way to do it.
There we go.
6-7. UT Austin, they've been running a marathon of rounds to come back into this and make it reasonable. And they've been doing a pretty good job of it. Oh, look at this aggression. Nicely done. Virus and Foy both find success. And Sargent to trade one back, but meanwhile, Puster's good for another. Great damage, though, for top. And this is suddenly back to even.
Oh.
No, it's not even. It's one ahead for this Mississippi State roster. Even better as Whiskey finds the frag on the Poi.
All right, that was a fiery round right there from top, man. Spraying through the smoke, able to isolate those 1v1 duels. Absolutely incredible. I feel like you only saw one player that round. And he found 3 kills. The molly completely shrouded that kill on the top of Catwalk, right? So he didn't see much there. He just continued to hold the spray. And he found that first kill. He spams through the smoke for the second. He turns around. He finally does see someone on the screen and makes quick work of him. That's a cool flash setup.
Plenty of money for UT Austin to buy back here. But they've given away that eighth round, right? I mean, you talked about that as a high watermark, right? Something that you didn't want to see UT Austin be dropping, and they might be dropping more than that. Swisky finds an opening over at Donut.
Lovely stuff. Only the answer up. Rafe holding that aggression up and now trying to get his revenge. Wasn't happy about that last one and is hungry to take back a 7th at the very least. Mega the same case. He's able to find a 3rd kill in the round. That's just an off angle that's just very tricky to expect, and especially if you land the headshot there for Puster. He's going to find that one. Archer, what do you got for us here? Is he as good as Savannah? We'll find out.
It's a tall task, I will say. But it's looking like UT Austin. Man, here's how you know they've been struggling, is that they're not hunting here. They are terrified of losing a round like this. And they know they need this round bad. Big win there, but it's down to 10 HP, and Archer's going to get the plant. Normally, I'd say, hey, great, you got a plant, but it's last round of the half, so unless they can close it, it's sort of irrelevant. Well, it will be. 3 for Ray, who really did fight back and get the revenge from the prior. 8-7. UT Austin, bad half, to be honest.
It's repaid by Mega just dinking him for no good reason.
I can't believe you do that. That's awful.
I know. Yeah, but that was a pretty abysmal half, I feel like, for UT Austin in terms of what you'd expect. I mean, sure, you figure things out towards the tail end, and that could be something that can lead into a lot of momentum in the second half, but it's going to be needing a pistol round. You're going to be needing to keep Mississippi State in a very similar territory in which you were in on your CT sides. You know, limited in economy and struggling to get those gun rounds and utility out. And if you do see Mississippi State start to string things together, that's where I feel like this one could be closed out.
Definitely a tall task, right? Mississippi State looking to bring us to a 3rd map. That would be Vertigo if we need it. Oh, nice shot by Archer. Ball back there. Shots by Whiskey. This time it's 1 for 1, though.
It's going to be Swift as well, in towards the A-bomb site, which is pretty vacant at the moment. They'll be able to grab that control for free.
Oh, Veltic doing a great job of finding some success through the smoke. Oh, wow. Very nice shots being put forth as Virus is all alone.
Yeah, main goal here is to try and punch in those numbers. I don't know if he'll be able to do so. They're closing in from the flank every which way. And this is going to be near impossible. As soon as that bomb gets tapped, he's going to be closed in upon.
Well, he's still alive and kicking for now, but I feel like not for long is Landon going to be able to take the peak, and it is there. Mississippi State picking up a nice round there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Able to close that one, and off to a hot start here in the second half. Big, quick work of that pistol round right there. We do actually see an eco come through from UT Austin, though, which is surprising considering the force by endeavors that they went for in the first half.
I think if I were to take a gander, I think the force by endeavors in the first half are probably part of the reason of this limited investment. They saw the consequences of
Learned their lesson.
Yeah, of where that can go wrong, and well, they're already in a bit of a tough spot, so they really need the utility to be all there. Great timing on that molly. Archer gonna farm cash for days. 1,800 in the bank account as they cash in.
That's big. I mean, that's an underrated factor right now. Cashing in a lot of money right now. Having Archer play as well as he's playing as well for Mississippi State. They're getting close to the finishing line here on Ancient. I'm sure they can taste it given that they're on that CT side. And look at the buy here. I mean, yeah, you might commend them for the save in the last, but they invested a little bit too much, I feel like. And now they're heading into their first gun round with 2 mollies, 1 smoke that's already been thrown. Actually, they do have a second smoke as well. But not a lot of utility to work with whatsoever.
And I think that smoke missed, actually. I think that's supposed to be a little bit further forward, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
That's a big win by this. Even better by Veltic, man. UT Austin struggling to win some of these gunfights, Cole.
I mean, that's kind of their strong suit as well. Once that goes awry, what are they supposed to do here? Look at this line on the spam. Top knows it. Looking for it. Great play as well to get that Cobby nice and open. Really push off the back of that. They're starting to line up for a BX scoop. There's still a pretty decent presence here. Ray's past it though, and might be able to deal with this first initial target.
Ray's so tentative as well.
Wow.
But that's really great.
Catches a lot of spam though in the meantime. Top has done a great bit of exchange damage. Revealing his position, sure, but it's valuable. Chunking down half HP bars. Fire's going to punch in the numbers safe.
Yeah, but there ain't no utility left. The final flash is being used right there. Timing good for Buster to find the frag. 2v2 now, 1 in the front, 1 in the back, and Virus gonna apply the pressure from the front side. Oh my goodness, Whiskey getting a read on him, taking him down low there through the box. Buster standing tall, a second on the round, and UT Austin very fortunate there. And it was off the back of Ray finding that opening kill with pretty much nothing. They went in dry, and not because of strategy, but because that's kind of what they had to do.
I mean, we literally just said that's the reason UT Austin can be so effective, right? It's literally their firepower that does a lot of the heavy lifting in so many different scenarios, and we just got a glimpse of it. When they're down in a quick 3-on-4 and with no utility left, they're able to fight their way out of the situation just by landing some monstrous headshots.
Oh my goodness, Whiskey.
That's craziness.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 that's gonna happen if you're Whiskey, especially with the D1. Then Top does things like that, and I'm questioning my sanity.
He's the one in time there, the 10%. Drops his AK. He's going with the Glock, I guess. That makes sense, because why not? Knife is out. Get him. No way, they're not knifing. They're down on Ancient. You're not supposed to be BMing.
Oh my goodness, dude. Landon is as outraged as you and I. Landon's thinking, no way they're going for that. You know, I guess the good news is for UT Austin, clearly the morale is up.
After that, no doubt about it.
I mean, you don't
cannot
go
believe
for the
it.
knife unless your morale is up.
Dude, you gotta be kidding me. There's no reason you should be going for that. You're literally losing on the T side of Ancient. And you're just feeling confident enough. You trust in your game plan. Again, I mean, I feel some serious deja vu to yesterday's matchup versus UW-Madison. Because it is the exact same vibes. Their T side is where they showed all their dominance. The CT side was the vulnerability. And, I mean, they're just shooting their way out of situations that seem so dire.
Yeah. Good flash there by Virus, actually. Too bad he got dinked. It was a good play, but he just got smacked right in the mouth. But nonetheless,
Oof.
Puster kind of feeling the same way. Catches some random bullets coming through the Jaguar.
And Ray's just walking up. Wait. How's he flanked in like that? Ray's found his way up the B ramp, and Poi was flanking from mid. How is he there? I literally have no idea. I missed that.
No, I have no idea. You're absolutely right.
What does he see? Oh, they're all running. This has to be a safe call.
Yeah, a big save call as well. And honestly, it's probably worth to go for a couple of players running to try and find some kills here. Especially the high health ones, because if you deny the buy in the next round as well, you're taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. I think they might value staying with all 5 members alive here. I can't blame them. You should give yourself a little bit of comfort, a little bit of wiggle room, in which they've already given themselves, and you trust in your T-side game plan here is clearly the case. They're looking much better. I will say, though, I think that, you know, Poi found that gap when we saw Virus take that early duel of the 2A players. It actually drew quite a bit of attention towards that A bomb site, and that's when Poi was able to slip the net.
I see. Yeah, that's definitely a strong position to work with, no doubt. It's double digits for both squads. There's another block on that smoke. I don't know about that smoke, but yeah, I knew he was going to try and play around it, but I figured Poi might have a read considering it felt like a pretty obvious play. No, not the case. Well, Puster certainly created a situation where there's only one on the site, landed, getting one there with the nade.
Site is on fire.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was crazy, the flick.
To find that one, making things very, very interesting, but there's a lot of retake utility and 2 kits both in play here for the remaining CTs, so it's not going to be an easy clawback utility down the ramp, and both players positioned here. It feels near impossible, but that Cubby, he's tucked himself in, maybe make things interesting, but a chase down from Whiskey, the bomb's fully stuck, and there's nothing Mega can do about it. Oh, wait, the molly!
Oh, I was like, why isn't it working with the volley? You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness.
No way.
Oh, we don't have replay, but I wish we could have saw that again.
I only knew. I wasn't even looking at the kill feed. I was like, why is Mega Knife out on the ramp? You notice there's a player right around the corner, surely.
I was watching the defuse timer, and it disappeared. I was like, wait, he got off of it? No, he's dead. Oh my goodness, Mississippi State missing out, but okay, Landon.
The deagle spam is good. That's ambitious, though.
Okay. To be fair, Whiskey's been doing that all game, and it's been working, so.
Oh, Richard, smoke criminal here. I mean, Archer might try his best efforts at doing so, and come on a boost. Thank you very much. It's working out. The smoke spam, the smoke push turnaround. Oh boy, didn't react to that call at all. And Molly going close in as well. Mega's got the trigonometry down quite nice there, as Roke would put it, because he's just nailing these nades. I don't even know if he had a set lineup for that one.
Yeah,
he was able to get that one online.
He personally just has a protractor drawn on top of the screen. That's how it works. Veltic with a nice one. These Steagles are doing damage, and, you know, it's not irrelevant, though the money's okay for the Longhorns. It's certainly not irrelevant. And they're going to be hitting this site where the rest of the pistols are. Oh, good check, though. Great check there by Mega. Would have been easy not to check that.
I mean, once he sees that there's one player in the back lanes, right, you wouldn't really expect to be a second player there, potentially. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. That could have been the round changer right there. But Mega, too wise in these last 2 rounds. And allows UT Austin to just kind of float their way through this T side with relative ease.
Yeah, and a discussion I was having earlier, some of these games in North America, I really have been seeing some improved T sides. Okay, all right. Never mind.
You should. Future's here to test that hypothesis.
Yes, exactly. I hear you think the T side's too easy.
Now it's on hard mode here, so he's done a little bit of chip damage. So, I mean, look at the scaling. Sure, this is a great position to play, but there's already a player back to Temple, and that might have to be recognized. It's a big multi-kill. The transfer for the third is absolutely beautiful. They found the player in Temple. That is an incredible hold there from Veltic.
And he got the. It wasn't just the spray transfer. That was fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But Archer's mid spray flash to find all of those players blinded, push back the other player to that could have potentially traded and allow the reload was perfect. A team play of massive proportions as Mississippi State get back on the board after a wide array of rounds go the opposite direction.
That's a big swing around right there, potentially for Mississippi State, but kind of throw that round into the mix, hoping that you can expose that A bomb site, in which they really haven't been testing too much. This time trying to test the waters early on towards Jaguar, and Archer able to stand sturdy. Getting a little bit of an HE in the mix. Oh my god, peppering in quite a bit of spray. A lot of damage being done. Angle being covered as well. Top's able to play Overwatch, dropping the bomb as well.
Oh, Top.
Wait a second.
I don't know, man. But it's looking beautiful. Virus alone, 1 on 5. And he's at the wrong site.
See at the bomb site a little later, except this time it's
a lot later.
The wrong bomb site. Yeah, a lot later. True.
That's fantastic. Love the Hiko spam.
He's immortal and not just in Valorant.
It's true.
Got a little flanky going on here. Maybe he can drop some guns. That's kind of the goal, but I think he's been spotted here, so it feels like not too much is going to be made of this flank. Well, he's going to start chasing down, and it's flawless. Mississippi State, now that's 2 in a row that they've been able to gather. Money a bit pressured here, but they're still in good stand to get some investments for UT Austin.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only upside to this scenario here, is that at least Nega has so much money that he could throw over a gun to someone. Mega? No. No gun from Mega. Huster has no gun. Mega has 3750.
Says that would be a wise investment despite Huster how good he is. Yeah, I'm with you. A bit concerning here. They're going to smoke the molly here, looking for the chase down. They're going to just utilize him as a sacrifice, but actually it's Mega who's going to get a little bit of karma paid back to him as points available for the trade. He's going to pick up that AK.
Hey, look what I found, an AK. Wonder who dropped that. Oh, nice hold there by Puster, though. I'm going to grab the bomb, and Top gets a kill, but... No. Stop that right now. Not a 1v3 like that. That's a little too egregious right there. Boy, wasn't even close enough. Gather that, getting that sidearm out, and now Top a chance. But it's on 12 HP. Oh my god. Ray is spamming the smoke. What is that, Puster? Left last man standing, wondering what on earth his teammates are doing. There's a kid as well, and a smoke on the bomb, but that spam can be lethal here, Puster. He knows the lines as well. He's comfortable on this map. The bomb's been tapped here. We'll put an end to the funny business, but not without it being close, man. What was that from UT Austin? That was a bit ugly towards the tail end. Yeah, I'm going to fully blame Mega right there for not giving the gun to Puster at the beginning. Fully his fault. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously a joke. Chat, chill out. It's fine. But certainly is a questionable play there at the end. Yeah. Mississippi State, though, have the buy in their hands as well. But this is, well, maybe not quite the last round. Yeah, probably the last round they could have a full buy in without saving. And that's pretty solid if UT Austin can win that and potentially have an eco off the back of it. It's just been put down to 12 HP. Well, they're 28. You will correct it. Gonna be sacrifice there, but no trade available. And now it's a man advantage. Archer able to multi-frag, and they've got a flank going on here as well.
A little bit of a deep spawn flank coming forward. That mid pick is going to make things a lot more interesting, though. They're starting to pull the pin here quickly towards A. Scaling up through Donut. The bomb's going to join them, and they're going to be late to the party here. Smoke already thrown out towards Temple, and they have free access towards the A bomb site. That flank's going to be nothing.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment here for UT Austin. They've done what they can. They've done what they need to. Mega's op. Gonna get in towards Temple as well. Could be flashed off for a moment. But actually, it's not going to find him. Here comes that flank coming to Prong. They're going to check it. That's a hard angle to check, to be honest, in this position. And yeah, Poy's going to win it towards Whiskey. Push coming back in, and Virus does the same. Archer down and out. Not nade could be towards the right direction. Not quite enough, but it's still a 1v3, and the bomb, it's already going to be exploding.
Yeah, UT Austin able to close that round out. And like you said, the mid-round adjustment right there was absolutely pristine with what they were able to get away with. The flank put that round on essentially what was a timer for the Longhorns. But the quick adjustment after finding that kill in towards Donut and catching off that slight overextension from Mississippi State, the way in which they were able to quickly move in towards that A bomb site and kind of realize that flank was coming off, it almost makes me think they might have heard a footstep, or I mean maybe they just had a really great read of the situation, because I would have been terrified of A main or that potential flank coming forward. But they seemed to be so confident that that was clear sight. They were exactly right.
Whatever the call, or whatever the reason for the call was perfect. And, well, I was talking about the potential for the eco, but actually, save from Landon, it's a very strong buy from Mississippi. It was 1 for 1, though. One down in mid, one dead on the T side over there at B. Okay, Mega, stop jumping to AK, please. Just
I think he had an op in that round. He was literally just cannon fodder right there. He was just going to eat the bullets. It was a quick trade, but that's a very fast play from Celtic.
Oh, boy. Needs to get a straight kill. Does eventually get there, but he's not without a cost. He's been tagged. Dink down.
50-50 angle. Oh, but Puster goes wide. Point a 1v3. There's nothing. 1v2, rather. There's nothing you can do, though. It's done and dusted. Mississippi State able to hold steady there, keep Longhorns off of series point, close out another CT round, and you know, even getting themselves an op in Archer's hands. You got to be nearing 32 kills.
Wow, Archer really putting the team on their back and stepping up big time in this round. Mississippi State. We'll see what else they can do as they head in here. Again, UT Austin with the weaponry. And quite a bit of utility, too. You know, they have everything that they really need. But sort of the same thing applies to this round as last, but for both teams. Whoever loses this round is in a bit of an economic rut.
It could become the all-important one right here. Self-flash in for that B ramp control. Not spelling out anything. Pretty valuable information game. Smoke recycle towards Jaguar, right line. Oh, doesn't even realize how much damage has been done to Puster right there.
Flash over for Top. Ain't nobody home. Top's been a little ridiculous in that spot, though. It's kind of,
yeah.
He's set up shop, put down his camp, and called it home.
Themselves some very deep positioning towards the red room. Out towards A. Veltic has been a thorn in their side so often. And Poy's just trying to draw out a lot of attention. Successfully so. And in the meantime, you're going to start to see a rotate arrive onto the scene here. But you don't even realize there's players sneaking through towards Temple. That's going to be an incredible flank. And while Archer's been able to find this kill, the A bomb site could be cause for concern. Flanks are being hit. Virus is going to find one of the back lanes. Same case for Puster. Bomb is going in towards B. What is happening in this round? Poy's flanking the flankers of Archer right now, and B's called clear, but it's only one player here. I don't even know what to make of this round. They're going to plant safely on the B site, but both players remaining on his teammates are on A. What is happening?
Whiskey, that was a crucial moment there.
They don't even know. They think it's A still.
They've got no clue. This is... I think by the time they realize it might be all over, they're figuring
it off already. Oh.
What? I mean, I don't even.
Bomb's half ticked.
My wrist doesn't flick like that.
They're just going for it. This is exactly how you gotta play this situation. Smoke for the bomb. Mega's too far removed. They're just gonna fully stick it. They have a teammate here. He hasn't been able to drop the bomb. They have the successful defuse. Mississippi State win it. Oh my god.
What in the world? UT Austin have a practically perfect situation. It goes astray, and Mississippi State stick the bomb at the best of times. UT Austin, oh, they've just got to be kicking themselves here. And look, they don't have enough money to buy. They have to save. They're going to have to give Mississippi State the map point.
I don't even know what to say about that one right there. That was absolutely surreal. You would not believe it. UT Austin, and every occasion right there, we're favored. I mean, so many opportunities to close things down. I'm so shocked. Mississippi State got away with some serious robbery right there, and have to be incredibly happy that their access to 15 is in a gun round, or I guess not even a gun round, a half buy of this occasion here. UT Austin giving up the game in a big way, calling a pause off the back of that as well.
Well, here we go. Potentially going to be map point. Was that 2 smokes coming in for mid?
What?
Okay.
What? Not like this.
I mean, Tech 9s are kind of broken right now, so follow up not so good, but the shots from Mega certainly are. 14-14. Remember, winner of this round goes to 15 in match point, even if it's the Longhorns. And oh my goodness, Ray, he's got the Deagle spam. Ray, good for one. Archer alone, he's got the first, but he's got a 1v4, and he's upgraded to the off. He's giving it to him, but he's gonna be hunted. Will he be able to save?
No, he will not. Puster's gonna drop him, and it doesn't matter if they lose the last round. I guess if they're gonna answer back like that, man, I thought for sure Mississippi State were gonna use that last round, now 2 rounds prior, to their advantage in terms of just crushing the dreams of UT Austin right there. But the Tech 9s, like you said, as busted as they are, bust open that A-bomb site, and that is unbelievable. Look at now where it leaves Mississippi State with a kind of similar bit of shambles buy here with a couple of A1Ss.
They've even got a better buy than UT Austin had, to be honest.
Yeah.
More rifles, that's for sure. Lots of nades being stacked down middle. Lots of players as well. Oh, nice play there. How do they find all of those? Poi with a fantastic couple of shots. Virus helping out, and it's a 3v2.
My head's on my hand right now. I can't believe the turn of events that we're seeing right now. They have a nice contingency plan in towards middle. Execution coming out towards A, but their teammates gone down in the meantime. There's still a player, Donut. The MP9 to finish the job. Not quite just yet, but setting themselves up for success. Virus in a very tricky 1v2. Has been able to pick up the bomb. Likely knows
what?
That was not even on him. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. That is not normally. Someone check the PC.
Was that crosshair on?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm there. It looked like it was a little bit off, but they'll take it nonetheless, man. Whatever finishes the job, right?
I mean, running AKs, some things are weird sometimes. And that certainly was a bit of a running AK. We head to overtime. I think I'm cursed. I get so many overtimes on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a curse for you. I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of comebacks on this map, second half resurgences.
Yeah, that too.
I wasn't expecting it from the T side, though.
No, me neither. Okay. Alright. Ray's got a ridiculous amount of aggression. He's going to be back. Whiskey with pushed down middle. And, okay, Whiskey with 3 quick in succession. Virus all alone. He's got 1, but Whiskey's going to get the quad.
All right, I'm struggling to keep up with what's going on right there. You got Mega seemingly frustrated, right? You see him kind of dance in the catwalk as you see Mississippi State start to aggress, right? I mean, he's kind of head in the sky while they're starting to push it, and UT Austin, their T side is that their discomfort in this map is it's rather evident.
It's the reason it was picked by MSU. Well, here we go. There's another one, Archer. How many kills is this guy gonna get? He's on like 37. Make it 38 or something like that. Belting adding insult to injury there, and finally Virus has brought something back into the fold, but 2v4.
Flash setup, actually good for the kill. They won't expect a secondary player though. That's the issue. Even top coming in for some support.
Two quick CT rounds as well.
Oof. Yeah, and when we talk about the CT side here for UT Austin, they are going to have plenty of money, right? But it still hasn't been looking in the grand scheme of things solid, right? So you're going to see all the utility in the world, all of the, questions answered, but they have at least got to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room, surely. One round potentially to make a mistake here.
I'm with you right there. You definitely don't want to be walking into this down by 3. But this is a significant possibility. I wonder how you tell somebody that lineup. Yeah, just line up the vine on the wall. Which vine?
The vine on the right.
Oh.
So far, the smoke seemed to be good, but top seems to be better as he disposes of the lurk. They're able to nade stack actually that player in the backside. They've finally been able to take care of Veltic as he's been an absolute menace from that position. The safe passage in for a bomb plant and a 4v4 as well. Oh, that's great spam as well from Mega.
Indeed it is. Whiskey even has a rifle ready to go. Oh man.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, that's perfect. Flashbang out there in Temple to clear the angles. But Mega, great close position. Gonna adjust, even gonna get aggressive, but top has been consistent. Consistency not enough for now. Is 2v1 to come. It's Puster. There we go. UT Austin do at least pick up that one attempt on the T side. It's 37, by the way, for Archer. I was guessing and somewhat close last time.
Very close. Impressive stuff, to be honest with you. But Archer's nearing that 40. I don't even know what to call it. Do you call it the dirty 40? Maybe filthy 40.
Filthy 40 sounds better.
Yeah. So that's what it is. He's playing absolutely out of his mind.
I mean, he was approaching that before overtime even. Like,
yeah.
Normally, it's like, oh yeah, 30 plus kills. Okay, well, it's overtime. No. Archer at 30, and he was approaching that 40 before OT started.
Yeah, it's a bit wild right there. He's playing out of his mind right now, and that's sure tricky to deal with for UT Austin. Again, that one round of wiggle room might be good. It seemingly looked like they were able to adjust to the defensive setup on that A-bomb site, nade stacking Veltic, right? So that was a cool adjustment. But this A-bomb site's very compromised here, and only Puster left to defend.
Oh, that's a good molly. He's going to split off the one from the rest. Getting spammed, but Puster spam's even better. Veltic gone. Reload is in. Damage done. Puster with another through the smoke. But it's 2 back the other way. What has happened? Landon got a frag. Virus back in towards Donut. And it's Whiskey again.
Going B.
What is happening?
I can't keep up with this one. They're going B quickly. This is going to be that site confirmed right now. They're going to get themselves uncomfortable pose plants as well to make matters even worse. And Landon punching in the numbers. Now, that's not the ideal spot, actually. If you can see, the line for the spam is going to be all messed up because of that plant spot here. That could cause some complications.
Well, why use the molly so early? I feel like you could have had that a little bit better. Now the smoke going to go out and cover off this angle. Flashbang over the top. UT Austin, the potential is in there. They tap the bomb. Spam. Both those players there and over the top.
Oh, he's hit him
Woods
once.
line. Oh, he's got it. Buster. He's got 4 on the round. A huge one to win. And UT Austin continue to push forward. Now it's tied 17-17. We're looking for 19 to win.
Absolutely massive round right there. And we get into the minutia. I'm talking about that plant spot so much because oftentimes you want to see them kind of plant behind the pillar so that you can spam through that wood wall right there. Instead, they're forced to kind of spam straight through that smoke, and you're able to easily find the tracers if you are UT Austin. Puster pulling up with a big round right there and capitalizing off of a bit of mistakes coming through from Mississippi State. That's
in addition to that, I mean, the molly being used early as well.
Yeah.
You could have thrown that on the bomb. You could have applied that differently, I feel like. And not so nice from Ray. I feel like we saw that back on the UT Austin TT side a couple times from Ray as well. And now coming back to it, it's good for a frag.
It doesn't seem like too much is going wrong right now for UT Austin once they get these rifles going quite comfortably in the utility that follows suit. The flashbang setup is brilliant. Chase down is even better. And they're going to call that clear right now. They know that there's no one on the ramp. Spam comes through that smoke at the perfect time. Puster doing a lot of damage. And there's so much mid-presence to deal with here on both sides. But it's too many different angles. And they all come collapsing. It's going to be serious point grab from UT Austin.
What a comeback in this one from UT Austin. They had the opportunity. They couldn't close it in regulation. Now they have another opportunity to do it here in overtime. That being said, Mississippi State, money to buy with. Plenty of cash in the OT rounds. And now they are looking to send us to double OT. 18-18. We do it all again. Or 19-17. And UT Austin sends Mississippi packing.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild stuff, man. Credit to Mississippi State for putting up such a great attempt so far. And again, they're still in the game. It just requires one more round. Utility is awesome. The spam is even better, though. Virus is able to get another one of those. Whoa. Okay, Mega giving the traces up in a big way. That's a nice pickup through the smoke from Archer. He's nearing that filthy 40, and he also has a gap right now that's created and allowed Whiskey to push through spawn. Oh, they don't even realize. He's going to tuck in the corner. I don't think Puster's going to check this.
Oh, it's going to be hard to anticipate. That's for darn sure. Oh, but Puster going down indeed. Here we go. Boy on the entry, or denying entry, I should say more aptly. But Archer, he is indeed approaching that 40 bomb. I think he might be there. As he's got a couple kills in the round. And Ray, 1-on-3.
Smoking a kit. This is workable here. But there's 2 players to deal with, and that's going to be a lot of spam damage if he taps that bomb. I mean, he's going to have to really pull some Matrix level stuff right now if he wants to get this one done. Oh. It's shown that he's off the bomb, though, so they know they don't need to spam it just yet. He's going to go back to tapping it, and yeah, it's going to come down to the full spam, and yeah, quick kill delivered from top. That's everything.
We go again! 18-18, it's double overtime. And no, Archer just barely not able to get that 40th, but oh my goodness. 31 as well for Puster and 31 for Virus. Props to them in addition. 30 for top. Some individuals making some ridiculous plays all over this place. UT Austin now sticking the CT side as they were before. And we go into these coming 3 rounds. Who's that Molly go, do you know?
It's supposed to go in towards Donut.
Okay.
Always able to start things off the correct way. Puster the same. The hunt is there. Puster's in no man's land. There's no escape. Maybe there is. He can fight his way out of this situation. Puster has become an absolute monster. There's no getting past him here. USP's out. This should be the end of him. It certainly is. He's not able to fight out of that sort of situation. The chase down comes through. The time that he spot alone has brought all 3 remaining teammates close by in the Longhorns. Fiery start for them. And Puster to helmet.
Puster stepping up big time here in the overtime rounds. I think that's the 3rd big multi-frag, 3 kills plus.
Yeah.
In these overtime rounds. And we've only had just now the 7th of them. So that kind of goes to show where he's been, what he's been doing. So we get down another one. All the utility. And this is kind of what I was expecting from UT Austin. Remember, in their in their CT half. They struggled with the no utility, but they were doing good when they had it. That being said, a big couple of wins. Mega pulling one back, but it's still a 2v3.
Serious complications in this round despite pullback here from Mega. Flash gonna go close here. Nice little fake. That is so smart from top. Absolutely incredible. And a 3v1 to pull off a play like that. Now he's gonna get chased down. He still hasn't stuck. He's gonna commit to the fight. Top. He's gonna win it. He's just fighting tooth and nail, and he's completely alone, but doesn't let his teammates down by dropping right there, not giving them a chance to pull that one back.
Huge adjustments, huge plays. A still tied game. UT Austin have had collectively 2 match points, right? Just 2, I think.
Yeah, that's all.
And it's not been enough. Not been able to put forth those opportunities into wins. Here we go, third round of second overtime. Very
cool utility thrown out here. A top of Cade smoke thrown out from the CT, or the T side, I should say. To start this round off here. Looking to gather a lot of that early control once jump spotting out. I think that Whiskey's heard this almost certainly so. Jump spot is good, and there's no escape. Poid's going to drop early on the bomb site. Alarm bell's ringing, but a double entry from Whiskey. That is absolutely phenomenal, and they're looking to close in upon this A bomb site.
This could be the round. This could be the moment. The virus is going to thin the herd down to just 4 of the 5 remaining here for Mississippi. I was going to say smoke, but I think that's a decoy. As the push coming back, no utility, but a couple of flashes. They're going to be used. Well, not needed maybe. Virus, Booster, Ray, they're all finding kills. It's all of them coming big. And the final flash. Oh, my goodness. Longhorns back in it. They win 2 out of 3 here for the first half of second overtime.
I was getting a bit nervous there. Safe defuse there. A couple of kits right next by, so I was like, oh, if they dropped that one to not having a kit right there, that would have been a disaster. But they do close it out. 2 rounds here once again for the long horns on the CT side. It makes that T side a little bit more tricky, right? But I feel like their T side up until overtime has been slightly better, and they have shown some good adaptations in terms of gathering that A bomb site control. But nonetheless, Mississippi State are fighting tooth and nail to stay in this one, and giving up that last round was a big blunder.
That it was. We'll see if they continue. Mississippi State once again down as they swap sides. Here we go. Archer, this is where he's done his best work, if we're being real. Not gonna find anything just yet. Oh, initial attempt working well for the side of Mississippi as Whiskey and Celtic team up against Virus.
It's bold to keep going for those sort of plays here. Look at this rush in. Landon, what a crazy adjustment. Was able to put an end to Puster right now. The site is becoming compromised, but there's recovery being made in quick fashion. Great shotgun hopping. It will go down. And I don't think there's anything that boy can do to bring this one back right now. You likely lock it in 20s. Uh-oh. Nade? A little deep.
But it was close.
A little backspin on that one.
True story. Stop's gonna see him here and spot him out. That's a flashbang to throw in. Boy's got a smoke and a molly, but time's on his side, really.
Okay.
Alright. I'm not quite sure how Whiskey had that knowledge, but he certainly made it look simple.
Yeah, I mean, just, it's like a booby trap that you can't pass right there. You know, the spam can only go this far through catwalk before he's gonna hunt you down. And I see Mississippi State getting really close to getting their first map point, which would be incredible. But what a turn of events this could be right now. One to do so.
Same for UT Austin, though. We've seen these rounds go either way. And we're doing it again. Early utility. We sort of seen the same utility coming through round after round, and that's sort of what you tend to expect, but still. Looks like A is going to be the point of contact here. Molly goes out, a couple of them in fact. Entry over the top. Molly denying entry for UT Austin. The push nicely done from Poi. It's a bit of a
fake.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ruse. I was about to say, Whiskey certainly could add a spanner to the works, as Archer does that for sure. He's certainly got 40 now.
I think that makes it 42 right now. There's a clawback here from the 2 remaining players, but they have dwindled in the HP department. Top's picked up the AWP, but I think he knows now that the last 2 remaining are very low, so maybe not the best gun to bring forward. Instead elects for the AK here, and they're forced to wait out the smoke. A big pause in the action.
I would have feel like if after that smoke comes through, you rotate here.
Bombs down.
Oh, you're right. Oh, my apologies. I missed it.
I think that one's exposed here, potentially. You might have seen, actually, a gap exploited. Oh, no. Just in a nick of time. You're going to see Archer coming in recovery. 3K in the round. And the shutdowns there from top. 21st. The first map point that Mississippi State have found on Ancient. And now one to close here. That is got to be some comforting territory for them.
Certainly is. Certainly is. As they head into things here. Match point, or map point more precisely. And you gotta ask, when will this be over? Are we going to third overtime? That's a real possibility in a round like this one. Let's see where the T's are headed. Aggression in towards this strong position. Is it going to favor?
Caught escaping. One pushing in towards mid as well. Oh, missed opportunity there from Whiskey. That's everything. A 3v5 early on, and they hit the brakes. And I think this is a wise decision, a rare one as well, coming through from UT Austin, waiting for re-aggression. That will come in the form of mid-control as well. How often have we seen this level of play? And it works out. They wait for Archer, and he finally shows his face. They spot him on the rotate, sure. But again, I mean, the first time we see a pause in the action for the Longhorns, and it pans out for them. And now it's 2v5.
Oh, man, that's just such a good play. You rarely see that from these teams, and certainly not in North America, I'll tell you that much. Landon with a nice shot on the op to add insult to injury. Top follows up. Okay, it's traded. That's good to know as Landon. Now 1v3. Playing around the smoke, but the nade thins this down to 2. Swing damage done. It's still 2 to play. The op, though, it's only 1 hit, 2 each. The first shot misses. No. How does it go wide through the smoke? Landon has it, but now he knows. He knows what's going on. The timing works to UT Austin's favor, and it's a third overtime.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe with these two teams, man. It seems like they're both giving so many chances to each other. I mean, you're talking about a 1v3 retake right there with an AWP on the A-bomb side of Ancient. There's so many different angles that you can tuck yourself into. And Virus kept on peeking, he kept on jiggling. If only Landon knew he had one more opportunity, maybe if he just held that angle for a little while longer, that would have been a conversion. That would have been Vertigo secured. But instead we go again for a third.
It's not Vertigo, it's Ancient. But we're fine. UT Austin doing some ridiculous work. Oh, man. Like you said, hard to breathe. Double up. Adjustments being made. Fast and loose is Ray trying to play. It's not working. Whiskey doubling down. And it is that double up that's come to fruition.
Seems like they thought they had an exploitation right there in that cave control, but every time they've gone for that sort of aggressive play, it's been swiftly dealt with, and
Archer's been there.
They stick with it.
Archer hasn't been missing shots in this position at all.
I don't know if they think they've identified a weakness, but they are walking into the strongest player right now in Mississippi State at every occurrence, and it seems to be a brick wall.
Well, see if the Longhorns can get out of their own way on that one. They worked a little bit of a mistake into this round, but hey, it happens. You have a misread, it's okay. Oh, very nice shot from Veltic. Thought maybe the AK had that read, but Mega now alone. 1 on 5.
Spotted as well.
Yeah, you kind of have to go for these two because, I mean, who cares about damage or saving when it's the end of when it's overtime, you know?
I think overtime maybe, but it's all about winning rounds. I feel like once you win one on your CT side, you should be comfortable to buy for the rest of the half here. And that's the position Mississippi State are in now, as they've just converted one in flawless fashion. Incredibly tidy. And now they're setting themselves up for success. We've seen the back and forth affair of these two teams, but I feel like, if you can walk away with a 3-0 half, it really leaves no room for error for UT Austin. So we'll see if they're able to use that CT side to their full advantage, or if we will see any sort of resurgence on this T side.
Certainly a good question. It's a new round, though. Okay, interesting. Finding some success there. Meanwhile, though, Ray and Poi playing passively. Landed with the op, finding the success. Poi snuck his way into a good spot. 2v2 now. Both ops, and oh my goodness, the adjustment there. Ray versus 2.
Smoke down. He can recover that bomb. That really will delay. Rattle off a lot of pop shots here. Oh, I like the way he's playing this one. You can maybe sneak into the back lane here. You can think in the meantime, up until that smoke finally fades away, that he'll be able to strike. And that's exactly what he does. He's actually equalized it into the 1v1. Now they know they don't have bomb. So you can actually see Whiskey hang around here for a little longer, but at least you put things into even territory, and might have just given yourself a little bit of element of surprise. So many different angles that Whiskey has to cover. His back's turned to a donut. I don't even know if he realizes his bomb is still down in this direction.
Oh, I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
He's gonna go to B. Oh my god. That is so brilliant from Ray.
Ray, his brain, it's so wrinkly. How has he been able to bring that back? That first frag is fantastic, and then just the walk play into donut to find the opposite player looking the wrong direction. What is that? UT Austin equalize once again.
I mean, it is just mind-boggling how smart that one was. I can't even comprehend that. That is incredible stuff. Ray has given themselves a great opportunity, because that round, it was looking good at the start. They had a lot of map control, but it seemed like it was kind of lapsing. And Poi now, with his A lurk, has been very effective in terms of drawing attention, and certainly has done so with that pick, or peak rather, I should say.
Yeah, I will say the double op sort of coming back to bite him a little bit in that round from Mississippi State. I mean, it was good until, you're in a 2v1. That's when it becomes a little bit more difficult. Whiskey. Goes in the off angle. It's traded instantaneously, though, by Mega. So, Trey's obviously working in the favor of the T side. They'll take that any day. As the Longhorns think about where they want to go. They need to probably start grouping up at this point.
55 on the clock here. A little bit of time to maneuver. That Molly's going to do a lot to force him out of position. So it is actually a heavy hitter, and Archer taking down the Ray Russian.
What? No. Booster falls to the shot from Ray.
This is not what Ray's doing. Not in this deep of overtime.
Oh my
Are you kidding me?
goodness.
He even spots up the second player. This is unbelievable. Landon's popped a shot. This is not what you could do. In round 45, he's flashed off the angle, and they know they're closing in. He's going to die to a Molly. Ray does it again.
Oh my goodness, Ray! He almost threw the round. He almost did. He shot Puster despite Puster's ridiculous jumping headshot, which we're not even going to get into because that's just outrageous. Anyway, Mississippi State going down by 1 once again in the first half of triple overtime. Hold on, got to do some math to figure out where we are headed, what winning looks like. I think we're looking at 25? 26. 25.
25. I think you're right with that one. I said that very confidently. I am not. But I know that UT Austin, they need one to secure themselves double overtime. They need, or quad overtime actually, my apologies. And then 2 to close out the series. So that would put them on 25. So there you go. I was right. And I never second guessed myself. Nonetheless,
Never.
Virus kicking things off there This reposition from Ray is brilliant, but Whiskey is hot on the trigger. It's Ray, though. That continues to be a beast in overtime, man. Another big multi-kill from him. He's put things into a 2-on-4.
The Romp and Ray show continuing. And that 2v4 here has landed in top. Have been very good here at overtime as well. But can they find what they need? They're on the site.
No
Goodbye.
way.
Goodbye, my friend. Landon, no plant for you, bud. Top alone. Mega gonna put him to bed, and it is 24. So, I know it says Mississippi State, but that is the Longhorns for UT Austin that have the match points, 2 of them.
CT side of Ancient, that has to be a comforting territory right there. The way that they were able to get in this direction, a 1v2 from Ray, a 3K from Ray, including his teammate dropping, and then now another 3K that he's able to get down the line, man. In these last 3 rounds, he's found so much impact, it's incomprehensible.
Indeed. Here we go. Potentially the final round of the game. Match point on the line. UT Austin on the defense here. Mississippi State to attack. Whiskey has an idea that smoke's gonna buy some space, but this man might be good. Damage certainly being done in towards Ray.
Really throwing a wrench in the system right there. Mega getting that smoke down and denying that early attempt at the donut control. They used a lot of Molotovs on that position, right? So now look at their utility belt, and sure, they have a lot of smokes and flashbang for the execution power, but they're definitely lacking in the utility department in terms of Molotov. That's a really cool smoke to cut off that CT spawn rotation. Things a bit interesting.
Oh, Mega with a massive frag. Here's Ray standing tall on the site once again. Whiskey good for another, but hey, it's a rotation coming through. Everybody going to mid, but look, it's pretty heads up. Their cards are face up. This boy is going to put one down, face down, in fact, as it's to trade 3v2.
Oh, Pucer's been bested as well. It's up to Ray and Virus to close this one out. 2v2, not unwinnable, but definitely tricky to get back into this. Doubling up towards Tempo as well. Swing comes forward. They're giving him fights, but that's a high HP player. Now it's Ray, the one that's had every last bit of impact in a 1v2. He's playing it slow. He's playing about his wits. That's been what's been protecting him so often. A smoke and a flash is all that he has, and time is ticked down past the halfway point. He's on the site. He has the right angle for this defuse. This is not how he wins. Surely it's not a full stick. He's got the right angle, but saving the day is Landon at the very last second. Ray can't do it again, but he was so close.
Oh my goodness. My heart just about stopped there. I need a moment. I need a moment. 24-23. UT Austin. This will be their 5th match point.
It's a lot of match points to have. Mississippi State so hungry to close this one out. They've just been every step of the way just keeping their head above water.
Very true. Archer, I love that preemptive grenade. It doesn't work this time, but hey, it's such an interesting play because it's back and forth, the trades, the interesting plays, and Whiskey, you want to trade Virus out. Here's 1 for 1, and as we've said before, that's really not great for the C team.
Hard to work in these sort of positions. Good news is, though, Poi is on the flank. This is not necessarily being watched here. Finally, he is getting covered. Poi's hunting for the kill. Important that he falls out safely and he's able to get around the corner. Okay. It's a lot of information control for Poi, but might be a false alarm. He's going to make his way back towards Donut in the mid-red room position being pressed upon. Available, but misses his shot. And it's just going to be utility thrown out from Longhorns to keep him at bay.
Yeah, Longhorns struggling with utility at this point. They're lacking in some, but Poi got out, and he's got frags. 2 of them, in fact, and this could be it. 4 versus 2. As both players rotate their way into A, the nade gonna do damage. It's tagging out both. Full ticket Archer. Archer wins the duel, but Poi puts it down. The quad kill from Poi. 25-23. Finally, the victory. And it's a 2-0, but a hard-fought 2-0 for UT Austin.
I mean, we finally take a breath right now as that comes to a close, man. The heroics that we've seen from both sides of things, fighting tooth and nail to close that one out. You got to give so much credit for that attempt right there from Mississippi State, right? Because it's a massive improvement on their previous result of lacking to get double digits. They got themselves into multiple overtime affairs. They were really pressing the issue here on UT Austin, but couldn't quite finish the job. And I think Ray was the X factor in that last overtime that allowed them to close, because the moments in which he had to find so many different 1vx situations and multi-kills was so sick.
I feel, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, no doubt in my mind on that one. But in order to get there, Puster with so many big rounds as well, to kind of bring them back from the quote-unquote deficit there that they were running up on the CT side, even to get to that point, then they take the lead. But let's talk for a moment about Archer. That guy had such a ridiculous game. Such a good showing. I mean, you could argue he slowed down towards the end, but I would actually argue more that it was finally UT Austin adjusting for him playing so well. He was being countered by utility so often in those last moments. I mean, it was very frustrating, I'm sure.
Yeah, it has to be, right, because his impact was absolutely incredible, and the fact that we did see them close that one out despite Archer's best efforts, despite his filthy 40 that he was able to gather, and you know, in so many of those D-side rounds as well, we saw a incredible game plan for the likes of Mississippi State, right, where they have Archer tucked in, doubling up towards Jaguar often, and it seemed like UT Austin were really prioritizing that control. They went in that direction very early on in every single round, and Archer was always standing by, ready to get a multi-kill, and he delivered on it. I mean, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it was so many times. It was so many times. There's clutch moments as well. I can think of multiple times. It was 2v4s. I mean, there was that ace as well. That was all the way back in regulation. That seems like a lifetime ago. I'm even struggling to put names to plays, but it's absolutely impressive to see what we were doing or seeing from Mississippi State. I think that they deserve so much credit for taking the risk that we had been talking about and just going for it, right? They go for the adjustment on the map pick. They know that things aren't necessarily going to be perfect, but they make it work anyway, and it's so clear that they put in a lot of time and effort to learning this ancient map as well. I think that it was, at least that was clear to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seemed like they came in with a clear game plan, right? And they executed on it very good until the bitter end, right? Where they couldn't quite close out a couple of those clutches, and so you got to give them credit. They went for the attempt at improving their game plan up against a lethal team, and they came much closer than the last attempt. So great attempt there from Mississippi State.
Yeah, it certainly was a great attempt. And, well, let's talk quickly about how LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, including ALL survivor Avery. In 2016, 3-year-old Avery was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or ALL, after a variety of symptoms and several doctor's visits. It was a diagnosis that they did not want to hear, and a very hard news to hear for Avery's parents. But they felt immediate comfort in her perky demeanor when they walked into the hospital to begin treatment. The next 2.5 years of Avery's life were met with welcome distractions that LLS provided amid her treatment, participating in the Big Climb, Light the Night, Hero Squad, and most recently the LLS build competition in Minecraft. Avery is now 8 years old and in 3rd grade and doing wonderfully in all aspects of her life. She has continued to support LLS by committing her time to help others the way people helped her, volunteering and fundraising. Alongside Hero Avery, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS hero of the game is Virus, who we'll be getting for an interview. I'm super excited. Virus, welcome and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. Hello, how are you guys doing?
Doing
Doing
very
well.
well. Doing incredible. And, well, I'm sure you guys are doing well after that one. Just kind of talk me through the game plan today and how it went.
Yeah, so we know we're doing pretty well as a team, as a core five. We're pretty happy with where we are, and we had beat this team before, so we kind of just went in, just said we can do our thing. We've beat them before, we can do it again.
Very solid. Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't as easy as before, to be honest. You guys
Yeah.
dropped a couple more rounds on Inferno than last time, and then Ancient was just a slog fest. So you didn't get the strongest start. How were you able to kind of make the comeback to get to a pretty even regulation?
Yeah, so I think it's been a recurring thing where we just kind of get a feel for the game, how the other team is playing, and then adapt to that. And one big thing I've noticed with our roster this season is that we never really give up. Like, we'll even if the team is like 5, 6, 7 rounds ahead, we'll always find something that we're doing incorrectly and adjust to that and adapt to the other team, and that's how we've been able to beat a lot of the teams we've come across so far.
Yeah, I mean, so yesterday we got to talk a little bit about that communication adjustment that the team has been kind of experiencing throughout the season, right? And the fact that everyone's able to chime in and have their impact and have their say. I mean, do you think that was critical? I mean, who was calling the shots there towards the tail end to allow for you all to eventually close out that series? I know that Ray had a lot of impact towards the tail end, so I mean, was there any input from him?
In terms of calling, I think we all do an equal amount, so we'll all be defaulting towards our own sites, especially on T side. If someone notices a weakness towards A, B, or mid, we'll just do their thing if we need to fake something or whatever. And then on CT side, we also try to see where they're going most, see their tendencies, adapt to that, and try to take map control on the other side, or just sometimes take the fight to them.
Yeah.
So let's talk more about the future here. You're headed into playoffs. There's a lot of very good teams. Is there any team that you're looking forward to playing? And on the flip side of that, is there any team that you're not looking forward to playing so much?
I think teams like MTU, Drexel, those are going to be really tough games. RIT Orange, we've played them once before and Face It. That's going to be a fun matchup again. It was really close last time we played. A team we haven't played so far, UCF. They're also a pretty good, respectable team. So that's also going to be a close matchup between us and them. So yeah, a lot of teams that we're looking forward to play.
That's wonderful to hear. Once again, congratulations on you and your team's victory. Final question: do you have anyone you want to shout out or say hello to while we have you on?
Yeah, shout out to Pengnax. Taught me a lot of things I know.
Alrighty, love to see that. Virus, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us, and have a good one, my friend.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's true. I taught him quite a bit as well, so
Okay.
make sure that I feel like I didn't get any credit there either. So
Pengnax is pretty
Kinda
good,
hurt.
man. You know, I'm just saying.
Pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. That's fair. Tough competition, no doubt. I did like the tie though, so I did.
The
wanna
tie
mention.
was great.
It was a nice touch.
Yeah, it was very good. I hope he watches and sees that we mentioned it. Nonetheless, it's just about time for us to take a break for a little bit, and we're gonna set up our second matchup. Can't believe we still have Counter-Strike to go. I'm excited to see it. We'll see you in a bit.
Alright, alright.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague, and it is conference playoffs continuing here as we get ready for our second matchup of the day. Cole, we got Drexel going up against Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
Yeah, it's the three-peat right now for RPI right now, but it's good to have them back, right? Because they have really been a fun team to watch. A great resurgence shown out. I mean, they walked into a really tough matchup in the previous, right? We saw them just Friday. They had to get their revenge, and they were able to adjust. They showed better prowess up against Pitt, and you know that's why we're seeing them securing themselves a playoff run. They said into this matchup that they were going to feel confident, they were going to feel like they could close things down, they were going to feel like they could win, and I think that's exactly the mindset that they have to have into this match.
That they do, but they definitely did recognize that it would be an uphill battle. Drexel is undefeated, and let's take a look at the rosters of these two teams as well to see who we got going, and we have to talk about Nova. Nova is the big heavy hitter for this team, using that AWP as well. Joined by Neos Dragon, Feb, Six, and David as well. Neos Dragon standing in for Gank 88, and you know that's kind of that second player that is really the big fragger for Drexel. But that's going to be S-Bits, Mal, Plate, and Andy, along with Grapple on the opposite side. And I gotta be honest, RPI as a team really played very well in that last series we saw from them.
Yeah, this isn't going to be as easy for Drexel as they might think this match to be, right? I don't think they're going to come into this underestimating their opponents, but they've already proven themselves to be pretty lethal and maybe even rapidly improving in the mixer, as we've seen, you know, a 2-1 loss to Pitt in 2 weeks prior, and now last week, or I guess last Friday, they were able to 2-0 Pitt in convincing fashion. They really showed some nice prowess on both of those maps. I believe Inferno and Mirage were the maps that we saw, and you know, credit to them. I mean, they came into this match. I imagine they got some time to do a little bit of preparation. They knew they were facing Drexel in the future. They got to come into this ready, and like we had said before, we don't see Gank 88, one of the heavy hitters here on Drexel in the server, so you know, potentially cause for concern. But I think they're still in good standing with like you said, Nova in the mix there. He's so stable and so consistent.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, I haven't seen Neos Dragon play, but I mean, Feb, Six, and David are no slouches either. They're just not quite at that same level as Nova is. So it's a strong team that Drexel have. There's a reason they're 9-0. They haven't dropped a single game, or a single series is more correct. And I think I actually saw on Twitter that they haven't dropped. They might not have dropped a map either, or just dropping one map maybe. Either way, let's take a look at the pick ban and how that went down, because I think it's pretty important for RPI, less so for Drexel. Not going to see Ancient, not going to see Vertigo, but we are going to see Mirage, and that's understandable. I mean, RPI were able to win both Mirage both times we saw it from them. Dust 2 for Drexel, and I think this makes sense for No's op in particular, and then Overpass should be needed.
Yeah, I mean, I like these vetoes here overall. Again, I feel like it's going to matter whether or not they can close this one out, more so in RPI's department. They got to be playing to their strength, although I do think that we could see some interesting stuff on Mirage. They looked very good on it. They were able to take down Pitt. Again, they've shown rapid improvement on this map, and it's a bit exciting. On top of that, they were able to leave Dust 2 to the decider in their previous series over against Pitt, and then in the following series on Friday as well. So they clearly have some comfort in that map. They're not scared to play on it. So I'm very excited to see both of these maps. RPI, I feel like, while definitely at the disadvantage, definitely the underdogs heading into this matchup, if they can play off their confidence, if they can hit their shots today, these are the two maps to get the job done on.
That they are, but they're going to have to be confident. That's 150%. Because, I mean, Dust 2, I think especially, that's going to be hard. It really is. I think the firepower available for Drexel is, at least on paper, significantly higher than RPI's. Mirage, though, is where, like you're saying, I think the strategies that RPI are able to, have been able to employ, can kind of overwhelm the the likes of Drexel's firepower. Because, again, on paper, Pitt, I think, actually had a little bit more firepower, but RPI were able to adjust in effective ways and turn momentum against their opponents.
Yeah, I definitely can see that be the case here. If RPI can walk away with a little bit of momentum, now that's going to be tricky to do on their T side. And we've already talked a little bit about the X factor in this series, which can be Nova's AWP presence. We've seen a lot of opping come through from some of the members on RPI. You know, we've seen grapple with it a couple of rounds. We've even seen the double op heavily prioritized from RPI, and so I'm wondering if we're going to see that. But I mean, definitely, I expect to see Nova being able to tear up these first 2 maps. Even the third map, Overpass, is a very op heavy map. I mean,
Yeah.
all 3 of these prioritized in terms of the vetoes here, and you can kind of see what they get rid of. I mean, Vertigo, op heavy map here from Drexel, that's for sure. But the fact that we're seeing, you know, these 3 maps hop into play is also going to be something to look forward to here in the Drexel department.
Yeah. And was it RPI that we saw on Vertigo last Friday? I can't quite recall.
I don't know. I think it was Mirage, Inferno, and Dust as a decider with the pit.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I can't remember for sure. You might be right.
Okay. Well, either way, I think that it's fine for Drexel to get rid of Vertigo. Drexel, I think, can play Vertigo, but if you want to keep it simple, this is simple, right? I mean, Mirage, Dust, Overpass, we see a whole lot, or we don't see a whole lot of Dust, but it's about that long area especially is a big part of it. And so Drexel kind of just going with confidence, I think, and that makes a lot of sense based on, you know, where they're at coming into this. The other thing to note, the double op setup was an adjustment that RPI, I feel like, consistently pulled out on the CT side of Mirage especially, and I think they're going to struggle to do that. I don't think it's going to be nearly that easy to work the double op against this team like they did against Pitt. That's the other thing that I'm a little bit worried about, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, the double op's an expensive gimmick, right? So, I mean, if you ever get punished for that, you know, especially if you bring it out for 1 round and you know, you do see Drexel close out that round, yeah, that high risk is going to be instantly punished, and that's going to leave RPI actually in a worse state than potentially just getting those rifles out. I mean, sure, you could prioritize an op in one of those players, but yeah, again, you're going to have a tough head-to-head, no matter where you put it. If you're trying to out-op Nova throughout the map, sure, you can post up on angles and maybe you can catch him off guard, but he knows how to work those early exchanges. I mean, I imagine that one of those ops is going to be thrown in towards apartments, as so often that is the case for the secondary, and that's always a position that Nova is going to be aware of, and the possibility is going to be in the back of his mind, just given his experience alone.
Yeah, 100%. And like we said, the rest of that Drexel team strong as well. We are having some trouble getting into the server, so we're going to take a short break. Whilst we do that, we're going to come back with the game as soon as we're ready. We'll see you in a few. Alrighty, we have gotten things sorted out. We're just about ready to go. We got a little bit of time, though, to talk predictions here, Cole. I think it's hard. It's really hard to take RPI as the favorites here, but there is a world in which they win. What is that world for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to need to be some real perfection, and it has to start on Mirage, right? I don't know. I think it has to be 2-0 in my opinion. I don't think you can afford to go to a decider, so if we were going to see that closer, if we were going to see them take this dub, it has to be in sweeping fashion. Seems a bit unlikely, right? And so I'm going to favor Drexel, but my win condition here is that they need to come out on these first two maps feeling very comfortable and showing their full form.
Yeah, and it's actually something I don't even think we mentioned. Drexel are defending champions of the Starleague, so they were able to beat Davenport in a ridiculous comeback sweep last semester. I mean, it was incredible to watch. And if you saw that series, it's one that you won't soon forget. So you have to keep that in mind as well. So I'm kind of the same. I think that RPI, they can win it, but I'm adjusting. I think that they could do it in 3. The problem is that I don't think they can win Dust 2, but they do have to start on Mirage. They have to win Mirage. There's just no doubt about that. And Drexel, I do think there's a world in which they go break this to a 2-0. I do think Drexel is going to be taking it. You can't be predicting against the defending champions. I just think that's the reality. They're strong for a reason. They haven't lost. They played Pitt. They played RPI. I think they played RPI as well. They definitely played Pitt already in the season, and they weren't even dropping anything. So they're definitely looking strong for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. You can't really pick against them. It's too difficult to do so. So I'm going to have to see if maybe we can see some sort of comfort. I want to say that RPI could take a little bit of a fighting chance in this matchup, but in the grand scheme of things, you're again talking about a team that has learned so much as of recent. I feel like, you know, throughout this season and the last, they have constantly shown their ability and have constantly improved on themselves as well. So it's going to be a solid order, that's for sure. As we hop into the first map, we're deep into Bill Surround and deep through opponents already as we see the opening pit going in Febrez's hands. All three of them.
That's massive stuff right there. Febreze with the big triple kill with the P2K, by the way. Not something you see all the time. As the bomb does go down. Neos Dragon puts the planter out, but Grapple is fragging out, and he's got a whole bunch. 3 on the round, as it's a 1v2. Nova and David left in position. Where's this plant at? The dualies in hand. It's an open plant. David ready and waiting. Nova adjusting, though, and hits the headshot, but Grapple down. But a big round there. Grapple coming out swinging. That's a good look.
I mean, considering the shots that were connected, the fact that round comes so down to the wire is absolutely incredible. And Grapple starting things off in a fiery way is pretty exciting. We'll see what the decision is. I mean, you can see Grapple getting AK and armor. I think they're actually going to toss over AK over to S-Bits. Grapple can invest into one himself, and they'll have quite a bit of utility as well.
This is interesting. I think that, you know, I'm not always a fan of that second round buy, but with the plant, oh my goodness, it's so good. Especially with the AKs, 3 AKs, a Deagle, and a Glock. Definitely not something you see every time. As we're looking at it, though, really passive start for RPI in this round. They're just kind of chilling in spawn, waiting to hold the mid push. Andy the only one really moving out, and Andy has looked for it. An opening pick over there on the jump spot, but it's not going to happen.
Not quite. Playing this one rather passive, like you said. RPI. They were hoping for an overextension with some of these UMPs, right? They're hoping to maybe gather an early opening pick, but very passive hold as well coming through from the Drexel camp. And you see a minute left on the clock, and now you're seeing aggression coming from Febreze, looking for another 3K. Actually, the teammate's going to finish the job. One player on no armor, the other, Mal, does have armor, but has lost the rest of the team. Working out of apartments, not going to work out there. Mal's last man standing in a 1v4. Back.
Mal was one of the clutchest players for this RPI team in the last couple of series we've seen. But 1v4 is a tall task for anybody. And, Nice boost for Neos to get over the top. AK's upgrades. At least an AK upgrade for Neos Dragon, and that's going to be tossed over to David. Meanwhile, we got rifles out for everybody else but sticks. And RPI, unfortunately, having to save off the back of that round. They have 1 or 2 deagles, but it's still more Glocks. Oh, okay. Espin's got a deagle out too.
Glocks. Yeah, I think there's only 1 Glock in grapple. The rest of them do have a little bit of weaponry. It doesn't have too much, as David's just going to tear right through them. Able to control the spray, make it a triple. These are how you kind of want to start these rounds off for Drexel. I mean, UT Austin, I think, oftentimes are able to prove that they got the superior firepower. I think that we see this this Drexel roster as a full unified effort, show that they not only have the firepower, but they have some nice communication, some team play in the mix there as well that really sets them ahead of the herd.
That's very true. I mean, UT Austin have been a team that have worked together for a while now, but they have some disparate parts that haven't been with that roster for a long time. This team, pretty much the entirety of it coming back from last semester, have had a while to be getting very familiar. And oh, David, that's was a pretty nice timing on the nade. Looked like that player pushing forward fell back away from it. It's a nice spot.
Ooh, and the MP9, that is a massive double kill. Just melting away at those heads. That's a tricky transfer to hit as well. But a big upgrade right there, and Nova wise to clear that nade. Lurking out of the ramp. Finally, we do see an end to one of these plate. Able to find it, but and a 2v4 so quickly, RPI's numbers dropped.
That's true, but look at Drexel's HP. It's not great. They are going to have to work back, or at least be a little bit more passive in some of these angles. Don't want to be giving too much away. One shot with the AK could take down a couple of them. So, dangerous. That said, smoke going out on the catwalk, and the push from both of these players coming through. Stick's going to end the life of one. Follow-up for Nova is good. A little bit labored there at the back end, but it's plenty quick for Nova as the Dragons take their 4th.
Yeah, nice and easy. Able to deal with that buy, and we're seeing the RPI in an interesting territory right now. Andy's completely invested, but not the rest of the team. They're not so interested in doing so. So a complicated position to be in here, right? You need to do some damage with this AK, Andy. You've invested quite a bit in this round. I know you got max loss bonus, but I think a bomb plant's going to be required here soon.
Quite a bit. You mean Andy's fully invested? I think he was fixed,
Yeah,
oh, but
accurate.
okay. There we go. Plate. I mean, it's not Andy, but it's still a kill, and a kill is very nice. UMP. I guess Febreze has been taking notes from Nitsua over on KSU, because he's a fan of the UMP as well.
It's epidemic in the collegiate scene, maybe. It's back.
It's an epidemic. It's a bad thing.
Just
You heard it
spreading.
here first.
Ooh. I mean, definitely favor the MP9, but in this sort of round, I guess it's not too bad that you have it, right? Because I think it has
Yeah,
some
the
nice armor
range advantage.
penetration.
Range advantage as well over the MP9, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're
Oh,
peeking
yeah,
mid,
most definitely.
fair enough.
Completely given the A bomb site, though. Nova's playing a retake in CT spawn, and this is shaping up to be a pretty decent round here for RBI, potentially. They still have some heavy hitters to deal with, but they're at the right bomb site.
I just realized David has the op, which is a little bit different. Oh, nice shot from Nova, but even better from Grapple is... That's one down. 3v4. Drexel still with the advantage when it comes to weaponry, but the numbers are starting to favor RPI.
And they're taking further positions in towards that jungle control. HE's great, sure, for a little bit of chip damage, but again, you're talking about hard recovery. One's been dropped, though, for Breeze. Even getting that follow-up molly. The members on site are starting to drop as well, and all the trades starting to favor it. You can stick this defuse, but Neo's just going to take the fight instead. And they will pull off a successful retake, but not without taking heavy costs. And I think that was a big goal right now, because now a bomb plant, and he can reinvest, so I guess no harm, no foul.
Fair. I mean, the AK wasn't really what did the damage, but who cares? RPI doing a fantastic job of the additional monetary loss for Drexel. Now Nova with the op, and here's that double op setup. We were talking about it regarding RPI, but we also talked about the AWP and how dominant it can be for Drexel. Maybe getting started right here, right now.
Early spam right now for Grease has been dropped, so another nice start for RPI. Kick off this round of the T side here. Polly's following suit, and that's a nice response there from Sticks, able to follow the frag off the flash of Nova. Looking for anything else, though, is a bit problematic now. He's just kind of vacate the mid control in the mid round, as a lot of that utility's been dwindled from the RPI camp as they've been forced to smoke off mollies. They're left with a couple flashes, one smoke, make it two.
Oh, it's good that they got that second smoke. You really need two to work with, you know, mid to anything. Now it's looking like midday is going to be the plan. There's that one player sitting ready and waiting to push through on ramp, but Nova's got the op trained on that position. It's not perfect, and okay, maybe better. Nova falls to Mal as the push comes through. The op not working, and Sticks has been found out. More for plate as David's got the op, but he should be saving.
Popping a shot off right there, can't connect. Plant should be safe and sound, even if you want to cross that line. You don't have to. They can plant behind the safety of the box. And okay, Mal's able to find that finishing blow. Dropping the AWP, not allowing for it to be saved over. Now, RPI able to kick things off with a round victory. That economic damage 2 rounds prior is good. And then now it puts the economy of Drexel on a knife's edge here with this one.
Yeah, they're going to have plenty to buy this time, but it's a big question into the next. And because of having to throw over some rifles to 1 or 2 players, there's no op to work, and Sticks has an MP9. Now, granted, we've already seen Sticks work the MP9 very well in this game. There is not going to be working as well this time out. Now falls low, but the opening picks are good, and David getting found out by Grapple. Espitz the same. Fabrice down and out. Drexel fall apart in this round. It's a 5 versus 2.
Man, this is what I'm talking about, though. When we see this RPI come through in Mirage with a really cool setup and really good game plan here on Mirage on the T side. We're seeing the mid control work very effectively now. Neo's got to turn around. 180 is good for the kill. Right around the corner. No, not a third, though. Andy's finally able to put an end to things, but not in time. You do see a rotation and Nova arriving onto the scene here in the back lanes. He's going to drop the bomb potentially. I just like that first fight. A lot of damage done, though. That's key.
Starting to run out of bullets, so that's the problem. Going for the reload. Isn't going to be expecting one close by, I don't think.
Not at all. This is a great reposition.
Yeah, it is. Perfectly done by Mal there. And a couple kills from Mal. Everybody kind of getting involved. It's a team effort for the RPI side. As Rensselaer Polytechnic pick up their second.
Incredible stuff. They're coming in with their full force right now. I mean, I know it was a little bit slow to start, but the fact that they've been able to win those pretty clean rounds in terms of dealing with the aggression and unified effort of Drexel's mid-control attempt on the CT side.
Yeah.
The counter utility is solid, and the fragging is even better, so again, this is what we need from RPI. Defaulting into this mid-control here, you got the op posted up. The flashbang was a little bit flubbed there, but...
Yeah, as soon as you said that the utility was solid, it's exactly when the flashbang gets flubbed, yep.
It's actually Caster's Curse. I know that is like the least impactful Caster's Curse,
but
it is wild.
Oh, man. It exists. I'm convinced.
That one's a pretty egregious example.
Indeed. Op for grapple there, but not needed. That's a nice flash. Setting up the peak. And this goes top con, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like it. See where it ends up. That's the one that Zaiwu loves to play head soccer with.
I mean, that is a very nice smoke. I like that top con smoke a lot.
Yeah, very. I feel like it's one of the simpler ones. That one, I don't know why. It just seems like it's such a tricky smoke to land. Nonetheless, catwalk aggression coming through. It was Dragon proving to be a serious threat here. Indeed, the same. Turning his attention elsewhere towards the mid side of things. Knows his teammates have the kills on site. Oh my God, was it the last bullet in this clip?
I don't know if it was, but it certainly was a nasty shot. I'll tell you that. Confidence play working for Andy. He's got 2 thus far. And, yeah, by the way, definitely been impressed with Neo's Dragon so far. This is the first time I've been able to see them, and I don't know anything other than, you know, just them playing for Drexel. So I didn't know quite what to expect, and I think I've been impressed.
Pleasantly surprised for sure. Actually, top of the charts right now, and hitting some nice shots with it. So, filling in the big shoes that Gank 88 has left. I'll toss over to David again. They're sticking with this game plan. I do recall, actually, that David was oftentimes opping here, just given that he's a lot more comfortable in the op position than, I guess, Nova is uncomfortable in rifling.
Yeah, I think that's... I talked to Nova about it at one point, and my understanding is they swap different maps. It kind of depends on map to map. So, it definitely is a matter of the comfortability of David and Nova feeling okay with the rifle oftentimes. That's one of the things that Nova really brings as an opper, though, is being quite fluent with these rifles as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, very consistent. Lethal force here. This apartment's aggression, I imagine, could pan out, but Andy could catch him on a bit of a timing here on the aggression. This one head off. Oh, almost able to find Neos. That's a really critical trade right there. Bomb's been dropped, but it is going to be kind of vacated here. Gets that deep smoke down.
Yeah, that deep
by a
smoke's
lot of time.
Very nice. I love it. And you're right. Time bought perfectly. Blake gonna see that. There's no aggressing through that smoke. That's a death sentence for any T who dare try. As Vincent Plate, all left alone, and man, another very late smoke, still held at 30 seconds. That's crazy. They're not gonna be headed to mid. It's gonna be the A hit. Sub 20 seconds. Here we go.
Nova's missed his first shot. So there you go. That's the site compromised right now. They're looking to take the fight in connector. Planting inside the smoke. This is wild stuff. Popping a couple of shots off there. The second one's nailed from Nova. Will drop eventually, but leaves 4.
No time. No time.
No one wins. But okay. STX does push forward. I was about to say, I was like, it's unwinnable by this point, right?
Yeah.
But they were kind of peeking forward, and that was making me a little bit nervous.
It certainly was maybe a little bit of a wide swing. And Nova certainly swinging probably more than is necessary there as well. But hey, they won the round. Fair enough. 6-3. Drexel stopping RPI's run for now. Granted, RPI's run has been based off of some solid mid control, and the lack of utility here on a couple of players for Drexel is going to make that mid control a little bit difficult.
Doubt about it. I think they've kind of vacated that game plan, at least in this round. You can see there's some catwalk presence, there's some connector presence, but in terms of peeking in towards window, they're not too interested in that. A big lurk out sticks has caused the alarm right there to go off. And actually, like the reaction, Mal doesn't try and over peek. He doesn't try and go too much for any sort of craziness turning that corner. He just shows his presence, and he's going to fall off. And I think that's a really, really good bit of information and map manipulation here potentially for Drexel. It's certainly drawn attention away. But you do see this apartment's aggression coming through from Nova. And he knows that A is now clear.
Great adjust there by David.
That's so sick.
Just jumps up, and it's going to be sticks to stand tall. The push through connector is no longer a threat. Looking for more. Not going to find it, but the Breeze will. Follow up. Even the shots from the op as Neil's dragging towards B finds success. Turning around is grappled, but David from the front finds the frag. Drexel is picking up a couple rounds in a row and really applying some pressure to this T economy, but RPI, I mean, and Andy in particular had 9K at the start of this round, so they still have one more buy.
The pressure's not done just yet here for Drexel. I don't know if they'll necessarily be aware of the prowess of this investment. Fast B apartments plays coming through potentially. Electing for more of a contact play here, it seems now.
Neos must have gotten some information given by the cat player there, because there must have been some stomping going on over there in the apartments, in the kitchen.
Big Molly. Scaling out though, I mean, pretty much free of charge. The first point of contact is for Breeze. That's a great repeat. And holding it down with a 3K. Anything else to be gathered here for Breeze, looking for more, but has already completed the job. A 5v3, looking for the fourth here. Headshots hit, and the ace is completed for Breeze. Knocking things down, making that B defense look flawless right there.
For Breeze as well, being so elusive, playing around that pillar, and you know, initially, and get right as well. So much gained off the back of that. Great patience, and you're right, the molly to stop anybody who's dropping down, you know, out of the window. They'll be straight into the fire. And whilst they might not have been prepared for the strength of that buy, they certainly were prepared to make the frags, and looks like it's going to be continued. This time Nova has an AK, and he's got the opener.
I don't know if that flash was intentional, right? But it looked pretty cool when it worked out.
There's no way it was intentional, but
I like to think it was.
I would love to think that, but I don't think it was.
Just, I mean, I've seen like flashes in a similar fashion there. Breeze, nice spray control, but where they find a little bit of the walls on the front to try and flash it off of, bounces perfectly to kind of align as you're peeking. You'll peek right in front of it, so, and it looks like that's what Nova did. I guess maybe we'll have to ask him, but
yeah, we can ask him.
At the end of the day, I always think too deep into these things, and then it's like, oh yeah, I just missed my flash. So you're probably right.
Well, he'll usually be very honest about that kind of thing too, if you ask him. So.
Oh yeah.
Me on the other hand, I'd be like, yeah, no, that was intentional.
100%, yeah. That all me. The boost getting dismantled though. Nice trade though from Grapple. That's incredible to repeat that.
That's so ballsy. 3v3 now, and Grapple still has the op. Oh, David missing a shot on the, probably just on the elbow there of Grapple peeking out. And that gives Grapple the opportunity to get the kill. It's 2v3. As the Dragons are now up against a bit of a wall. Febreze and Neos alone. Febreze winning one. Febreze has already come up big in a couple of rounds. Now needs a 1v2.
Ooh, that's a nice find. Continuing to have that high impact. But we'll expect him on the top ropes there. And he's going to strike from above. And he's going to move the dial up to 4 here. For RPI, a great conversion. Again, I mean, we're talking about the impact that Grapple could potentially have in this series, and that's a big impact round right there.
It is, absolutely. Grapple has been consistent at finding some of these impact rounds. That being said, RPI, they got the plant, they won the round, but man, they have a ton to work with. Grapple, though, he just clothesline sticks on the push, even pushes through the Molotov. And so now the double op of Febreze and David is going to have to stand even taller.
Oh, well, this is some wild stuff. Not expecting that level of aggression to come on forward. How could you? That's a lovely pickup. And it's going to clear out a lot of information towards A. It might even deter them from holding on this position. And we know how effective this B hold has been from Neo and Febreze. We do have only Neo here, though. Breeze has joined up forces.
Everything starting to look a little bit better for Drexel in this round. Off the back of that Nova aggression, they even the scenario. It is going to be back towards A, so an A hit is forthcoming. Let's see, there's only one smoke, though. Yeah, only one smoke. So they're going to have to have some open areas. Nova on the site is going to take the first and even stands tall, and this is what I'm talking about. The Nova rifle is absolutely available and on point.
Yeah, that's just sick stuff. The numbers. Okay, big punch in. Oh, not quite. The op shot's going to rattle off there. 1v3 seems a bit unwinnable for Andy, and it isn't for Breeze with the multi-kill right there. And Nova's rifle just standing so tall every step of the way, and able to light up the server again. I feel like it's just a massive overperformance from that position to get to, and it makes it look easy.
Especially because he was really caught out in the open, to be honest. We're really not in a great position to find 2 kills. It's not as if he was able to kind of duck and dodge in and out of cover. He was out in the open. Here we go again. The V rush. 2 mollies. They go down. Lots of damage. It's going to be one to fall instantly as they drop. Nothing working for RPI. As Neos for Breeze, they do it again.
That's lovely stuff on the B hold right there. The duo has it on lock. It's like they've been playing with each other their whole lives. The chemistry's there, man.
I mean, the double molly as well really made it so difficult to run through that. They were forced, they being RPI, forced to use smoke on the first, and I don't think they were able to smoke the second. So, just kind of all fell apart. David's going to pick up the utility here for the pistol round. Drexel at 11-4, if I didn't mention it, and you can't see up top.
Going for a simple Hall's Pop as well. Already scaling up in towards site, but there's a lot of a crossfire to deal with, and oh, they deal with it swiftly. Easy pickings right there. There's not a lot of utility, not a lot of smokes to isolate these angles. That round, an easy response from RPI as they get a much needed pistol.
Indeed, a very solid one for RPI. That's the kind of start that they need if they want to be back into this game. I mean, they're down by a hefty margin on their own map pick. We're going to see Drexel go for the forced by the Deagles themselves.
See if they can do the damage. Peeking forward here. Under balcony 1. That's a nice pickup from Nova. Still a lot to fall back here. Struggling to hit that adjustment on the player top stairs. And the players double swinging towards connector. Very quick reactions here from RPI. At this point for Neos, it's all about doing damage on your way out. See what can be gathered. That's a lovely secondary kill to Deagle. And Neos so deadly. I mean, that was a very winnable 1v2 if he was able to isolate the first fight onto that player on 11 HP. But safe and sound is RPI to close that.
Yes, they are. RPI, I mean, doing a good job against the Deagle buy. Did they not buy armor?
No, it just seemed like it was just the Deagles.
Okay, I just didn't notice.
That one up.
That's my bad. RPI doing a good job, but they got to deal with these AKs. First, the AKs don't really have any utility to follow it up, but hey, this is one of those moments where I think Drexel can use their advantage of having such strong individuals to potentially overcome where RPI would struggle.
No doubt. He still double swing in, but Grapple's able to get away with relative safety. Not for one, not safe for Palace, that is. For Breeze, how does he find a 2K there? He goes down swinging, but he's done his job and then some. That is absolutely incredible here. Nova set himself up for success, and that is a lovely 180, leaving the last player in CT spawn. What a sick round. What a sick bit of shots hit from Drexel. That's the sort of firepower I'm talking about when you talk about this roster.
Oh, man. Yeah, and I mean, it's literally what I just said. Drexel, firepower, they don't have the utility, but it doesn't matter in a round like that. And, again, that's absolutely no disrespect to RPI. Don't think that I'm trying to down RPI in any way. It's just that Drexel, they are defending champions. They know what it takes. They have been here before, and they're dominating as well. 12-6, and Nova, oh boy. Like we said, the rifles for Nova still good, as well as the op, and he finds the opening. That's Grapple, the star, going down here for RPI. The follow-up from Breeze is even better. Nova on the spray transfer, 3 for him.
So incredibly quick right there. The round's done and dusted. This was actually a full investment as well. I mean, you can see the only one with a little bit in reserve is Espitz and Grapple. That might be a hint at the double op. But when we talk about when that double op's going to be pulled out, we're going to be talking about Drexel in 14. So, a bit of a risk, right? And once they finally do bring it out, it's gonna have to be flawless. I do love Andy saving this AK though.
Yeah. It's definitely the right call, no doubt about that. He picked up that nice shot onto Nova after the 3K there in jungle from Nova. And so he's able to collect that AK, save it away. And Andy's a bit... I mean, it's hard to pick out a player who's not had like an it factor, to be fair, from RPI in some of these in those games against Pitt. But right now, that it factor is just not here.
It's always going to be a struggle. I think that Nova's just kind of scrimmed out A couple times, right? Maybe a little bit of flashes, a little bit of setup there, but he is looking to solidify himself and cement himself in this series.
You can throw flashes and still scrim out A. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, with players as good as Nova, again, it's going to be relatively easy for Drexel to make those sort of plays, right? I mean, it's going to be hard to counter unless you got all that utility, and especially when you're only up against Eagles and probably lacking utility. It's a perfect round to do something like that.
Precisely. And here he is again. See what
Right
they'll do.
past the HE. Oh, that's such a nice entry. And scrimming out A. Mission accomplished.
This time, no flash. I'm pretty sure. Oh,
Oh my god.
That's a nice shot from Nova. Now he gets a flash.
There's a setup.
Yeah, there we go.
Trace.
Oh, no, take 9, don't worry. We got that.
Now you gotta run
4
away,
for
Andy.
Nova. He's looking for the ace. Yeah, Andy. All
Get out of there.
alone.
Put him down, David. Stop him. He's overheating.
Oh, man. David was thinking about it there. He really was.
Come on, Andy. Just let him slip on by there. Oh, Nova. Oh, the reload. Oh,
No!
my god. No
Nova.
way.
Oh, Nova doing some styling on the RPI team here, unfortunately. Or I should say, unfortunately for RPI, fortunately for us, as we get to enjoy it. But.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good time for us over on the casters. Yeah, we all love to see that. Hate to see it for Andy.
You do indeed hate to see it for Andy, as that
There you
was
go.
rough. Okay.
Put a stop to it.
Finally they've done it. Hit him with the nades.
Oh,
Tap,
they
but
haven't
he's
done it.
can't be stopped. He's not to be stopped.
Oh, okay.
There we go. The trade plate with the rifles. But a 1-for-1. That's still a win here for Drexel.
Look at this. Look where it leaves B.
It's
Nova's just
open.
caused so much attention on this A bomb site so consistently that they're like, screw it. Let's stack A.
5A. And there we go. Now it's time for Febreze and David and Sticks to all come alive in this round. Nova playing the part of the distraction whilst everyone else wins.
Lovely stuff right there. I mean, that's just a bit of conditioning being set from Nova. And when he's able to walk out A and find a kill and just cause that level of attention, yeah, if you do that 3 rounds in a row, surely you're going to have more presence there. Surely you're going to stack a couple extra players, a little more resources in order to, you know, defend against that. And when they finally do, guess who is 4-man executing towards B with even catwalk presence? It's got to be Drexel, of course. Who else?
Yeah. Drexel sort of playing this about as perfect as you could in the T side. CT side, it was relatively close. It was a 9-6 half. But have they lost? Yeah.
I think it was 4-11. I think we saw RPI win pistol in the follow-up.
Right. Correct. And Andy,
Ooh.
okay. He's showing that he has some deagle prowess of his own. A triple kill here as Sticks is alone.
That's some lovely stuff. I mean, at least you get some style points on your way out, right? You know, stay afloat a little while longer. And it's a cool way to do it. And talking it like this is over, it feels like it's over, right? Sticks with only 28 HP, 1v3. Only silver lining that I can think of is this A side is wide open.
He's got a minute.
Surprisingly.
Well, no, he doesn't. He's got a plant, but you know.
Ooh. I don't think anyone spotted him towards CT either.
No. No one was there in time, I don't think. Nobody's going to go in towards CT, though. That's kind of the issue. He really needed to have somebody go towards CT.
Oh.
Sorry.
OSP. I like that he tried to take that early exchange, though. I mean, if he was able to maybe pick one off, sure, he would have revealed his position. But then he would have been able to utilize that bomb, maybe draw off one player's attention. And that would have been a cool idea. Just didn't have the HP bar to finish the job with the grapple.
Yeah, exactly. And grapple hits a nice headshot, too, with the USPS, which definitely is part of the problem. But nonetheless, 15-7. As there's a further 8 map points ready to head towards Drexel before they head to overtime.
Trying to like figure out Nova right now. They have done so with a phenomenal EG. And that's a lovely kill right there. Plate stopping a little bit of the madness. And important to do so, as it has been a really tricky factor for RPI to deal with.
Insanely so. So step 1 is finished. Killed Nova. Step 2, killed David, apparently. Is that next step in the adjustment. Andy actually spotting out another player up here. And that's going to be the 3 players moving that direction, now just 2.
Fusion of 2 versus 5 here. Doubt there's going to be too much success. Although Neo's proved me wrong. Okay. Andy is playing a dangerous game right there. And it will be a couple kills on the way out. Fabrice has been pretty lethal, but low HP and the op in hand. Can't find the entrance, and Mal again with the USP to close things down.
USP is working well. And with that, RPI take another round off of Drexel. Enough money to buy in this time, but it's really quite limited. They're not going to be able to have any buy into the next round, other than maybe, I mean, I guess it's starting to get to that point. You know, 3-round loss bonus plus a play at. You're pretty close. So maybe I spoke too soon. Either way, here we go. The AX cube coming in. This time it's not just Nova, it's everybody.
I guess I'm looking to stick to the classics to close out this one. On that early utility as well. A bit of a gap in the SUG smoke. I'm not sure how much you can exactly see, but he looks like he has an early alarm bell. A huge gap in the jungle smoke that Mal will say, thank you very much for giving me that one. Numbers are punched in. The nade stack successful. Man advantage on the retake here at the moment for RPI. It looked like it was going to go away though, as the spam was almost so very close.
There's 3 flashes here for the Drexel team. How are they going to utilize those? Quite a bit of utility available here for RPI.
He was playing a perfect angle. His teammates, oh, both of them have gone down in the meantime. Jumping up there, I think Mal spotted him. Oh, God. Take it easy there, Spitz.
He's playing a dangerous game there with that rifle.
2 HP on his team. He almost put him down.
We have it 3 in a row here for RPI. Means lost bonus for Drexel. And while they don't have the full buy money just yet, they do have a very strong pistol buy available to them. And not like this, surely.
You know what? Fast get right and get left, of course.
Of course.
Tech 9s are out. The rush B has commenced, and they are looking to gather some early space. Caught no man's land. That's a 1 entrance and make it another, as they're able to find 2 players on B. 1 close by market door, though. That could cause for complications,
Not
but
like
David
this.
has found it. The B rush, always the answer to every last problem of NA, and it looks like that trend could continue.
Oh man, Grapples brought 1 back though. Still a man advantage, and that smoke's maybe a bit of a problem. No utility really. The plate has 2 flashes, but that's it. But he's won the duel, so it's 2v2. Fabri's working with the Tech 9. It's AK for a NACE Dragon. What?
Oh my God.
Fabrice! That's such a nasty shot. 1-on-2. Here it is for game 1, and it's over. NACE Dragon with the shot on target. Drexel Dragons pick up the win in the map pick of RPI and push it to a 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid result. I feel like the scoreline there for Drexel, they were always in the driver's seat. It was only a matter of time until we were going to see them finish the job. But nonetheless, you got to be a little bit happy considering you're nearing double digits versus what is a monstrous Drexel team. And I think if maybe you were able to string a little bit more of that T side success, maybe gather some of that mid control that was so successful with you. Maybe there was more of a shot there for PI, but that T side I don't think was quite enough to cut it, considering the fact that Drexel were able to easily move forward with a couple of rounds that Nova just kind of took in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, and well, Dust 2 will be up next. Before we get there, though, I want to talk a little bit about one of our fantastic partners. If you're into performance to rule your game and rule the league, well, then we're so excited to have AMD as the official graphics card sponsor of the NACE Starleague. Introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics card, featuring the breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture engineered to deliver ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, and visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. Check them out at amd.com. And whilst you're checking that out, we're going to head to a short break to give you some time to browse. We'll be back in just a few. Well, RPI didn't exactly have the start to this series they would have wanted, but the good news is they have one more chance. Dust 2 is coming up, and to be fair, they actually are still in playoffs. It's not an elimination game, but it is for seeding, and Drexel, will they continue to be undefeated this season? It looks like maybe so as we look to head to Dust 2, Cole.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a much better result here for RPI. Again, if we talk about some of the previous matchups, they've been willing to leave it up to deciders, right? They've had the option to ban out this map, and they've chosen to let it slide through. So I imagine there's some comfort on this one. The issue is, once we just talk about how Drexel have looked on Mirage, you have Nova hitting a lot of good rifle shots, right? I mean, he really took that second half into the palm of his hands. I imagine they would have closed it out even if he wasn't showing up. But there was like 3 rounds where he single-handedly, whether it was with his impact or with his prior conditioning, have delivered Drexel rounds. And so, pretty wild stuff alongside for Breeze, who was playing very well. And Neo's Dragon was a very pleasant surprise in the shoes of Gank 88.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about that, because Neos Dragon had some of those really good rounds, solid small site holds as well. That's one of the hardest positions in Counter-Strike, I think, is being like that B-side anchor on I mean, it's usually B-site on pretty much any map. That's difficult, right? I mean, we're probably going to see, you know, if they are that anchor player on B, they might be playing that on Dust 2 as well. You know, and they were doing a fantastic job in that position. So really, really impressed with their showing, especially as somebody that we didn't really have any information on coming into this game. But like you said, when Nova's playing as well as he just was, and he's not even opping, that's terrifying, to be honest. I mean, the op is where Nova shines the most, and it's without it that he was popping off in the first. And like you said, Febreze kind of adding insult to injury there. And Andy and Grapple, I think, were kind of on the same page. They were playing very well. I do think it was Espitz and Mal that needed to kind of step up a little bit, in my opinion.
I mean, we've seen individual moments out of Espitz as well, so we know the capability is there. It just comes to some of that execution, right? Are they going to be able to do that versus a roster like this? I'm not sure, especially on Dust 2. I don't think it's going to be too likely. We're going to be hopping in to Dust 2 here as we get that piss round underway. Exciting stuff. Of course, it's going to be Drexel on that T side here as they look to... Oh, no. It is on the CT side. Interesting.
I can argue that you like to start maybe C side sometimes. Especially, you know, I mean, that was the prescribed logic back not that long ago as well. Obviously, that's changed, but clearly, RPI knowing something, and Nova, dude, he's playing a game that's different from everybody else's sticks. Playing around the smoke, and it's David as well. Just pop off and find that final couple frags.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's another round that Nova just kind of wins. He pushes up towards the top of it, and then he stays in front of that mid to B smoke. That's just a position that I feel like oftentimes will be uncleared, and I think Nova realizes that specifically up against some players that, you know, probably are going to make some of those mistakes, and he's just able to slip that through perfectly here. Bit of Molly, he's not quite connected, but it won't be the end of the days here. Still be looking comfortable to grab that long control.
Yeah, very strong start indeed, and here we see RPI aggressively taking the mid control, like you said, and they're going to be headed mid to B by the look of it. No smoke to work with, and Styx is ready to farm. He's only got a little bit, though. Febreze helping out. Febreze is always this MP7. I remember this now.
It's a cool skin.
I think I have that skin. I'm not going to lie. I think I have one of those. It
you
is
got one of
definitely
those?
nice.
Looks a bit, you know, it feels like one of those classic skins that you just don't see that often because no one uses the MP7.
That's true, yeah.
But,
good point.
I like it. It looks pretty clean.
Wish I had that M9 Bayonet Emerald.
Yeah. That's a skin, not
Only
a
like
lot of people use for
$1,000?
different reasons. Underpass. What?
That's so far away.
That was a snipe.
It's not supposed to work that far away. Every time we see the Swag 7, man, we are always in for some fun stuff.
Yeah, how's he get out of here, though? Yeah, I don't know if he does. You got blessed with that one shot there. You can't get 2 in 1 round, right? Surely that's too much to ask.
I would imagine so. And yeah, going down, the Dragons down to 2. Quick, I do like that they that RPI that is wait for the save. and then they have the AKs in the next round. Is that? Can I see it correctly? What's okay? Yeah, the MP9. Some meme stickers there.
Missed it. What were they?
I don't know if I can say on stream necessarily.
All right. Ooh.
Let's just say there were plants.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I've seen that sticker quite a bit.
Yep. Yeah, just to be safe. Drexel, gonna be saving these weapons. They should have money to buy in the next one, especially with the save here from David, especially. So, and it looks like the RPI are very okay just to let this save happen. They aren't interested in getting over aggressive. They aren't interested in giving up any of these guns, and I don't blame them.
I think it's actually the chicken eating the grass there, so it's family friendly. I saw a chicken on the bottom.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Good.
of course. It's a family show.
It is. That's why I was careful.
I like the save though, and you know, I'm actually surprised. That was a big bonus, right? The guns that we saw drop, you know, besides that pressure towards long, was an MP7, a Mag 7, and then what was the last one? It was a rifle, but that was picked up. So I'm surprised to see. Surprised to see the low economy here still. Interesting to see that. But David can drop over a rifle, and same with Neo's Dragon.
Yeah. I think this is plenty to buy. We are seeing a timeout though. It's looking like not sure by who. Maybe a tech timeout based on that.
Yeah, I think it's a tech. I have to imagine. That's why I saw that the round count wasn't going down, and so I was like, yeah, they might be taking time to decide. But it was like a pretty easy. Decision to force buy here, or at least try and buy back. Not even a force, I don't think it'll be.
Well, I bet what it is, always is a mouse problem. If they'd bought Corsair, then they wouldn't have this problem.
No doubt. No doubt.
Shameless plug for our sponsor, Corsair.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Not only that, if it's ever, the wireless issue, you always got those PCs running, right? So you know that the power supplies are going to be doing good for you.
True story, yeah. Oh, I like these nades from Sticks to deny the early cap presence. Is there going to be a push in addition to that? Towards Catwalk? No, not quite. But still. I see mid-to-B smoke being thrown out there early. There's only mid-control. It's been... RPI have kind of had a set strategy here. The first 4 rounds, it's just get mid-control, smoke mid-to-B, and go from there.
Very wild angle here. Oh my god, but
Wow.
able to find multiple kills. Oh my god, they completely light up that mid-attack right there. One through the smoke as well from Nova. Finally, a little bit of success offered up from Plate, who's able to slip by the doors and taking the bomb site plant. Not going to be the easiest of ones to maneuver around. He's been tapping the bomb right there, but they know it's a fake now. Great position to plant, and they don't capitalize just yet. Flashbang is perfect. Going to blind him up for quite some time, but they don't run in just yet. They pause. They hold onto their nerve.
Great patience there from Drexel and Nova with a nice shot as well to close it. It's going to be the 3rd round on the board here. The Dragons taking it. And RPI, they had it 1 round that looked very strong, but it instantly traded back. The good news, RPI, they got Plant. They had 4 survive in the prior round, and that's going to give them tons of cash. They could buy ops if they want, but looks like they're going to be electing not to. It's Nova who has the op, and like I said, I think the way that it works here for Drexel is that they swap up based on the map, and so it's looking like Nova might be the go-to guy here.
Yeah, playing out in what is, the really important position out of that op, right? Yeah, mid control. You'd ideally like to have your opper playing that, but I like that he's adjusting in the mid round towards long. This catwalk setup could cause for complications. They've got a player protecting the cubby. Out safely. I can't believe she was able to make that escape. Impressive. Work smoke thrown out deep for Mespits. Very, very deep. That's a little too deep.
I don't know. It's not bad.
Might allow for a scale up there, but it definitely isn't going to sell any fakes, right? That's the issue
No.
with that one, and you can see that maybe they do draw in sticks, but once that smoke throws in, imagine that he'll trust his teammate to hold down that bomb site relatively safely. And again, they have Nova posted up towards long for early alarms and a really good effective cat control as well.
Yes, they do. The op down long, it's about to be pushed back, and Nova's needing to stand tall. I don't know, that smoke is so... I don't know, it's just such a weird one. There's 35 seconds, and this is very tentative right now for RPI. They really need to scale up fast. We're going to see the cross smoke put out. Flashbang to push Nova off the angle in a moment, and there it is. As they push forward, here we go. Nova having to fall back all the way. Going to be playing around the smoke inside of Get Right in. Here we are, Nova. Working one kill, going to get traded. Playing around that smoke, that's the trouble. The flashbang good, and somehow Mal hits the shot, even blind. As now, trades working wonderfully for Drexel, give them the man advantage.
Out of that smoke, it's a nice 1-for-1 trade right now in a 2-on-1 situation. They're honing in on Mal's position. A nice headshot angle attempted right there. I like the idea, but just couldn't nail the shots, and US Dragons certainly will. Love that position though right there from Drexel. And they just allow RPI to be dwindling that clock deep into the mid-round, and in that attempt at the execution there, they pop some shots off through the smoke. They find them as they jump in towards the site. Nova and I believe it was David both found a kill apiece, and that helped out so much, making it a 5v3 for the trades on the retake.
Absolutely, yeah, it was very, very strong. And, well, as we get into this round, it's a hero AK from Mal. And it's a shot from Nova down middle. He's found that first, and he might be given a second opportunity. Meanwhile, David on that secondary is good for one at long. Here comes Plate. Ooh, that was close, actually.
Risky business. But yeah, it was a very close shot right there, and Nova, I don't think he's realized how close this mid player has put up, but won't get punished by it. So in this position, gonna send that opera to just double zoom down and towards the tunnels. You imagine that's gonna be locked down. There is no lurk smoke to walk out of that position.
Nope. The old zoom banger posted up on tons is going to be a tough one to overcome, but I don't know if they'll be going there. Nice flash bang. A little bit farther than you would like, actually, but hey, it's not going to catch anybody anyway. Breeze standing there and getting 2 kills while David chimes in for more. The lack of a mid-to-B smoke was always going to be an issue, and it was there as well.
Solid round right there from Drexel as expected. You'd think they'd close that one out. Relative ease. 5-1. Feeling comfortable. Plopped into the driver's seat right now, right? On their map pick, and the double ops have been just such an effective force to start keeping RPI at bay. Not allowing for them to really string anything together, and the way they're playing things, it seems like map control is just kind of the name of the game for these Drexel members, and every step of the way you kind of see them grab that control pretty effectively.
Yes, sir, indeed. And RPI, I mean, they've just had such limited success as well. It's just very unfortunate. And this round could be different. Could be, being the operative word, though. There's some control here at Catwalk, and they're going to use the flash to get through it. Not actually able to trade a missed shot. I don't know if that's David or Nova. Either way, it's unfortunate. And the shot's fired as Nova trying to rotate out, gets caught in the middle. The Molotov misses its mark to deny the re-entry to 2v4.
One control is held on to. Bomb is into the spawn. That's going to be a lot of time to cause for some mistakes to be made right now. You've just seen one of them. Plate goes down. No trades yet. Falling in the flames, though. No escape from there for Breeze. Went for a heroic play, to say the least. David? Oh, a lovely little pick there. He's taking a chunk of damage off from the Oppa grapple. Numbers will be punched in. And David will now take the time to reposition towards long, making a long play, and 2 flashes left. It's going to be tricky to pull this one off, although it's not planning for Cat.
Oh, you're right. It's not. Maybe a little bit of a mistake happening here. 2 flashes to work with. By the time, it is starting to tick down. A little bit lower and a little bit lower. And yeah,
he's
David's
falling
aware.
off.
Speaking of skins, used to have one of those free hands.
Is that what this is here?
No, that's the knife.
Oh,
David
free
had.
hands, the knife, the can't remember what collection that is. What is that there?
Chroma 2, maybe? Chroma 3?
It's one with the Dopplers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Chroma.
Pretty solid one. I was always a fan of the Dopplers or the what's it called, the Tiger Tooth myself. I never paid too much attention to the free hand.
Missing out. RPI
It
though.
has to be fact new, right? So that's my one hang up.
That's true. RPI hanging out, finding a kill, and Nova going down. Not anticipating Grapple to be opping there. To be fair, that's the first op I think we've seen RPI pick up in that position.
Oh, just a symbol. This might have been spotted. No, definitely not. David with a reaction shot. They able to find the equalizing kill. Valuable, but still early 4-on-4. Maybe you can utilize to your advantage here. Mid to B smoke thrown out. They're definitely trying to cause some chaos and calms here, cause some issues in rotation. Goodness. I don't know how everyone's alive in that situation.
I was thinking the same thing. Here we go, though. One player's they're close by. Yeah, sticks. Oh, it's too bad that that flash catches him full. No one was checking him until he started shooting. Standing tall. Great trade, though, by Andy. It's two to play here. The Dragons have to retake. And they've already equalized things. Utility abounding. Though that's not ideal. That's very frustrating. There's still smoke, though, to work with. A couple flashes as well on each.
Those polygons have gotten the better of a couple of these players today. Smoke out the doors is going to allow for a little bit of space to be created here. Op's still pretty zoomed in. There's a slight gap we could work off of. Flashbang is pristine, but Grapple hits the tripwire right there. The alarm bells ring. So does the head of David. As the headshot is express delivered. And that's a nice little cleaned up round from RPI.
Yeah, I mean, revenge of the polygons. Once again.
I'm sure that was great.
It's okay, Cole. It's not okay, actually. We can still be friends, but it's tragic, you know? That's the reality.
It's just it's minus points here, and plus points, plus a little bit of extra cash there for sticks. It will eventually go down. Oh my god, David. He just walked right into that crosshair. Grapple, I don't even know if he moved the muscle.
I mean, he definitely did. There was a bit of an adjustment, but...
A little flick. That's very fast.
Yeah, it was incredibly fast, I would agree. Febreze working out here on the B side, but ain't nobody coming his way, I don't think. It's going to be a rotation in towards the long. That's where at least one of these players are. And I think Nose Dragon might be lagging a little bit. Going to be spotted out. No chance, really. Nice adjustment there as Spitz talked about the player who needs to step up, and Spitz was one of them doing that just now.
Lovely stuff. Chase down is in Nova. Eagle looking to do the damage. Right on the exit. Absolutely nothing. Or on the board here for RPI, and you know, they're looking relatively clean doing so far. I feel like in the rounds that they've been able to win, they've showed some real prowess in terms of you know, the map control, and some of the mid to B splits that we've seen. The utility that they're gathering map control with is right on the money, and it's definitely working out to deal with the firepower that Drexel's delivering.
Yeah, I love the consistent mid takes coming through lower tons, and that's exactly the sort of thing that I think is really important for a default here on the T side. Though granted, I think we could see a little bit more over at long per se, but hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that might be one of the last gaps that they really have to fill in right now on this T side. Maybe that's why we do see 5 rounds on the board here locked in for Drexel, but nonetheless, still looking pretty good here, and there isn't too much to fix. Again, with this effective lower tons control into working the map, and You will see a late reaction towards long potentially, but Catwalk has been pretty solid in terms of positioning. Flashbang doesn't actually blind that Plate, and only one kill delivered from Nova as he gets blinded up by Plate's flash.
Yeah, I mean, Nova kind of forced into that duel, and so Plate able to get the trade off. Nova caught between a rock and a hard place. He's still playing relatively well, just can't quite get the multi-frags in that example. Now the flash.
Such a good spot.
Yeah, he is. This is perfect. Oh, it's going to be checked, though. Great check right there. Still comes away with one, though. Trade's still good.
Yeah, that was a lovely little jiggle. That's phenomenal work. They saw if this Catwalk lurk, and Plate is going to be such a nuisance. They might have an idea that he's around this angle. Pushing past the smoke. Set the spam here. Up on Xbox. And that's a lovely pickup. On low HP, he's still able to have the impact. The op will drop. And Plate Lloyd. HP is going to make the cross here successfully. Grapple into the site. Spotting at that last player as well. He's going to dive through the smoke, chasing down the bomb planter. Grapple's able to punch in the numbers, though. And he's moved in towards the headshot box. He has 2 players to deal with. And it's too tricky. Sticks can't find the access. He finds the first. He's looking for the second around the box here, but it's dropped down in the meantime. Grapple's trying to play off the angle and lands the no-scope. How on earth did he do that?
That's just busted. How? RPI coming away with a huge moment in Grapple, who's been working with that op so well. He's not lighting up the scoreboard per se, but he's been hitting crucial shots when necessary and consistent shots at that. It's a crazy one to close out that round and tie the game up 5-5.
That is just miraculous stuff right there, man. Absolutely sick to see. In a really tricky spot. That's not easy to work out of, and Grapple's the man to do it. Another pause called in, though, a tech pause. I don't know what the adjustment is here for Drexel, but they need to find it soon. That's a lot of rounds being brought together here right now for RPI. They might need to really utilize those new Dust 2 changes, right? Maybe try and force the issue in the lower tons a little bit more. Maybe have that op presence of Nova posted up there, and that could be an adjustment, but nonetheless, not a lot found here.
They've only ever done that in these half-buy rounds, which, it's fine, but you do want to have that come to fruition on rounds that matter as well. Deagle's some armor, and a scout that's already tagged down via that AWP from Grapple. Like I said, consistently hitting shots, doing damage, and making moves. Grapple, nearly finding one there on the site as well.
And those smokes, right? Not
Third
matter.
smoke.
There you go. Yeah, that's the third one. That will save the day. And they do find all of the access here. RPI is certainly take a lead here.
Looking like Breeze gathering that scout, looking for something, but he ain't got nothing. It's David the last to fall. And RPI taking the lead. I don't know if we've not really seen an RPI lead since the early stages over on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, were they in the lead then? Did they win the pistol maybe? That might be the only position.
I think they did.
Yeah, that might be the only time we've actually seen them in the driver's seat. Right now, they've been able to fight back with the gun rounds, right? So,
yeah,
some incredible stuff.
It certainly has been a great adjustment. Does David only have a Zeus?
I think that's the overlay. He does have an op right now, so
maybe
it's the Sniper Zeus.
Yes,
It's a
my
funny looking
favorite
op.
gun. My favorite gun in the game, the Sniper Zeus.
It's nightmare fuel. $200. Uh-oh.
Infinite range. Oh boy, that's nightmare fuel right there. Whiffing that smoke.
Not fun. The worst part about whiffing that smoke is if you ever want to throw it again, and you want maybe hey, could you come throw the hinge smoke for me? You have to wait it out because you can't line it up without waiting out that smoke, right? So that's valuable time ticked off the clock, and it might have even encouraged them to adjust their game plan here.
Yeah, they're heading towards B. We really haven't seen this happen very often. I think only one time did they actually come out here on B through the tunnels area. That Molly, is that going to catch? No, not quite. Grapple, I think it was. Kind of getting lucky. Or maybe Andy, who's in that position. Here we go. The smoke about to fade.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and a whiffed lineup. The flash is good, but smoke's going to be missed. Here we go. Nesmith's on the opener, and the follow-up is good for Andy.
They even have a door smoke. And that does come back to bite him. But I don't think it's enough. I mean, 4v3, you still have to consider. I'm going to save in these territories. Okay, don't get blindsided like this. Oh my god, Neo's missed his opportunity. 2 players hovering around the car position. He's getting pressured. He's getting taken down low. His teammate Nova has dropped the neck. The save called in, but will they be even able to hold on to it? David's already out of dodge, sure, but that's 7 locked in for RPI.
Where did that bullet go?
That looked dead on.
I mean, he was definitely not moving on that one, in my opinion. But hey, Counter-Strike's a funny game, and we love it for that.
Hey, I don't know if he's gonna save.
Yeah,
They're too close.
Looking scary. Not gonna get it. Up, not needed. Oh, maybe gonna be grabbed. Yeah, Esbit's carrying that over. One of those surely gonna be
reserves.
Oh yeah, you're right. Lots of money. And now the double op setup as well.
I mean, it's worth it to maybe go for a mid pick here. As I say that, no one's picking mid. Everyone's heading in towards top mid or lower. Might be good to blindside him. I mean, the Max 7 is already rattled off here. He's just so solid with that gun. And Neo's Dragon able to hit that fast reaction. Some complications here, but Mal's picked up the AK here and is ready to defend tunnel side of things. They've already moved in towards B as well. Bombs retrieved now, and they should be relatively safe and sound.
Relatively. Max 7 still trying to find some success. The Tech 9 doing good work. Nova alone, and okay. Grapple pretty much sacrificing his teammate right there. But still does find Nova eventually. And it is 8-5, so RPI confirming the victory on the half. And that's pretty darn solid, especially against this Drexel team that, I mean, made Mirage look really, really easy.
Yeah, this is a really good half put together right now. The CT side 4-11 over at Mirage, right? So
yeah,
we're definitely seeing a little bit of uncomfort, really. I think it is in the later stages because RPI went on quite a rally. I think we did see a 1-5 scoreline for Drexel in favor of them, and only really losing the bonus. But since then, 8 in a row struck from RPI to really make this into a comforting half.
Absolutely. Perfect from RPI since that, I mean, pretty much since that 5-1, right? And it's 5-8 right now. And they've been on the road back ever since. Up out here for David. I will say, I really would have liked to see Nova being more aggressive in areas with the op. But they've not had a ton of ops in the last couple of rounds. 2 of them on the CT or the T side, and Andy really heating up, and David gonna get mollied out. Does eventually find Andy, but it's sort of beyond the point at that stage.
Whoa. A little bit of a mistake being made here. 20 on the clock. Oh, and that was big. Blade able to grab the bomb just in time. HG can't quite finish the job. That could have been detrimental. 1 kill in there. Fabrice is able to finish the job as he is forced out of position from the molly. Jumping with the M4, looking for the kill right now. 1 close by. The flash is going to be good, but the peek comes through a little bit early. And now the flash isn't going to do a thing. The headshot found from Mal. And it's up to 9 now for RPI, who continue to show their prowess, man. This is the RPI we talked about in the interviews, where if they can come in hitting their shots and feeling confident, I mean, this is an upset potential.
Yeah, I mean, confidence is key. I mean, I still think overpass is going to be very hard, but RPI, they are looking fantastic thus far. Oh, David, that was nasty work right there. Getting the headshot to the door with the scout. Forced by long range. Neos has been good with that, but now Stick's gonna be the one to go forward, and okay. Alrighty, Stick's doing a good work. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Drexel started to get a little bit aggressive, dial up some interesting plays, and it's suddenly a 5v3.
Yeah. Showing that they are so confident that Molly's going to work wonders here for Febreze, as all he has to do is tap down range, clear and open. We'll find the last as well, and a little bit of cranking of the heat right there for Drexel is all that's required for them to start really making some comfortability in the CT side. Now, 6-9, not the end of the world, right? But I definitely feel like if you're RPI, you're feeling incredibly confident heading into this second half now.
Yeah, 100%. What I will say is that Drexel have such great experience. They're not going to be fazed by this 9-6 whatsoever. They're going to be like, all right, we kind of messed around, and now let's get serious. I think that's probably going to be the attitude if I had to imagine. And so I think that's very strong for their T side, because T side, you know, getting aggressive, that's all about confidence and using that confidence to swing. But that's already a very nice looking aggression up long, or up middle, excuse me. Oh, and a nice shot by Plate as well.
Ooh, make it another. Deleting these members.
Woo!
3 bullets, 3 kills. That's just nasty. Plate. Anything else that can be gathered? They're now moving up catwalk. Finally, you do see Plate miss, but I feel like the job's already finished. 1 HP on one of these players. Sticks left to do all the heavy lifting.
Well, Sticks ain't gonna be lifting nothing, because he's all dead and buried. Constant missed shots from both Nova and Andy. Eventually it goes Andy's direction, though. And it's a flawless round on the pistol for RPI. Drexel really could have used that, but they're going to have to fight it back into the next. And, well, they're going for the force once again.
Yeah, that pans out. I think it's another one of the decos here that we see. Oh, we saw a Mirage, but Nova has a lot up armor.
And 1350 is quite low.
It's going to leave you with absolutely no utility. Yeah, I think you will have enough for an AK and armor, but
well,
not much else.
Nice start there by Aspet. Now we're going to find another. And followed up, but not so much. RPI going to just fall back and work with what they got. And I don't blame them. They're in a great position.
Another one down. Making this flawless here is a great way to kick off that CT side. And again, it's going to leave them in a weird spot, right? Next round, what do you want to do? Nova doesn't have enough money to buy up. Maybe the rest of you have just enough for AKs. But you have not set yourself, you haven't set yourself up for success in the first gun round. And that's a big problem here. So you could be potentially seeing RPI double the scoreline depending on the decision making here of Drexel in the next round.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Drexel's purchasing decisions there. It kind of feels like they are, they're feeling confident still, but they're not looking at the scoreboard.
I mean, it's got to be the rifles here. They will prioritize at least utility with the Galeals, but man, that's a bit risky. We'll see how it works out. Everyone heading in towards long. The flash is being dropped in. They're going to try and hit this coin flip right now. We'll see if the flashes are good. And it seems like Pristine blinded up here, but Nova's in the flames. There's one that's crossed in successfully towards Pit, but he's been dropped as well. And the chase is good from David here, so maybe the Galil purchase is exactly what the doctor ordered, as there's no escape. There's no getting out. You might find a trade here, sure, but that's even unlikely. And, well, this might be a flawless conversion. It's just been Andy left last man standing. And the round's won.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where I think our fears were warranted, but we look a little silly when Drexel just pulls out something crazy, aggressive, and hits all their shots. Got to give credit to Nova for hitting that opening pick, especially, but the follow-up by David was even better. 1 kill inside of Pit, 1 kill on the cross to Pit.
Yeah, I mean, just standing in the flames, it's a risky move there from Nova. If he goes down, I feel like that's the chances in the dirt right there for Drexel,
Yeah.
but he's able to find it. And I think the teammates that were surrounding him followed up off that success. Imagine a little confidence boost in the mix there as well. 7-11, though, a denial of the continued success for RPI. And this lead, I like this kind of conservative call here. Just USPs, they might look to just kind of toss this round I mean, they could still put a valiant effort, right? But more of a throwaway here, most likely.
I'm going to use that in the future. They're tossing the round. Instead of throwing the round, they're tossing it. Ooh, Andy.
That's
Good
Zeus
enough
up.
to, yeah, I know.
Sniper Zeus. It's back. Oh.
And it's dead. I feel Zeus, man. Nova. Looking for more. Okay, Fabrice getting tagged down. And David did actually get the frag. Another tag there. A nice shot from plate, but it's not to be. 8 for Drexel.
This feels Zeus, man, like a clever play on Zeus being bad. So technically, it feels bad, man.
You've caught me.
I don't know why Zeus is catching strays now and in this broadcast.
Yeah, I don't know either. The Zeus is a great investment, especially at certain times.
I'm just talking about the player Zeus.
Oh, dang. Oh, I didn't even realize. That's too bad. He's a major winner, okay? Put some respect on that name.
Fair play. Whoa! Oh,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
no
Fabrice.
fun. Very unfortunate right there. Nice little 4v5 gathered up. An easy way to do it. They're going to work off the catwalk there, but now they're dealing with a man disadvantage. So sure, you got a pretty good bit of map control, but you got grapple posted up here already with the op. The hefty position of car. So it's not going to be an easy crossing towards the site at all.
That lurk smoke lineup hasn't changed in 15 years.
Well,
Here we go. Flash over the top, dash in there. And it's
Ooh.
going to be Sticks to actually get that frag. Very nicely done. Plant for Cat, and it's the opener for Drexel.
you take flashes for catwalk here. You got the plant for cat as well, so it's so valuable to retake that control, making it even more valuable as that kill coming through. That's bits. Oh, high-low setup there. Good trade there from David. Necessary. And now it's put things into a 1-on-2. Is Andy really encouraged to go for this? The answer is no. And Drexel, they continue their winning ways.
Yeah, I was waiting to kind of see how things started to go down here on the T side, but remember back on Mirage, it was the pistol round, the follow up, and then the gun round, and then Drexel didn't lose any T rounds after the first gun round. So it's looking like it's similar work being done here right now, at least thus far, by Drexel. They've done a good job of picking up these first couple of gun rounds, and they are looking to continue that. This time, though, it's not going to be guns. It's going to be against some pistols. USPs across the board, except for Andy on that saved AK, actually.
Quick maneuver with the flashes towards long here. The control comes free of charge. But real test will be as they move forward and towards long. A player crouched behind the box right there, rather, or I should say, a little too sneaky. That could be a problem sometimes. Got spotted as well. Oh, nicely done from Breeze. Tries to mind to get that spam down, and that spits. Not much that you can really do here, USP. What's that face? Angry face.
The angry face. Not your face.
Not my face. Not the drooler.
No droolers here, unfortunately for you.
Get really excited whenever I see one of those faces, just for it to be the drooler potentially.
Sadness, I'm sure, is what you're feeling now.
Oh, despair.
That's okay, because we have Drexel and RPI putting on a pretty good show here for us. Hop out for grapple. Same for Nova. See where they're headed. Looks like we're going to be seeing at least this op go towards middle. And it looks like where the op is for grapple, too.
Grapple, I mean, he was playing in that critical position of car with the op in the previous gun round, right? He missed his, I think he actually hit the leg shot or a wallbang in his first op shot. And then he missed his second, and he went down without a kill.
Darn.
And I think that was the way that they were able to close that one out, right? Because
Yeah,
I feel like if you're an opper, you really got to close out at least one of those kills, and that would have made it a 3v5. So the fact that you didn't find that one was definitely a big access point. A molly in that corner would be lovely.
Oh, not gonna happen. Oh, but they hit the shot anyway.
So low on HP though. Actually, Espitz is able to pull things back here just enough.
Molly well timed, and Espitz even a third. 2v4. Febreze and David asked to clutch up. Oh. Mal giving opportunities away there to Drexel. But I can't say I am incredibly happy with the idea that Drexel just kind of ran through that smoke. Not even the flash over the top.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 3v4 situation, and I feel like Drexel set in a good bit of panic there. As you see Espitz start to claw things back, he finds himself 2 picks off the molly and the A1S spam. And that was the kind of man just swinging back in their way. And then you see it followed up with a bomb following suit, but completely alone. And that's when you gotta say, you know, we gotta slow things down, right, and readjust our game plan. We didn't get that last round from Drexel, so great individual work being done from Espitz. Save the day there and keep RPI, you know, closing out these gun rounds.
That being said, it's actually the first gun round of the half for RPI. And we're going to have to see if they can continue to do just that. At the moment, there's a big stack up here at long. There's going to be a flash over the top. There it goes. Sticks. Oh, Sticks is nasty with those shots. And now it's going to be Grapple to take the shots to Sticks. And he's falling down. Espitz climbing back, and it's a 3v4. Favoring RPI. Grapple staying alive. And he's singing the song. He's sitting back in the car. Finally taken out. But it's at the cost of 2 players for Drexel.
So where they trade. Just leave Nova, Neos Dragon. They're extremely tricky position. There's a player tacked in towards site. Double swing coming through here, not able to trade here. Espitz continue to hold the line, and Mal from the top ropes is able to strike it. Now you see 2 strung together for RPI. A little more work to continue to do the damage, but they're really finding a footing here, and they're continuing to succeed.
Yeah, Drexel struggling a little bit here on Dust 2 in a way that I really didn't think it was going to be possible. I talked about how I really didn't see a world in which Drexel loses this map, and that's because I was anticipating some ultra aggression, some domination, some of those plays that we were seeing from Nova back on Mirage, but that's not been happening. And it looks like the B-Rush is coming in. 6 there, 1 for 1, and it's going to be Espitz back the other way as Neos Dragon makes their way into the site for the plant.
A lot of utility that's held on to here from next to Drexel, but how easy is this going to be in terms of holding things down? Smokes recycled in towards door, Molly thrown in towards window. They still have one more Molly in reserve, full tunnels control to mix in there. That's their last Molly.
Here's the problem. RPI have massive amounts of utility as well. That's the real issue. They got flashes for days, smoke, and they have mollies. Here comes the molly. Espitz coming out. Here we go.
Back to big box. He's already been cleared out. Nova has the op. The Priest from the back ropes is able to strike for 1. They instantly find that one out here, and now it is Nova ready with the op. He's able to scope in, but the defuse! Oh my god! Good lord. They were able to figure it out. RPI have closed it down, but by narrow margins.
It's looking like map 3 might be on the cards here. Overpass is what it would be, but man, I am absolutely flabbergasted. RPI doing so much work, and the individual stepping up here for RBI, Espitz especially, we talked about in the in between game 1 and game 2, doing the big heavy lifting here, topping the scoreboard by a margin of I think like 7 or 8 kills.
Stepped it up here in map 2. And that's why we're seeing this sort of scoreline right now.
We were maybe paused for a moment, but no, we're still going. It's the buy here for Drexel based off of the loss bonus plus the bomb plant. David back with the op this time. And they're going to go back to Old Faithful here. The long aggression has been pretty good overall. And there we go.
I'm gonna wait for Grapple's contact here. They have a flash setup coming through from Mal. And once Grapple pops a shot off, that's when you're gonna see that flash come out. Everyone's blind. 1, 2, not a third, but still a man advantage here. And a lot of map control maintained.
Being held down here. That's a big one from David. So the equalizer has been found. This is for that deep cross smoke. Like sticks. I do like this smoke, though it obviously creates some dangers. And that these players could be playing close to the smokes, and just like Mal is right now. Ooh. Mal going to go for the self-flash. Don't know where that flash went. A little bit farther, a little bit deep. Mal, though, hits the shots necessary. David 1 versus 3. And connecting on the first. Has to connect on 1 or 2 more, and seems to have the read that there's a player in CT spawn. Collecting the bomb. Forcing out the duel. This is winnable now. Mal versus David. The plant coming in. David over the top, but he's misread the situation. Mal with the clutch.
Unbelievable. Wild stuff, man. I was not expecting this sort of RPI to be showing out today right now, but Drexel just can't seem to find the solution. It seems like it's too little too late. Every answer from RPI is so profound. I mean, the long control that comes out, they actually delay it. Right? You see that re-aggression setup. Grapple takes the first point of contact. The flash from Mal's perfect, and the execution is even better there from RPI. So the setup that they have going forward into these rounds is so good, and Drexel just don't know how to deal with it.
No, they don't. I mean, well, I wouldn't even say the Drexel don't know. They're just not making the plays that they would normally make, and they're also not hitting the shots that they would normally hit. Feels like as a team, Drexel is a little bit stalled out. And whilst we're talking skins, red line, that's an OG.
Nice. Oh, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's a bold play. Just showing confidence right there in the mid defense. Doesn't even have an op. He's just taking the rifle duel, and he wins it out. Mal falls for Breeze, and now into a 3v5. They set themselves up for closing stages here. David's going to hold steady. The mid-aggression coming through, only met by S-Bits, and everyone's dropping here. They're going to take Dust 2. They're going to take it into a decider. Overpass looms ahead of us here, and Andy is going to be the one to take us there.
There we go. 16-10, a way that I would never have expected, especially considering the domination that we saw in the second half from Drexel over on Mirage. It's trading map picks back and forth. Drexel picking up on RPI's map, whilst RPI finds Dust 2. Like you said, Overpass is next, but I got to be so impressed. S-Bits with an incredible adjustment, really stepping up in that one.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. It was an absolute blast to watch S-Bits just kind of take over the server right there. He performed out of his mind in Dust 2. Definitely looked like he had himself a good night's sleep right there, and I feel like you can too, because of our lovely sponsors over at Gunners. They are the pioneer in blue light glasses and #1 in gaming. They've been helping gamers improve their vision and protect their eyes for over 15 years. They offer improvements in performance and protection for all eyes ages 8 to 12. I mean, even have down to 4 to 8, so definitely a lot of range right there. And of course, you can get yours too if you're around the collegiate age as well. But big shout out to the sponsors over there at Gunners. I know that they sent you a lovely little pair, and you're looking absolutely phenomenal.
Well, thank you, and I'm feeling phenomenal as well with them on. These are the Pimpleton Slate models, and they're very comfy, actually. I mean, obviously, I wear glasses all the time, and it's very unfortunate if your glasses aren't feeling comfortable. They're also really solid metal frames here as well. Definitely feeling good, and like you said, don't want any of that digital eye strain. It can be a big problem for you. Definitely check them out. Gunners is where I go. With that being said, We're going to be headed towards a short little commercial break. We'll see you on the flip side. Alrighty. Drexel, unable to close out against RPI, means that we're headed to a third map, and that is going to be the map of Overpass. An interesting adjustment and honestly impressive showing from RPI. it was Esbits who really stepped up the pace. I think Grapple consistent on the AWP was another big factor. And then Mal the clutch factor as well. Kind of everybody having some big moments.
Yeah, there was a lot of big moments right there for RPI in that series overall. I mean, it talked about Grapple a little bit. I feel like in the rounds that they did lose, he might have been a little bit of a factor, but he made up for it in the clutch moments when he was able to land that crazy nose scope. I don't even know how that was hit. He had Espitz finding multi-kill after multi-kill and playing extremely confident. And then, again, you just had everyone really helping out in terms of some of the side anchoring being done as well. So it didn't seem like a lot could go wrong right there at RPI. And it looked like almost they were more comfortable than Drexel on Drexel's map pick, which is really promising to see.
Yes, it was. That being said, Overpass is not a place that Drexel are unfamiliar with. So RPI, to be fair, the same. I'm pretty sure RPI kept Overpass in. They didn't ban it out in any of the prior series that we've seen from them. It's just been that, actually, and it was RPI who had that crazy map 2 on Overpass. I can't recall on the first time we saw them play against Pitt. Either way, it's very impressive what we've seen from RPI. I just don't know if they're going to be able to continue that into this Overpass. And apparently there's a question mark of whether or not we might be seeing Drexel have a sub as well.
Yeah, they might have a sub or maybe just like they're back to their full form of playoff roster here, and it might be needed, man. They're calling in the big guns. Neo potentially could be out and gank back in. I'm not sure if that will take place, so just have to wait and see what if we hop into the server potentially, what that's going to look like. Yeah. Either way, Drexel should be feeling comfortable, right? Because we're talking about an RPI that they were able to swiftly handle in the regular season, and an RPI that we weren't even sure if they were going to be able to move past Pitt. They've proven themselves time and time again so far in the playoffs, the conference playoffs, and they're proving themselves to be a very scary team individually as well.
I will say, to RPI's defense, how many times are they going to prove themselves before we stop questioning them? Like they've done it twice. They played up to the level of Pitt. They lost the series, but they played up to the level, took it to 3. Then they beat Pitt 2-0. I mean, now they're taking them above Drexel. I think we need to start applying some respect, at least a little bit. We've been talking how pretty much every single series they've played, we were like, well, they could lose 2-0. All right, fair enough. RPI, they've been playing very well, and I'm hoping that they can continue to do that, especially because this is technically a seeding game, but it's for the conference championship, and that seeding matters a lot when it comes to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not drawing up against Midwest in the first round, right? Because that is terrifying no matter who's first or second seed, right?
True.
But as long as you're avoiding that, then you'll be golden to maybe take down a team that you're definitely going to be feeling comfortable with, because it feels like we're talking about a very top dog. Every conference has one team that seemingly proves themselves to be better and ahead of the pack. A lot of flawless seasons other than the Midwest division, which all of the Michigan teams are in. But other than that,
Purdue, Michigan Tech, and Michigan State, just if you're unaware what that is, all really good teams in that Midwest division. So it's a tough task.
Yeah, you don't want to play any of those teams. But if you walk away with the first seed here and leave Drexel to deal with one of those top dogs in the opening stages, not only will you make a statement heading into playoffs that you've taken down the previous champions already, but I mean that statement's coupled with the fact that you have a little bit of an easier pathway forward.
I've got confirmation, Quill. It's happened. The Gank 88 sub is in. Neo's Dragon going out, and listen, Neo Dragon had a great game over on Mirage. A little bit less so on Dust 2. Struggled just a little bit. Gank 88, a fantastic player. Lots of experience, ECL experience for early Premier, and I mean arguably has the best player on this roster. Maybe that's not even really an argument, just to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Nova not on the op, definitely the case, right? I mean, maybe you could make the argument that the op can have the impact there, but if he's not on the op, in terms of rifling prowess, he's going to be the one is going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. He's proven to be that factor for this roster at one point in time. And not only am I talking about, Gank 88 doing a lot of the work, but you kind of couple that with the fact that He as well, I feel like, has educated the team. I mean, I know we've talked to Nova in the past about in our interviews, you know, what sort of experience does this player provide the rest of the roster, and I think that he quoted David in saying that he's learned more in the time playing with Gank 88 than he has, you know, his entire time playing Counter-Strike. Something along those lines. I probably misquoted it.
No, you're right on point.
It's very valuable that he's in the server just for maybe confidence levels and that kind of experience given.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and we've discussed at length before how having a player with a lot of Premier experience just entirely raises the bar, right? For the rest of the teams, for everyone on the team rather, and it's just whether it be, you know, communication, smokes and utility, just general game knowledge, or like you said, confidence. It all kind of blends together, and you get a better team. We saw that with Kennesaw State. We have seen that as well with a whole bunch of teams. I mean, I think Purdue is a great example, actually, where their core is advanced players, and the rest of the team has stepped up big time. In addition to that, UCF is the same way. You know, it definitely matters a lot.
Yeah. I mean, you can't value it enough right now, and so, I mean, with him joining up forces, I do feel like we could be seeing RPI struggle to close this one out. Now, I do think they've gained a lot of confidence. They clearly were hitting a stride. And, you know, even if they had Gank's presence, it would have been very tricky. Maybe Gank would have offered a little bit of that X factor in Dust 2 that would have allowed them to close things down. But, I mean, what was it? In the interview just Friday, we saw that the win conditions here sometimes in Counter-Strike could be, you know, are we going to be hitting the shots? And, you know, that could be the confidence gained in Dust 2 and bring it over into Overpass. I mean, we'll see as the knife round won out by Dave Drexel.
So
look at the CT side.
Looked like it. Either way, we'll see how things look. And yeah, that is going to be Drexel on the CT side. And well, dualies back for David. Here we go. And I think does Reese have dualies as well? No. It doesn't look like it. It's the P2000.
Ooh. I mean, he looked pretty good with that P2 stuff. That was an Mirage.
Yeah, he did look very good with it. Well, Gank 88 is gone already. Grapple going to put him down. It's not the start that he was looking for, but that is certainly the trade that Styx was looking for. It is all a bit of a ruse as the flash out B to push for it.
That player's playing the retake here from the back of Graffiti and not expecting a secondary player here for sure. The Toolies sending them flying up in the air. And again, one player in the back line, Smal, to grab the bomb. Punch in those numbers, but feels so unsafe here. Finally going to start the plant down. And we'll be able to get the bomb down at the very least. Maneuvering in. That will be a nice trade hit from David. One more right around the corner for Breeze will dispatch of that. They do kick things off the right way for Drexel. Angry faces and all.
Yes. Back to the face sprays, David. Appreciate that. Yeah, a couple of kills there for the dualies. And Febreze helping out. Styx with a couple there on to deny the entry towards the actual bomb site itself. And Drexel doing a good job to start out the right way, despite losing Gank early in that round. There we go. It's going to be the force buy. This is the first time I think we've seen in all three series we've seen RPI that they have force bought second round.
I don't even know if this is a force buy, though, is it? Like, this is surprisingly conservative.
I mean, they got the bomb plant, though.
Right. I mean, that's why I expect, you know, the Galils to come out. A couple of kills, and you might be able to get AKs in these hands, but I'm surprised they didn't go for this a little more. I feel like out of all maps, I don't know, I think it's best to go for those eco round kinds of and get those AKs and ops in hand on the T side, because you can work a T side up so much easier than any other map, I think, in Overpass.
I definitely think you're right about working that T side up. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition here for RPI. Okay. That's 88 going down. FAMAS upgrade on the armor as well for Mal. So things are looking up.
Yeah, Gank joined the server. He was like, guys, don't worry. I'm here. I'm home. I'm ready to help you guys close this series out. You need me? You called me. I'm here. And then first 2 rounds, immediately dispatched of. You know, he just shot down. I'm sure that'll turn around, but it's just funny.
Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right about that. Nice line up there by Mal. Flash over the top, and here we go. The open sight, pretty much. There's one player to deny. And then Febreze coming back in for help. Nova, alive for now. No way he's going for the knife.
He tried.
No way he's going for the knife in round 2.
He tried. Everyone's got to settle down with the knives, man. I know it's fun and all. I'm a criminal offender of the impossible knife kill.
But
my God.
there's going for knives, and then there's pulling a, what was it, config?
An Exner play.
Was it config who pulled the knife at the major?
Maybe. There was Simple on Nitro that I'll always remember.
Simple always goes for the knives, though.
Yeah, this one lost him the finals.
Big sad.
Yeah, big sad. That was a heartbreaking moment, but not for NA fans.
That's right. NA will rule them all at some point, never.
Got liquid opium. Made playoffs.
True story. Drexel now have to play against the Rifles, and, well, it might not be opium for them to close this series. They're looking to do just that here. They got 4 Rifles out of 5, so they really do need to win this round. The eco would be pretty busted if they don't.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of wiggle room here, so it definitely relies a lot of pressure. Okay. I like this from David. Something I haven't seen that much over on Overpass just yet, but definitely a position in which you can start to maybe do this. I've seen people individually possibly do their close divider player, but he's actually got a little stockpile of them to throw down. He's moved his way in towards site, and an interesting jump spot. He's got a pixel angle potentially towards deep bathroom, but this is a bit risky for my liking. Getting those smokes down a little bit off the mark.
I don't think that's that risky, to be honest. I mean, it's certainly scary, but interesting smoke there from plate. You think you would have put that down later? Alrighty. That's a lot of team damage being done. Gank 88 getting on the board. A couple of cracks in them. Follow-up is better, though, and the nade maybe not. Late gonna find 2 before he gets naded down. 1v2 for Andy, who does get a plant, but not much more.
Pretty solid plant, considering. At least you do get those numbers punched in. Might encourage you for a buy here, potentially. We'll see what they like to do.
I mean, 3-round loss bonus plus plant. I mean, that does equal buy, potentially.
That checks out. Yeah, they're good. They're good enough standing for my liking right there. That's for sure. Everyone can get AK's armor and the utility. Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
very good plants.
Everybody gonna have that utility. I mean, without it, they probably would have been able to pull Galil's if they wanted. But now, yeah, you're right. Exactly. AK's armor. No need for anything else. Galil for Mal. He was the one with the least amount of cash. But here we go. Another big gun round. And but with only 2 surviving, Drexel's economic woes are not over. They still really need to have it. But oh, that's a nice grenade on towards Aspets. And even the dinking through in the nade, followed up, touchdown from Nova.
Yeah, they got to figure out a way to silence Aspects somehow. Actually, this is light that goes down. Okay. Aspects has not been silenced. Actually, he's very loud into the server, taking down Nova. There you go, one isolated duel there, and the chase down comes through from Febreze. I can't believe he was bold enough to reaggress right there. Yeah. Bomb hasn't been confirmed, but that's very valuable information.
Febreze just doesn't have his S key bound, apparently. Reaggressing despite the fact that they got traded back to even scenarios. It actually bails Gank out, though. I think Gank probably would have fallen, or at least there was the potential for that to happen. 2v3. And slow and steady as they push up. 40 seconds remain, and there's plenty of time to clear out these angles on the site.
She's going to allow for safe passage. Punched in. Nice little off angle held, though. Febreze is going to drop one on the tripwire. And after this bomb has to be recovered deep in the angle, and this time it's no plant. This time they do keep that magic number of 3 players alive, so Drexel continuing in winning ways here on Overpass. And I wonder how much we're gonna see this sort of form from them. Are they gonna continue to carry this over? Because we did see a hot start in Dust 2. That quickly became a cold later down the line.
You're absolutely right. But that being said, you know, the Gank 88 factor is here. So I do think that matters. Nice nade.
Oh yeah.
Only a bit of chip damage, though. It bounces a little wide as David right there. And the long range Tech 9 not quite in the favor of Blade Gank going forward. And Grapple. Grapple has Gank's number, it feels like, at the moment. And Febreze is endlessly aggressive. Has no fear whatsoever. How does Espen see him there?
I don't know. Sometimes the like ragdoll can be in different positions. And I mean, that's what I'm imagining.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
I feel like it's client side. I don't know. I'm not an expert on it, but I think it's something to do with that.
You're right. Now that you've mentioned it, it is absolutely client side.
But nonetheless, I mean, like you said, Febreze just never shies away from a duel. That trend's continuing here. Has to be pretty frustrating to deal with. Now that they walk back towards A, look who's there to meet him. Styx is so far forward. And he'll say thank you very much. This is such an odd thing that you won't expect this deep into the round. And yeah, he'll just close it out.
Yeah, it's so hard to anticipate. But that's part of the reason that so many players were getting aggressive over at B is because they knew, based on Styx's information, that ain't nothing happening at A. So, and with that, it's 5, that magic number that was so good for Drexel on Dust 2. But this is where the tide was turned. I'll have to see if that is the case here. Molly sticks to deny entry. But, of course, it's put out by the smoke, I believe.
I've seen enough early starts to not convince me, but the gank factor is there for this round at the very least. Only good for 1, but that damage and then spotting 2 players is some pretty valuable information. It might encourage some further control taken. Definitely jump spotting in towards short quite frequently, but nothing too crazy being made. You see Nova is posted up in the turret angle. One flashbang could do him in, though.
I'm going to play the RPK role there.
There's the flash, though. Almost touched up on it, but oh yeah, that just got so much right there. So much value. And a second kill in as well. That's incredible stuff, and we might see the curse continue.
Steven moving around to retake their teammate, or is he saving? It's looking maybe save? Yeah. They're both going to be saving these guns. Kind of wish they would have gone for this Drexel, but if you look at the money, it's understandable why they're going to do it. Really not a lot, and they're going to have to go for it. So, well, it's going to be 5-1. That one thing looks like the other thing from before.
Sure does. A little deja vu in the scoreline right now. And this is where it all kicked off. Maybe it's haunting Drexel, but I don't know if that will continue. Again, on the CT side of Overpass, it's completely different territory than Dust 2, although I do feel like Dust 2 has become more CT sided, I will say. One to be dropped, actually making this round rather expensive for the T side.
It's best case scenario for Drexel, too. You know, you get the extra couple, you know, $600 there on sticks, and like you said, keeping it reasonable. Everybody, well, let's say everybody. 2 out of 5 players reasonably poor for RPI as well. So here we go. Still no opt-out for the CPs. And, well, that's a David Wild spray from plate and goes straight through the smoke.
It's lovely stuff. Big opener here. Woes continue. As Roast loom ahead of Drexel. Another opening pick there. Sticks to be dropped, and they're scaling very quickly off this map control. You can see they gather that full control. Maybe a bit of an overextension, though. One kill answer back. They're hoping for the chase down because there is one player ready with the bait and switch. There's the first, but that's incredible control. And oh my god.
Everybody just falls in a matter of moments. Spray, everything good. And RPI. There's a second round on the board. No money for Drexel to buy in. Febreze is ultra poor. Everybody else with a bit more cash, but they're definitely going for the eco.
There you go. That's a lights out round right there, 2 in a row, and I don't know. It seems like they can't really find their footing too well right now. Utility being thrown out at the moment. That flash countered. A lot of players blinded up by this one. And long range duels to be taken. That's the 3-for-2 trade in favor of the CT side. Bomb's still in the hands of these T players, but that's a lot of rifles to be retrieved, and complications in the round set in stone. Timing favoring Nova. He's gonna finish the kill as the run and gun deagle. It's absolutely wild, but it works out.
Classic right there. The all running gun deagle. Mal 1v3. Landed here at B. The group up is here. It's a massive round for Drexel to win, obviously, because of their ecoing. 3 AKs and no armor. It's still a winnable round, I think, for Mal. They're going to be checking everything. Checking all the angles and hitting all the shots as David and Nova double swing and get the frag. And oh, some tactical crouching as well.
Tactical crouching. Lovely stuff, though. I mean, off the flashbang setup. This time, I feel like it's a lot more coordinated in the aggression rate, which is kind of typical for ecos. That's not an uncommon play that we see, but it's perfect to catch them off guard.
Yeah, with 3 players there as well, you know, you have the number advantage. It kind of was that perfect play to dial up in that scenario, and really fortunate to find so many players ready and waiting, and all of them caught by the flash.
Pretty sick stuff now. This time the offense goes with the aggressive movements. Oh, looking to line up right there, but David gets a kill and is out like a ghost. The success seemingly continuing here for Drexel. Won't count him out in this man disadvantage, but not easy to work back this map control once you have an op zoomed in and focused up.
True story, yeah. David been pretty consistent with the op over the series, I think. Obviously, Nova hasn't had it consistently, and that's usually who we're talking about with the AWP, but David ain't no slouch either, and he's had quite a few opportunities as well to put down some players. Laying down the law now as he sits waiting. What an off angle there for Nova. Spray, though, not so great.
Call it the off angle and off spray. So pretty much evens out.
It was so surprising that it surprised Nova.
Oh man. Actually, this is incredible though. I mean, you actually see a little bit of scaling being done from Mal getting forward. That's a lovely one tap. Cool. Could have caught one on the timing right there towards barrels, but just misses out. And Nova is able to redeem himself for that whiff spray.
Oh man, great find though by Espes and double volley. The extra super duper sure. Yank 88 with 1 and 2, and it's a final frag for David. 2 on the round for both of them. 7-2.
Could have been very concerning right there, but they closed it out. I feel like that was way too close for comfort considering the position, though. I mean, that gap that was just slipped right there from Mal was incredible, and if it wasn't for the fast reaction right there, Alexa Nova, that could have been a lost round. And then I think Gank as well found 2 playing either around the smoke or just spamming straight up.
Yeah, I mean, one of those was definitely spamming. The second one was off the audio cue from the bomb plant, so that's a little bit more reasonable. Nonetheless, Breeze once again just dialing up classic aggression. No problem. And okay, David. His plate tries to come through the smoke there in the front of bathrooms. David shows him the door.
Gonna exit quickly. Another very firm standing in the early stages here for Drexel. Reinforcements that they've called in seemingly offering up quite a bit of solutions. But Styx is down low. At least there's that. But it's something to work off of. I mean, the only issue is there's still 3 more after you find Styx to deal with on that A-bomb site.
Nice find there by Grapple. With Styx going down. It's not what looking for. But RPI now with the potential to scale up here. Missed shot, though. Now David has the opportunity. He's kind of going for a peek. Nice flash to help him out. And the secondary is good for that as well. Fabrice with the flash to assist.
That's lovely stuff right there. That's coordination and the firepower and the perfect unification for Drexel to show their full force. Just a flashbang, the repeats coming through from David, all coordinated efforts, but all shaping up for a clean round right there up against the rifles and a conversion in that 3v5 that was set up early on. I like the mollies thrown out though. Get the long molly, as well as the front fountain molly, so there's no escaping that early position. They don't really grab much control off the back of that, which is surprising.
It's a good point. See what Drexler looking to do here. Where's this smoke line? Or, no, it's flash. Okay. I was wondering where that smoke could go, but it's actually just the flash to push back an opera playing up in party. Nobody there, but it does allow a peek. That's a lineup you don't see too often for Front Monster.
Yeah, I mean, important that they have that. I think David's been a bit of a nuisance. Get this jump spotting. I don't think they're too interested. There's 50 seconds left on the clock, and they don't have too much to show for it. Not any short control, not a lot of A control, and I think they're just going to try and hope for some sort of success towards Monster. Maybe that's just enough, though.
Again, getting tagged down. Just a little bit, though. Playing in front of the smoke. Well, Grapple going to deny one. Here we go. Okay, continuing. A little bit labored on the spray, but it's 2 frags quickly, courtesy of the flashbangs that Nova's been throwing. All of them are so good. Now the flashbang working out, and yep, there we go. Gank with a quad in a big moment.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick round right there from Gank. I feel like every step of the way you see that experience shining. Not even like he's hitting crazy shots there either.
No.
But I think the fact that he just found those 2 kills but doesn't commit to that angle and instead falls off and takes a different approach is that much better. It makes that play add a little extra value.
Well, he was playing with flashes, and when there was no flashes, he was like, okay, well, now I'm falling back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's such an obvious thing that a lot of people would get really greedy with and would just continue trying to spray down and die.
Yeah, exactly. And just very shining through right now. Although Gank 88 flashes in return right there. Grapple's able to find him. Now the chase down is coming through from 6-1 and a double. But oh, the back of connected player. Espit's patient. His teammates have fallen around him, but at least he's kept it good standing with man advantage. Not held for long though as Nova's aggressed through Monster.
So single smoke there for Espit's left. And it looks like they're going to be rotating their way back to A. And David going to be standing tall on the site once they get here, but it's going to be a bit of a long rotation, all things considered. David could push up and get some long control. Maybe going to do that. We'll see how the timing works as Nova stuck at B.
Like the single here from David. It's very safe in general. Now we'll see how they play off this one. Theoretically, he should be primed in position at least for the singular kill. Let's see what happens. Well, he's taken that approach. He will meet him. Extra turn for that. Oh, spotted out. Oh my god.
What a shot there by Mal.
He had time to react.
Yeah, David just couldn't quite get there. Nova now low health. Does he even go for this? It looks like he is. I mean, still very winnable, even with the low health. The AK, you know, 1 bullet headshot. That's it. Though. Oh yeah, Nova was looking for the op. It's been taken. Sorry, bud. Oh,
or any bit of utility here. There's no smoke for the bomb.
Are they not watching long? Oh, ooh. Nova. He's got the kit, but great peek from Mal. Great timing, the op. And a 3K from Mal to bring him over the edge. RPI get through 3rd, but it's taken quite a bit of time to get there.
You felt like maybe there's a chance right there if he had a smoke. He finds that first quick headshot, which was very nice, but I think that a smoke would have allowed for a much safer round right there in terms of trying to pull that one off. One bathroom smoke potentially there. Another interesting lineup that you just don't see often. but it allows for some quick setup here and some early A control again. You don't see Drexel too far forward.
That is front bathrooms. That's great.
Yeah. I haven't seen it thrown from that position, but it's definitely interesting.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
100%. Always down to see some new smoke, see innovation, right? Especially in the collegiate scene.
Oh, very cool.
AWP for grapple is something we haven't seen a lot of, and Gank's gone down. Very unfortunate. Bit of a miss flash, I think, there by Nova. But there ain't gonna be nobody in that position because RPI have backed themselves away and they're headed back the other direction.
Caused a lot of rotations. Early 4-on-5 advantage. I guess not too early though, right? Still, like 40 seconds left on the clock, surprisingly enough. They've flashbanged in towards Monster to gather that early map control and maybe are going to encourage a couple more players to join up in forces towards this A defense. But Grapple on 16 HP is able to have impact still. He's going to run in and likely offer up a trade as the Lurks are able to have success over on the opposite side of things. Last two players are here on the A-bomb site, ready to offer up a defense, and somehow he's unaware that he's right around the corner. Nonetheless, Andy 8 puts an end to things, and up to 4 RPI go, breaking that economy as well of Drexel.
Yeah, that's 2 rounds in a row. That's exactly what you want to see in Drexel. I mean, they've already got a pretty good half number 1, all right? You know, we got a couple rounds left in this one, and Drexel would be just perfectly fine with a 9-6, but 10-5 is technically on the cards. It's going to be a save, though, as RPI continue their play. It's the exact same Eco play we saw last time. But this time, it's no one to be caught out in the open.
Yeah, I forgot there's a big eco run in the mix there. That could have, I mean, that definitely did change this one, at least in the numbers and in terms of the momentum as well. This round has no issues on it, at least. A little more comforting, but you could have thought RPI really could have rallied off of some serious T-sides if that eco round wasn't kind of shoved in the mix there from Drexel.
Yeah, you're right. It really was a turning point that the CT economy was able to really get rolling. You had Gank 88 actually coming up big in that round, and yeah, Drexel taking big advantage of it. Now into the final round of the half. It's round number 15. 9-6, 10-5. That's the question. Very limited utility, though, to work with here for the Drexel team.
It's not going to be an easy pathway, and that presence has been pretty effective from David in terms of multi-kills on the gun rounds, so the fact that he's off it as well could be a bit problematic.
Yeah, 5 A1Ss to work with. It's actually 2 ops. I just realized that for Andy and Grapple. Usual that you see 2 ops on the T side of Overpass, but I mean, there's a reason that they picked him up. A little bit of a misbounce though on that HE, gonna miss out some damage potentially.
Jump spotting in right now. Deactivate the alarms. It's unfortunate. Nothing we can do about that one. Oh, he's gonna be good. That's still even better. Oh, he had the right line. He had the right idea, but Gank 88 just gonna get himself out of that position. Simple as that. And has done a great job of actually drawing a lot of attention though towards this B bomb site. Definitely leaving that A side of things a bit lacking. David left opera defensive. Gank's gonna go down.
Mal, great job just kind of continuing to watch that. David over the top. He's got 1, 2, and 3 frags for David. Huge moment there. But it was a fake of a fake of the fake. Oh, man. The bomb going down. Grapple now with a chance.
Oh.
Feels like they're baiting him, but Nova's gone down. Over the top. Here we are. Shot fired. It sticks. And David versus 2.
In the pit. Trades available. Grapple's missed the shot finally, but it's a 10-second defuse. I think there's simply no time already. And he's hit the shot anyways. A 9-6 half is how we close things down with 4 in a row there from RPI to make a real run of things. They have to be feeling some serious momentum and confidence heading in to the tail of this match. And, you know, a 9-6 half on the T side of Overpass is very, very workable.
That it is, but I do think that there is a chance, because we didn't see this over on Dust 2, but we very much saw it over on Mirage. If Drexel start firing on all cylinders like an individual starts feeling it, then that's very, very dangerous here for RPI. The T-side can really enable that sort of play. A nice shot by Grapple, who's consistently been finding success in this game. Feels like whenever Grapple's asked to win a round or asked to make a kill, he is doing that.
There you go. That's the firing on all cylinders part. That's pretty tricky to deal with once you're up against Drexel. They're going to start to push in, though. One player in the back of the dice. Body shots are good, but oh, wow. Able to nail the headshot. Oh, gank 88. Yeah, that's why it's so scary.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just devastating to play against gank in some of those moments. I mean, Nova was doing the same deal. But that's a nice shot by Plate. Bringing it back. Sticks in Febreze left alone. The 1-on-2. No kit to work with, at least not that I can see. Maybe one drop down around on the site. It's not been collected, and Febreze playing a very nice little jitter peek until he takes the full fight to win the round for the Dragons. 10-6.
Yeah, lovely stuff right there. Closing things out, and again, you have you know, some of that X factor there, some of the rifle prowess. I guess in the pistol round though. Coming through from gank with the precision, nailing those beautiful shots. That's certainly a helping point right there. Full eco though in play. RPI clearly valuing their rifles that will be coming through in the coming rounds.
Well, yeah, this is very much that aggressive buy that you were just talking about. He's so did he actually see somebody there or no? Couldn't tell. Gink doing some damage long range. A need to follow up. That is Mal, who has been dissuaded. Here we go.
Got him. He's good. He's down.
Little extra body spam there for the road.
Kill confirmed. I gotta push in though. Save offset. It's stacked for sure, but I don't know if it's gonna mean too much. It certainly isn't. I'm just gonna follow the superior firepower. Nova with the burst on. That's lovely.
Really thinking about that weapon right there, you know? It's really important. RPI now at the buy, and pretty limited on utility, actually. I mean,
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's true. You're right. Welcome to CT economy.
Oof. Yeah, you know, once you go for that full eco in the second round, it's sure you're gonna get those rifles out early, and maybe you can rely on your rifle prowess to boost up a good defensive half, but definitely leaves you lacking in that utility department. Gank 88, get them on the reload. Oh, I think that might be confirmed damage. Maybe the player in bathrooms have heard it, but it doesn't seem like they're too aware.
Well, it's a nice win there by Espitz. The big player to step up in the last round, but it's a follow-up. David finding success, and there's Gank 88 with another. And it is starting to look like the Gank 88 show is on. Stick's going to collect the bomb and bring it towards A.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Right, he's had a lot of big impact here in the second half, in a similar way to what Nova did to close things out on.
Yeah.
Or rather Mirage, you know, just winning single-handedly 3 rounds. I think he really did a lot of work in the pistol, right? And then, you know, obviously, he's able to farm up some nice eeks, but...
Yeah, but I mean, even in those eco rounds, I think that makes a difference to the mentality that RPI are feeling, right? Like you know, it's different when you're getting ecos and you're sort of in it, like you get a chance to shoot back. There was no shooting back in those eco rounds.
Yeah, not quite. Not able to do most of the damage. There's a nice potential for saved rifles. They're back to back right now. I don't even know if they realize this. That's wild stuff. They're gonna walk right past each other. And now you're gonna see a free kill in. Oh, lost that one. Lost that fight. I thought for sure Plate was gonna win it.
Unfortunate timing, unfortunate missed opportunity from Plate. 12-6 is the scoreline, and RPI, they're back on an eco by the look of it.
Yeah, not a lot of fun. Bringing in one from Mott's, particularly even the A1S that drops here, so gonna make matters worse. We do see that. Oh no, this is actually a front, a short smoke that gets thrown out here from Drexel to try and avoid the early molly. Nonetheless, Six has already dropped one. Nova drops another here. They're making quick work of this eco. Hamas is standing sturdy, but again, it's a quick trade delivered. Gake will happily sacrifice his life to drop the single rifle. And Bomb gonna join forces of that B bomb site.
Absolutely. 13 looking to be on the cards based on what we've seen thus far. Andy and Esbits. Esbits with a bit of armor, but hey. Here we go, Andy. Andy usually good for a deagle kill or two, and here, there we go. Got one already. He's unable to do more, though. And now it's just Esbits and his armor sitting at A.
Hold on to whatever they got. And the armor is pretty valuable here. Maybe he can actually... I guess they're on max money. They definitely have op money in this next one.
Yeah, but, you know, why lose money when you don't have to, right? Listen, it's never cheap being a CT, so...
That's true. Every little bit counts, right? So, I'm with you. I'm with you. Definitely the case.
Don't have to buy the secondary bit of armor.
Yeah. $650 saved is $650 earned is saying, I believe.
That is indeed the saying, and well, you know what my saying is?
What's that?
You fight Drexel, you lose series. That's what I say. Some may say I'm biased.
So seemingly pinpoint accuracy on the analysis so far this season. It might be continuing to do so all day. Maybe Espitz has something to say as he continues his forge with Dust 2. The issue is he's getting closed in upon and for Breeze. With the help of Mal, actually, he's going to drop 2. Lining up right there and a rifle to retake. Sure, it's good utility, right? But this is an all-important round for Breeze. You got to be kidding me. One more to go, Andy. Not interested, I don't think, in going for this one. Is going to turn around, tuck tail, and give Drexel up 14, getting close to that series point.
Yeah, this is right on the cusp. Worst news as well. Andy not even able to save. It's back to the eco probably. Yeah, look at his money. I mean, it's 37, 36 hundo. It's certainly enough to get a. Okay, well. That's aggressive, I'll tell you what. 2 MP9s, a scout. I mean, yeah, you have some utility, but nothing for Andy 8 or for Espitz.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a case of desperate times call for desperate measures right now, and they're kind of in desperation territory. They've yet to win CT round so far. So, oh, it's not going to start now either. Breeze with a double entry. Has already crossed the line, so that's going to put notice on Espitz here. He's getting chased down. Actually, the op is able to drop right there, and Espitz has figured things out quite nicely.
Looks like a rotation might be on the cards. Upgrade it for grapple.
Gonna get this rotation back.
Yeah, Minivan is still here. See how it goes, DB3.
If they don't push through the smoke right there, they're going to lose their timing. I think they've already decided they're going to wait it out. They will dive through, potentially, but they're just going to walk into the brick wall of Cake 88's AK. He says thank you very much.
Oh, boy. Yeah, the Cake 88 show is certainly playing in full force right now. Drexel with the key sub at the key moment. Making this last map look pretty darn simple, despite hap number 1 being quite competitive.
Yeah, it really turned up to the occasion right now. You know, you can oftentimes see if you know, Gank 88 wasn't warmed up right, could have you know, struggled the same way. You don't get the reps in before the match, but it seems like he's coming ready to fire on all cylinders. Might have taken a half, but it doesn't matter. For Breeze again with the double opener, it seems to be a constant theme, as he's been a lovely secondary force for this roster to be reckoned with. But I don't know if they have it. 2 on 4. That's a nice shot to help out, but is it going to be enough?
No, it's looking like probably not, but it is 2 on 3 now. So Breeze is a nice position.
Headshot angle.
Players here. Breeze is 6 teaming up, and it's down to 1. David on the flank, and there's no way Andy's aware of this. Game, set, match. 16-6, the final, and well, very nice stuff.
Yeah, I mean, much more clean right there that they get Gank back in the roster. He's able to have just a stellar second half. For Breeze was actually pulling through a great second half as well in terms of the closing factor right there. But yeah, I mean, the series goes in the way of Drexel. I think that you still have to be happy though. RPI able to pick off a map versus some very good players. One player, while being the best for sure, and Gank 88 not having that factor, sure, you know, you can put a little slight asterisk, but they still closed out that map, and they still were able to beat the competition that was in front of them, and that's all that you can really ask for this RPI roster that came in showing improvement throughout the throughout their series and throughout the last couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, I think RPI, like you said, they have to feel as if they put on a good display. They took a map off of Drexel, an undefeated team. They put their best foot forward, and I mean, I don't want to say that without Gank 88, Drexel would have lost Overpass, but we'll never know. And so the fact that Drexel struggled on Dust 2 without Gank made it all the more reasonable that RPI, with the momentum that they had and the good first half that they showed, could have been able to do that as well. So pretty much a whole lot of positives to take away from there. Espitz and Grapple especially were so consistent. And Espitz struggled over in Mirage, but when it came to both Overpass and Dust 2, Espitz and Grapple, I feel like really showed up where it was necessary.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was cool to see the multi-frag potential there of Espitz. There's so much impact there in the closing stages that that he was kind of the tide turner. He was the reason why I feel like they closed that one out. If he wasn't able to have a couple of those moments, I guess alongside Grapple like he had mentioned, then that could have been a 2-0 for Drexel. But having that little X factor, having that little bit of firepower increase, and continuing form from what was a great Friday from him and their match versus Pittsburgh, makes me excited to see a potential playoff berth of this RPI team. Because again, this was a seeding match. They're not out of things just yet. We get to see them in the future. It's just that they have to take on some tougher competition earlier in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, in this RPI team, a little bit storied, right? They, you know, they were there for our first season at CSL, and they were, I think, just barely unable to make the playoffs. And then they weren't here for last semester, and now they've made it all the way in towards playoffs. So RPI kind of right on the cusp of things, as now they head to playoffs with Drexel. But like you said, it's going to really depend on who they get to draw. And Drexel, of course, I mean, I don't know who they get to play, but whoever they play has got to be on notice as we look forward rather to the playoffs that we're starting tonight.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be an easy task, and I feel like again, you could see a lot of these teams struggling up against this Drexel roster, especially, you know, the fact that they're bringing back the championship roster. I imagine that they'll have Gank 88 consistently throughout the playoffs or later down the line. Not sure what exactly the commitments are there with Gank 88, but you know, school can be calling. So yeah, overall, it's good to see him come into this roster and kind of just thrive and Drexel go back to usual winning ways, despite, you know, a pretty rough Dust. It seemed like they got him back in, and it was a perfect slot. It was a perfect close, and you can see clearly why Drexel are the previous champions with that matchup.
Yeah, and beyond that, talking about Drexel and their chances as we are going to get Nova for an interview. We're getting that set up and ready. I'm excited to talk to Nova once again. But talking about Drexel and their chances, I think they have a really good chance of continuing and maybe making another championship run as well. But I have heard that we're ready to get on that interview. We have Nova coming in from Drexel University. Nova, welcome to the desk and congratulations on that victory.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on here. Good win as always. So yeah.
Well, it is a pleasure. Let's talk Mirage, because you had a fantastic showing over on Mirage. Doing a bit of rifling, not normally your forte, but you're certainly strong on it when you have to pick it up. Just kind of talk me through Mirage and what your game plan was going in.
Yeah, for sure. So, just to kind of reiterate this from last season as well, the opping structure on our team is I'm not the primary on most of the maps. David actually takes it over. I'm not going to name names on which maps we play, just to not afford that strategic, advantage. But he plays a different style than me, but he does it very well. So no complaints from me there. And when the double op does come out, we can definitely get it rolling. But for the most part, I tend to rifle in CSL. And Mirage-wise, I think I showed that I can definitely do it. Kind of just ran out on them a bunch of times on T side. Which is, it worked pretty well. But Mirage in general, I think, is just a comfort map for me, even if it's not as much for the team. I think our teams has some different maps that we tend to strive to as a 5. But yeah, I don't know. Mirage just went really well. I think everyone was kind of playing really focused. I know for myself, I tend to get a bit silly sometimes in CSL NACE matches. Maybe not respecting as much as I should, but on Mirage I definitely came in full focus, which I think helped, and everyone seemed to be hitting their shots. So until Neos Dragon started getting 300 ping, everything was going pretty smooth. Unfortunately, leading into that second map, he did start just having some really bad lag. So that kind of was unfortunate for both ends. That's kind of how ping tends to be. But yeah.
Well, that explains a lot. I mean, obviously, 300 ping, it's understandable why they didn't have that great a showing over on Dust 2. Was that the big factor that you think was really causing struggles over on Dust 2? Because I think it wasn't just them as an individual, though. As a team, y'all did look a little bit lacking when it came to especially that second half on T side.
Yeah, I mean, Grapply definitely had some nice shots. Props to them for that. But a lot of our mind was definitely on, just like the unfortunate situation that was like, wherever we put Neos, we knew that would kind of be weaker. And, they were definitely abusing that a little bit, whether it was intentionally or not, towards long, because they kept hitting it late. And unfortunately, we would just crumble. That also isn't my favorite map. I think I've said this before, but I'm not a super big fan of Dust 2, but I know that the team really likes it. So, I feel like, it's a happy balance between the Mirage, which I'm really comfortable on, and the Dust 2, which is I'm not as good without the op on. But that definitely played into it for sure. Yeah, but I think, we knew we had the series in the bag regardless, so it wasn't too bad. I think our team did a good job today keeping our mental strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think that RPI proved themselves a little more in this matchup. Of course, you have the issues, right? But I mean, they still had some pretty decent results. Mid sweat a little bit in some string of rounds on Dust 2. Is there any competition that you kind of want to say is a bit underrated right now? Because I'm starting to think RPI is there because they've kind of shown their full force recently. Is there anyone else that's in playoffs that you're keeping an eye out for as a potential dark horse?
Truthfully, I'm not entirely aware of everyone else that's made it to playoffs. I know, the general big names are probably the ones that are going to perform pretty well. The KSU, right? Kennesaw, Purdue, RIT probably. But to be honest, this was one of the easiest conference stages we've had. We didn't drop a single map until today, and props to them for doing that. But once we have our full 5 in every single game, bringing Lin or Gank in really kind of changes the field for us. It brings us from, an amazing level to just like that one step higher. And I really don't think that many teams, at least based on this season so far, can compete. I'd love to see a lot of teams try. We haven't played a bunch of teams yet that We missed out on playing on our way to winning last season, so I'm kind of curious how they'll stack up. But as far as confidence goes, like I don't know, after that Mirage game especially, it's just like learning to wield that biggest skill that every player can have, and just knowing you're a better player and going for it. We have the better players, so it doesn't really matter who we run into, I think.
You certainly made it look like that over on Mirage, and to be fair, on Overpass as well, especially that T side. I mean, it was we were talking about how whenever the Gank 88 show gets started, it's kind of difficult to stop. There's no pause button there at all. Just final question here for you. You have anyone you want to shout out, say hello to before we let you go?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, shout out to Neos Dragon first of all, because he really did, play super well given the circumstances, and he's an amazing coach and sixth man to have on the team. Shout out to Tata and Mom, of course. I did make my bed, so hopefully that you're proud of that. And just shout out to the whole community that we have around us here at Drexel, and otherwise, I think we have a really good rest of the season playoffs coming up for us, and hopefully we can make some good content for you guys, hitting some nice shots, and yeah, just cruise our way back into a win.
We'll definitely be here on the desk watching for that, and we'll definitely appreciate it. Nova, thanks so much for taking the time. Yeah, and
thanks,
congratulations
guys.
on your win.
Thank you.
All righting in. Well, Nova providing some really good insight there. Obviously, really unfortunate that Neos was struggling with the ping. We didn't know that at the time, but that definitely goes to show why the difference in form from Mirage to Dust 2 was so drastic, I think. And unfortunate situation, but props as well, like Nova said, to Neos for kind of struggling through and getting done what they did, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, ping's a state of mind right there. And once you get kind of frustrated with it, I feel like it can easily take over. Not just one player, but like you mentioned, the entire team. But again, you can only play what you're up against. So RPI, an incredible way to be the only team to take off a map so far up against Drexel. And again, expected that Drexel make a deep run in playoffs off of that victory as well, which is exciting to see because I would love to see them continue their success.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I thought that if Gank 88 wasn't consistently playing with Drexel, I thought there was a potential for some teams to maybe have a chance. I really think with Gank 88 playing, it's going to be a very uphill battle. I mean, not quite the Davenport type of deal we saw last semester, but definitely close. I don't know if you mirror those sentiments, but that's the way I'm feeling.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely could see it if another team is able to have kind of that dark horse underdog story in the same way that Drexel was able to do so in the last season and show and prove themselves to be a force to be reckoned with, then sure, Drexel have some tough company ahead.